Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Hello, West Orange. Welcome to the January 28th council meeting. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Council President, before I do the opening.
Of this one.
That's
That one's
old and
yours is
rusty.
black.
Okay,
Yours
so
is
this is the one to throw?
Yes.
And this is the one to keep. Okay,
Correct. Yes.
gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin. Is she on, Joe, or she's coming?
She's coming.
She's coming, okay. Okay, that's fine. Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Council President Krokoviac.
Present. So first thing we want to do, I can see a lot of unhappy faces out there. So the first thing we want to do is bring up our tax assessor. And for a brief presentation to the council, we've given him a bunch of questions that he will also answer. And then at public comment, we will reserve the start of public comment for also comment and questions if our tax assessor can answer them. And if he can't answer them, or if he feels that it's not appropriate to be answering them, the questions in an open forum like this, he will, after he's finished with public comment, he can meet you at conference room, is it 109? 109, which is sort of back in that part of the building along the right side of the hallway. Ready to go?
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Do I need both mics on? Just one?
No, you're good.
I'm good. Okay, thank you. Council President, members of the council, I want to thank you for having me this evening. Residents of West Orange, my name is Jacob Neiman. If you don't know me, I am the tax assessor of West Orange. And I'm here to discuss the 2025 West Orange revaluation. So I'd like to start just at a ground level and discuss what a revaluation is, what the purpose of it is, and why West Orange did it. So a revaluation is a systematic inspection and valuation of all the real property in a community. Real property is all the property, including land and buildings. Real property is considered to be something that, were it to be removed, it would have permanent impact on its surroundings. So for example, your car, which can move around with no real difficulty, is personal property. You can take it and leave. Something like an air conditioner or generator, which is built into the ground, is not something you can pick up and move, and therefore is considered real property. In New Jersey, with the exception of certain business personal property, only real property is taxed. So for property taxation. So for residents, you're only paying taxes on your home and the improvements within it, not the furniture you have inside. Revaluations value all property to their fair market value and to 100% of their fair market value. The Essex County Board of Taxation, the entity responsible for setting the level to which we value property, has chosen and has always chosen 100% true market value as the standard to which property must be valued. What that means in practice is that your home or other property, business, industrial facility, should be valued to what a willing buyer and willing seller would consider the value. If you were to list your home for sale tomorrow, it should be sold for just about what it's assessed for. Revaluations are not intended to and don't inherently change the amount of money being collected by a municipality. If all of West Orange were to be valued at, say, $5 billion, which, following the prior reval, is not far off. If it wanted to collect $1 billion in taxes, it would set a tax rate of 20%. If all of a sudden, the next day, West Orange was worth $10 billion, which, following this reval, is roughly in the ballpark, it could collect that same amount of money on half the tax rate, 10%. Because of the various rules around tax levies in the state of New Jersey that limit what municipalities, schools, and counties can increase that amount collected, it's very hard to make a reval bring in more money because you can't, under state law, collect significantly more revenue than you have years prior through property taxation. That being said, that only applies tax levy wide. Individual property owners can face any size swing, both up and down. There's no limit to the individual property level. Wow. Revaluations are about reallocating the tax burden, not changing the tax burden. There are very few hard and fast requirements as to when a reval is necessary. The state does not have a book of standards or rules which say when a town hits X point, it needs to do a revaluation. That being said, they have a long list of reasons that they would be encouraged or recommending that a town conduct a revaluation. That can include out-of-date assessments, significant tax appeal losses, disparate assessments amongst similar types of property, and inaccurate property information. If a revaluation has not been done in a long time and the town's changed a lot, it could make a big difference to do a revaluation. There are other reasons that the state and the county would encourage revaluations, but that's kind of the biggest factors. Now then, if there's no rules saying why, when a town needs to do a revaluation, why did West Orange do one? So West Orange did one because it was under court order and at the direction of the Essex County Board of Taxation. The assessor's office is largely independent from the municipal governing structure. My supervisor is not the mayor, it's not the town council, and it's not the business administrator. My supervisor is the County Board of Taxation. Essex County has an independent Board of Taxation made up of appointed members, and it ordered West Orange to conduct a revaluation probably about 6 or 7 years ago. West Orange contested that and fought that order to the point where it went to court, and there was a court order that West Orange conduct this revaluation for 2025. So this is not something West Orange sought. This is something we were ordered to do. It was ordered by the Essex County Board of Taxation, the same entity that sets the parameters of 100% market valuation. Every county in the state of New Jersey sets that same 100% market value standard. What that court order means, kind of at a practical level, is that we do not have any more time. The court order requires that this process be completed by February 10th. In a circumstance where we were not under a court order, it would not be an exceptional request to ask for a couple weeks more time. For example, I know some folks' letters took a long time for the mail. If folks are down in Florida with mail forwarding, it can take a while to get there. And it's very frustrating to have such a tight timeline. Unfortunately, we are not able to get an extension because of that court order. That being said, the reval firm is still taking phone calls, and they will be until January 30th. Because of the tight timeline, I was able to get an additional day for folks to be able to call them. This process must be completed on the township side by February 10th. So then the question becomes, how does West Orange do this? West Orange is a community with about 14,700 line items. What a line item is a piece of taxable property. That can include Essex Green. It can also include your house or a vacant lot. Sometimes it even includes the storage unit you get with your condo. It is well beyond the means of this office, myself and a staff of 2, to inspect licensed by the state of New Jersey to conduct this work. We contracted with PPA to do all the inspections and to assist in taxable line items in town are. As part of these revaluations, there are certain rules and requirements. For example, all firms must make at least 3 attempts at contact to each and every property owner. That includes a letter sent out to every property in town, every property owner in town back at the start of this process in August of 2023. It included 2 in-person inspection attempts. That's them knocking on your door unprompted and asking to be let into your home to conduct an inspection. When they were unable to get you at that point, they would leave a card, usually on the door. It's like a Post-it note, asking for a callback. State law requires for this revaluation to be considered adequate, at least a 50% success rate on those interior inspections. The rate prior to the meetings that are being held was 56%. So pretty good, not as good as it would have been, say, 15 years ago when there was perhaps a bit less concern about letting people into your house. We worked with PPA as well as our own experts to set the value of the property township-wide and conducted a market-wide analysis. And so to just provide a little clarity on the relationship between my office and PPA here, all values for residential property are required to be set in a revaluation through a process known as the cost approach. The cost approach says, how much would it cost to rebuild this structure at the current time in its current condition? So, using a manual published by the state of New Jersey called the Real Property Appraisal Manual. It's available online if you want to Google it. It's a scanned in PDF. It's a fun read that we can use to determine what the sticks and bricks of your home are worth. It gives us parameters for bathrooms and kitchens. It gives us parameters for a basement, whether it's finished or not. And taking into account the age and condition, we're able to assign a value to the structure. Taking a look at a market value and saying, what is your home? Say it's a 4-bed, 2-bath, selling for at the present day. What are homes like it selling for? We're able to get an overall market value, a rough idea. When we subtract out that sticks and bricks value, that's from the state of New Jersey, that tells us what that land assessment is. That's a rough estimate of what your land is worth. In some parts of the state where they have a lot more dirt than West Orange does, and a lot more undeveloped dirt than West Orange does, it's a lot easier to tell you what land is worth because there's people selling vacant lots all the time. It's a lot harder in a built-up community like West Orange. Accordingly, those land values are extracted from the pre-existing market data. 2 important notes on those valuations. The distinction between a land and improvement value is strictly managerial. What that means is $1 of land value is taxed exactly the same as $1 of improvement value. Additionally, the state tax court and the county board of taxation are not in the business of determining whether the allocation of value between land or improvement is correct. They do not care. Not to be uncaring, but they don't. What matters is whether your home is worth what it has been assessed for in its totality. The idea behind that is you can't really sell them separately. I can't sell my dirt without selling my house. My office put together the parameters in which PPA would have come up with those values. Because they're conducting the inspections, they're gathering data. They're using that data to create a value based on the instructions from my office. I hope that provides some clarity on the relationship between PPA and my office when it comes to valuation. Now, what were the takeaways? And these are all preliminary numbers. We're still having meetings with taxpayers and residents. There's still some fine tuning happening on the edges and some consultation with some experts. So these are not going to necessarily be exactly the same as they will be once that February 10th book is submitted, but this paints the broad strokes. So 40% of properties will see either no change in their tax bill or some amount of decrease. Increases were widespread across town. It was not specific pockets that saw growth in values. It was all around. In a heterogeneous community like West Orange, you can have homes right next to each other that saw very different changes in their assessments because no two homes are really alike. It's not a bunch of tract subdivisions like some other places. In total, the value of property in West Orange increased by 84%, or about $4.5 billion. What that means is that the township, on behalf of itself, the schools, and the county, could collect the same amount of total tax revenue on a tax rate 45% lower. That's why the estimated tax rate on the letters that were sent out was so wildly different than the tax rate on your tax bill that you received back in the fall. The increase in residential assessments was on average 82%. That can be seen as an example of the really robust real estate market, both in West Orange specifically and the broader North Jersey area. People really want to live here and they're willing to pay a very hefty price to do so. That average increase, if you put it in dollar values, was $343,000. The median is a bit different, and I think it's an interesting metric to use here because it shows that that increase in value was concentrated in kind of the lower half of the real estate market. Places that previously were not necessarily seen as being as desirable as others have seen a lot of growth and a lot of desirability increases. Part of that is the very small supply of housing, right? There's just not a lot of homes for sale. But part of that is also what people are looking for has changed. Whereas being near commercial businesses and multifamily housing may have been seen as a negative in the past, it's now often seen as an amenity. Being able to walk to a restaurant or a bar is something people really like to do. How those assessment changes reflect on tax bills is a different story. The average bill increase is only going to be $76. And this goes to the point about the change in assessments being an allocation change rather than a total amount change. Because that lower half of the market saw so much growth and appreciation and frankly wealth buildup, the median tax bill will be going up a bit more, about $500. And I want to emphasize that my office is aware that that's a big, scary number. And it's not something we're excited about, but it's reflective of the gain in market value for properties throughout the township. Now, the distribution value-wise, the relationship between residential values and commercial values is actually largely unchanged. A lot of communities have seen a real cratering of their commercial real estate base. West Orange has thankfully not. Accordingly, the split is almost the same, with 17% of the tax base being commercial property, 72% being residential. 10% of that property is exempt, and so that's going to be county property, municipal property, certain religious and charitable organizations as well. And then a small share, 1%, is vacant land. So now, a lot of folks have been calling my office, and thank you to my staff for fielding so many of those phone calls, wondering what they can do because they feel their assessment is not accurate, that this new tax bill is too big. And that's a very real concern, and I'm very sympathetic to them. And so there's a few things that you can do. The first thing I'm going to recommend is to call the reval firm. That should be your first step. They're the ones who right now are gathering the last bits of information and incorporating that into their valuations. And so, as we saw, only 56% of properties had interior inspections done. When we're not able to get inside a property to make sure that the residents who do let us in are not being discriminated against, we have to make assumptions about the properties we couldn't enter. When we make assumptions, we get things wrong. We don't. Call them. You can provide them with added context and information that they may not have had. Following the completion of that's going to go out right around February 10th. When you receive that postcard, it's going to tell you what your home's officially formally assessed at. If you do not believe you could sell your home for that price, you have the right to file an appeal to the Essex County Board of Taxation. You must do so no later than May 1st, 2025. An appeal to the Essex County Board of Taxation is a pretty straightforward process. It's quasi-judicial, but it's designed to be far more approachable than sitting in a courtroom with a judge. The commissioners are very nice, and it's not something you need an attorney for, though all are welcome to use an attorney, and that will not change how your case is adjudicated. Properties that are assessed for more than $1 million do have an alternative path. They may file directly to the state tax court. The state tax court is a specialized court focused on tax matters, significantly property tax cases like appeals of assessments, but other specialized cases as well. You can find the form to file an appeal to the Essex County Board of Taxation online. I've included the link. Right there. It must be filed in triplicate to my office, the clerk's office, as well as the Essex County Board of Taxation. If they do not receive it by May 1st, they will not be accepting the appeal. Additionally, it has to be filed on paper. The county requires that. Yeah, I apologize for that. The reval firm will be taking phone calls from residents to January 30th. The letter you received said January 29th, but in acknowledgement of some of the delays and the fact that this meeting is happening tonight and not 2 weeks ago, they were able to give us an additional day, so they'll be taking calls until January 30th. My apologies. That's at the 1-800 number right here. If you have concerns after January 31st, but before February 10th, and even after February 10th, call the assessor's office. We're right here at Town Hall. We're here to help. I can't say we frequently are able to lower people's tax bills, but I can say that we are very much here to find programs that may be able to assist you on your property tax bill, to ensure that your assessment is fair and accurate, to talk about the process of how we arrived at your assessment, and any other questions you may have in the realm. My one note is we can't make prospective assessments. And so if you want to put in an indoor pool, I can't tell you how much that's going to change your tax bill. But just about everything else we can help with. That's the formal presentation I've got. Actually, sorry, one more note on the appeal process. Should explain what exactly that is. When you file a tax appeal, the key thing you are doing is trying to illustrate to the county tax board or the state tax court that your home is not worth what my office has said it is. That your home, say it was assessed for $500,000, could not sell for that amount of money in a fair market transaction. The way you do that is not by comparing your assessment to your neighbors or by talking about the cracks in your basement wall. You do that by presenting comparable sales. A comparable sale is a home that you as a buyer would consider comparable to your own. And because West Orange is an old heterogeneous community, it can be very common to have a house that you feel is unique, right? Maybe the bedrooms are all in a row, and so it's railroad bedrooms. Maybe your one bathroom with its clawfoot tub is right off the kitchen, and that's just weird. No one does that anymore. What I always try to encourage folks to think about is you want it to be like a bullseye. In an ideal scenario, your comparable sale is your home. It was listed on the open market. It was marketed by a realtor. You had a nice open house, and you came in and you decided this house is worth $500,000. You paid that price. The seller took that money. All well, you go to the county board and you say, look, I paid $500,000 in this fair and open market sale on October 1st, 2024, the date of valuation. That rarely happens. And so maybe your neighbor's house right next door is basically identical. They redid the kitchen in 1997, whereas yours was 1987. But like otherwise, it's the same house. And they sold just last week, and it sold for, $450,000. Great. That's a great comp. It's very comparable because someone looking at your home would also consider their home. But if you don't get so lucky, you want to get as close as you can. So if your home is unique, say it's a one-story ranch, pretty small, 2 beds, 1 bath, it's quite possible that the buyer looking for that home doesn't care as much about the neighborhood it's in. They may care more that it's a small ranch home that they can manage as they get older. Or maybe it's all about the neighborhood, and you feel that your home in the valley is right at the heart of everything and where people want to live, and that the Cape Cod next door is actually a pretty good comp for your colonial because someone's not buying it for the house, they're buying it for the dirt. That's what I talk about with trying to get the bullseye. If you can't get perfect, try to get as close as you can and use those comparable sales to explain and tell the story as to why your home should not be assessed for what my office has said it should be. And I think with that, I've covered everything I'd like to cover. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to field them.
So Mr. Neiman, we sent you, I can't speak for all of the council
Sure.
members, but we did send you at least 2 council member questions.
Yes.
Do you want to run through those, or do you have them, or should we throw them at you?
Yeah, I believe I'd address those, but if there's something I missed, I'm happy to address
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go over my questions
apologize.
and see if
Yeah.
you did. Please, Councilwoman.
I would just like to ask if you can please put this presentation up on the township website for folks who couldn't be here tonight or couldn't be on Zoom to hear what you said. And if we can somehow post it on social media, on our social media
Certainly.
pages.
That's where they have the phone numbers. That's a
Yeah.
good idea.
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Councilman.
So my question is, after seeing this presentation, the past few years since the pandemic, there's obviously been a bubble in the housing market, and the values in West Orange has skyrocketed because basically the pandemic and a lot of folks moving in from New York and elsewhere,
Yeah.
which is great. Love to have everybody, but there's, this region, especially our township, there's been bidding wars and whatnot, and people who've been here now seeing some increases as high as, I'm hearing $5,000. So how does it level out? And does it? I mean, you have to wait now for another 10 years or because right now prices are still high, but if the bubble burst, I guess they could just put in for a tax appeal down the road, or?
Yeah, so the changes to the real estate market have been significant and I
Yeah.
think perhaps unexpected. But at the same time, they appear to be, at least in my professional opinion, more structural than a traditional bubble. The folks buying homes in West Orange and elsewhere and raising prices are not doing so because they've been getting access to mortgages that they hadn't previously been able to. It's because they have a lot of money built up and they want to live in a place as desirable as West Orange. And our neighbors in New York and Connecticut are not building housing. So New Jersey is taking a lot of the brunt of the rising housing prices that would have previously gone to those places. What I mean by that is because New Jersey has built comparably significant amounts of housing, it's still more affordable than other suburbs that may have been considered by someone looking to move from New York City. So the buyers coming in have the money, and so I don't anticipate any sort of collapse in values anytime soon. This feels like a real structural increase in values, and I believe it's sustainable. That being said, should the real estate market face some softness, collapse, whatever it may be, the first line of redress is a county tax board appeal and appealing to the county to explain that your home is not worth what it's been assessed for. Other than that, at a municipality-wide level, a significant change in the real estate market would be good cause to revalue property again and to conduct another revaluation. And that's where the significant losses from tax appeals comes in as a basis for revaluing property, right? If there were to be a real estate market slowdown, the township would be open to a lot of appeal losses. And those appeal losses would be because property is overvalued. Conducting a revaluation in those circumstances can be the financially prudent thing to do to ensure that everyone's being taxed fairly and equitably, rather than on previously accurate values that have since gone inaccurate.
And then just to follow up on one more question from the presentation is, so you made a statement about the commercial values. They
Sure.
have held steady since the last reval.
Yeah.
So just explain that to the public, because a lot of folks I think are feeling that the residential has increased significantly because the commercial rates have decreased.
Sure. So what the township's overall tax burden is shared amongst all property owners, excepting those exempt properties. So the county is not paying taxes on South Mountain Reservation, and the church down the street is generally not paying taxes on their church facility. In a lot of communities, Roseland is a prime example. Previously very valuable office property has just not lost its value. It's not nearly so valuable. And so the share of taxes paid by those commercial properties has gone down significantly. And when a municipality, schools, and county need to keep paying their bills, they don't have the option necessarily of just stopping to cutting all their spending. They have to reallocate the tax burden, and it shifts from that previous commercial property to the remaining valuable residential property. We've not experienced that in West Orange. The commercial property values have held their own, and so the total share of the burden anticipated to be paid by residential homeowners rather than commercial property owners is not anticipated to change. And because these are municipality-wide trends, it's important to say that does not mean that individual commercial property owners will not see their taxes go down. And that doesn't mean that homeowners won't see their taxes go up. It can happen, it will happen, but it's not because commercials are paying less than they used to. They're paying the same share of the overall tax burden as they have since the last reval.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Counselor.
Hi. If commercial share,
Yep.
Joyce,
Council.
I'm just making a joke, sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
if commercial share prices have held their own, how do you assess the loss in property value from the properties that West Orange has granted pilots to?
So pilots and the assessor's office have an interesting relationship in that they're taken off my tax list and I kind of don't deal with them anymore. If they're treated much the same as other exempt property, There can be particular changes where the land assessment is kept on the books, for example. And how each pilot is structured can be individually handled. But in practice, if any commercial property was taken off the tax rolls as part of a pilot since 2011, it would lower that commercial share of the tax base. That being said, given that the commercial tax base still holds at 17% of the overall tax base, it has not significantly impacted the commercial share of the township's tax base.
Since when?
Since 2011, or I should say, the 2024 values, which were grounded in the 2011 revaluation, were 17% commercial versus the similar share residential. Hope that answers your question.
So you would say that this is a valuable town for commercial enterprises?
Yeah, I would say West Orange is an exceptionally valuable town for commercial and residential enterprises.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, when you say commercial property has held its own, it has not increased.
Sure.
And it has not increased to anywhere near the extent of what residential has gone up.
That, well, perhaps at the individual property level. That being said, assessment is all about allocation, right? And so the amount of value in the town to the commercial property is the same as it has been. And so to say it hasn't grown the same way, I don't know that that's quite a 1-to-2 because it has stayed valuable in relation to the residential property. Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
So why is it that, and maybe the administration can answer this, the town didn't do a revow in 2021? Because we wouldn't be in this position. Why did the town fight the county then?
Pandemic.
You know, because if we had done it in 2021, the valuations would be much different than now.
I
mean,
can't speak.
I feel like because the town fought the county, we essentially did like this. It's not right. I just don't think it's fair.
I can't speak to the motivations of previous administrations. I can't speak for anyone other than my office. I can say that revaluations are long and expensive efforts and that, you know, how each town chooses to handle their revaluations orders is a choice they make at the time they're ordered.
Would you say that if we did this in 2021, they wouldn't be as high as they are right now in 2024?
Yeah.
I think it's certainly true that specific assessments would not be as high, but I believe the trends are largely the same. And so, if anything, we would be at a point where we are once again, say, having assessments that are at 85% of market value at this point, rather than 100% of market value because they've aged so quickly, right? The real estate market has rapidly shifted under everyone's feet in ways that I don't think anyone predicted. And so a 2021 assessment of a property would quite possibly be just as out of date as the one from 2011. It's one of those unknowns. But I believe the trends are largely similar. And that the allocation would not have changed substantially, right? And the share of the tax burden being paid by residents in specific areas of town would not be significantly
Thank you.
altered. Yeah.
So to the administration, if you could please send an email to the council and let us know how much we spent on that litigation when we should have done the reeval in 2021, because I know my understanding is that the town fought it and sued the county and that we lost, and that's why we're court mandated to do it now.
I'll certainly try to find that information out. I don't, I wasn't,
And who the
none of
attorney.
us up here had anything to
Yeah,
do with that.
I understand, but if you can find out, it's
Well,
fine. We
yeah,
had to, the
yeah.
town had to
I mean,
pay. And who the attorneys were on that case.
we'll certainly look into and see what we can find out.
Thank you.
I think if I'm not mistaken, if we had the 21 assessments, the rate would be higher, however, right?
Yeah. So anytime,
It's not going to impact the taxpayer any differently.
right. So anytime assessments change, the tax rate can change, as I discussed with the 10 billion, 1 billion thing. And so if assessments were done in 2021 and they were at 90% of market now or 85% of market, the tax rate would be higher to account for that because the schools and the county, they don't have much patience for towns not collecting their revenue. And so the township would have to adjust its tax collection and tax levy the same
Reps on
way.
council.
Thank you, Mr. Neiman. Councilwoman Castellino.
Are you done, Councilwoman?
I'm done.
Yeah, so just to your point with the 2021, what I remember, I wasn't involved in the decision making, that would have been Mayor Parisi. But I remember it was the pandemic still and letting people into homes and whatnot. So, and, you know, we had a lot of other things going on during that year with the pandemic. So that's what I recall. I don't know the exact reasoning, but that's what I recall, that we were gonna postpone it. So question about the pilots. So to my recollection with the pilots, the amount of funding that we receive, or revenue we receive on those projects, we have only 2 pilots anyway, the 2 projects for the, Edison Lofts and now for the Stonehill up by Essex Green, those projects. The tax revenue that we're receiving is much higher than we were receiving for those projects at that time. So why aren't they calculated into the commercial base?
So anytime a pilot is done, it's taken off the tax rolls. It's not treated as taxable property. And my office deals strictly with taxable real property. And so there's a line item within my book of exempt properties, right? And it's classified there. I have a record of it, but it's not considered commercial property because it's treated as exempt because it is exempt from certain municipal taxes. It's still making a payment in lieu of taxes.
But
But-
that payment is higher than the original amount that was made for the property before it transferred to the pilot program.
That may very well be the case.
So where do you calculate those dollars and put those dollars?
So
Because that is revenue.
That's outside the responsibility of my office. That may be better answered by finance.
Where's that money? Councilwoman, the revenue for the pilots would be in our anticipated revenue. So when we're figuring out our budget and determining what is going to be raised through taxation, we obviously have our appropriation side and then our revenues have to balance. So we add up all of our anticipated revenues and the difference, the delta between what's left over is then what we asked our taxpayers to fund. And then that becomes the, part of the rate, part of the tax rate. So that pilot money is going into our anticipated revenue before we calculate what then we have to have our taxpayers fund the difference for.
Okay, so it is being accounted for then.
And rule of thumb,
would
you look at like a dilapidated property, an old warehouse and in its current condition, what was it generating in property taxes? And you're right, most pilot agreements, we're going to receive more in that annual service charge than we were receiving when that, dilapidated property was just on the tax rolls. Or
Okay,
vacant land or, whatever, was, the Stonehill property, whatever that was generating through regular property taxes.
yeah, because that's anticipated to bring in $2 million this year, correct?
Correct.
Thank
Right.
you.
And the classifications of commercial, exempt and residential, those are state mandated. I'm not choosing what I classify
Sure.
as what. And so the state requires that split. It requires me to put pilots in that exempt category. That's not something I chose to do. It's a requirement of how the state accounts for pilots.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
course.
So I suspect that some of the people who are either here or listening have a question, particularly if their assessment has gone up, they don't think it's justified.
Sure.
How do they get comparables, also known as comps, particularly at this time when we are shifting from the old valuations to the new valuations? How do they go about trying to get sufficient comps?
Sure. So comparable sales can be sourced from a number of different locations. when finding comparable sales, it's really important if you're just Googling, which is not the worst idea, but it's really important to have a discerning eye and take a look at sales and verify their conditions. So a good comparable sale is not going to be impacted by market factors outside of the normal a home is for sale on the public market. So you're not going to want to look for bankruptcy sales. They're not considered really good comparable sales because there's another market condition on that. A home that's been significantly damaged by fire, for example, would not be a good comparable sale because it's been significantly damaged and not something someone would generally look at. The reval firm has on their website a document showing all the sales that incorporated into their analysis. It's a long list, and you can go and look through and see for sales in your street, on your block, in your neighborhood. We'll make sure there's a link to that on our website as well. Look for that tomorrow, probably. And then additionally, the Essex County Tax Board has a public database of basically all the data from all the assessors and all the towns. It's the Essex County Tax Data Hub, and you can use that tool to find comparable sales as well. You're able to narrow your search down to include West Orange only and certain sale dates. Ideally, you're going to want to look for sales between October 1st of 2023 and anytime earlier than that. If there's this perfect sale and it happened in July of 2023, throw it in there. But really, proximity to that October 1st, 2024 data valuation is vitally important. You can also look on Zillow. You can talk to your friend who's a realtor. But just make sure if you're doing something like that to ask for a few more sales. So rather than just the 3 minimum for a tax appeal, maybe ask for 5 or 6 in case some of them turn out to not be considered usable. They turn out to be bankruptcy sales or sheriff sales or something like that.
And for comparables, is there any rule of thumb or is there any requirement for the distance from your property that you're trying to find the comps for?
No, so there's no hard and fast requirement. And that goes to that bullseye analogy I was making. Sometimes if it's a particular neighborhood that was all built at like about the same time, right, you're definitely going to want to stay really close. Or if your home is right next to a school and like probably being close to that school is significant to a buyer, then you'd probably want to stay really close by. But there's no hard and fast rule. And it's really important to think about it from the perspective of if I wasn't able to buy my house, right? If it wasn't on the market and I couldn't get it, what's another home I would be happy to live in? What's another home that I would be willing to consider when I was looking to buy? And so that's kind of how you find the comps. It requires taking a step out of your own shoes and thinking about someone who has to participate in this absolutely crazy real estate market. And that's a scary thing to do sometimes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council?
No.
So Mr. Neiman, please stand by. We got a couple of housekeeping issues and then we're going to open up for the public. So please just hang tough. It'll be just a couple of minutes.
Certainly. And thank you so much for having me to speak. I
Thank you
really
very much.
appreciate
You
it.
did a great job. Thank you. Very informative. Next on our agenda is council liaison announcements. And because of the incredibly large, lengthy agenda that we have tonight, I'm trying to push things along. I would ask for you to hold on to your liaisons unless it's a matter of life and death.
I'm good.
Is everybody good?
Yes.
Okay, great. Great, Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Council President Krokoviac.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
The first order of business tonight is, the regular meeting is public comment. And before we get there, I know that sometimes the financial implications of the revaluation can generate emotions. I just want to go over, for those of you who are not familiar with the rules that we have in our Rules of Council ordinance in the municipal code, just so everybody is familiar with what may be happening. So Article 3.8 in our municipal code requires the speaker to first state their name and address. That's how you should start off. Article 3-15.2 requires conduct by public comment speakers who, quote, shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule, end quote. Article 3:16.2, conduct of the public, quote, any person who shall disturb the peace of the township council, make offensive or abusive remarks, or conduct himself or herself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him or her to continue may be granted by a majority vote of the council. So I also want to say that, as I mentioned, the agenda is very long and lengthy, so we're trying to get through this quickly. And we decided as a council that we would like to postpone any public comment that does not directly have to do with the revaluation or agenda items. So if you're here for something else other than the reval or the agenda item and you want to speak in public comment, I welcome you to come to the February 11th meeting and speak. I will guarantee that it will not be nearly as long an agenda as tonight, and you will have plenty of time. So I apologize for that, but we're trying to get through the agenda. There's a lot of important stuff that we have to get through. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. Welcome to everyone here in council chambers and all those in the Zoom audience at home. I will be brief tonight, Council President. We've been getting a lot of calls about streetlight outages, and although this is important, and when residents call us, we report it to the county. But you can save a lot of trouble by directing your calls to the county at this phone number here. Provide a poll number and location, and it will just speed the process along. Of course, last week we had some snow, and it is winter, and I want to point out the importance of those who can in their neighborhoods. If you could clear away the fire hydrants 3 feet distance, remove the snow and ice, it will do a great service to the community and to the fire department in the event of a fire in your neighborhood. Also, the other thing too, the weather has warmed up somewhat, but last week we had the weather, severe cold weather, and I just want to warn everyone about the potential black ice on the road. You cannot see that. So as I say, we still are in the throes of winter. So just be aware of that with driving. On our website, we have posted what you need to know about the H5N1 avian influenza. And there's a phone number here to report dead wild birds. This information is on our website. And it is important information. There's a lot of useful information there if you check it out. The other thing, we started collecting Christmas trees on January 6th. This will continue through the end of the month, which is almost here. After February 1st, they will be picked up by the trash disposal company. And this information, as I say, is on the website. I think all our residents are now aware of the new change in the jitney schedule. This information is on our website. Mayor McCartney's open office hours will be February 6th, 6 to 8 p.m. In Mayor's office at 66 Main Street. No appointment is necessary. And the town council will also have a council connection. Open office hour is scheduled on Thursday, January 30th from 6 to 7 p.m. Once again, no appointment is necessary, and it happens right here at council chambers. no action will be taken by the council. There are other dates scheduled and they are listed on the website. Moving along with the West Orange Film Classic, February 2nd, In the Name of the Father will be playing at the AMC Dine-In Theater. The Film Classic goes through, will take a break when Super Bowl Sunday comes, but will resume on the other side of Super Bowl Sunday. And as our tax assessor had spoken about, this is the phone number for CPA firm representatives. They are at the library. And this is the phone number. This information is on our website. So if you didn't jot it down, don't worry, it will be there. Also, one of these events has already taken place on January 26th. February 27th is the next one, and it's the intergenerational reading program at the West Orange Public Library. And I'd like to point out that one of our residents, Sangeeta Balani, was featured with the governor, Governor Murphy, and she was very instrumental in getting the bill passed. Certainly very deserving. And this report ran on the News 12 news cycle. And this past January 15th, I want to thank the Human Relations Commission for presenting me with the 2025 Human Relations Award. Thank you to the mayor and town council for the support, but I must confess that the award was really supposed to go to Joseph Hagan, but a mistake was made at the engravers, so they had no choice but to give it to me. And of course, I was surprised to see that Update New Jersey on MTV had ran a little piece on it. And, you know, if you make it to MTV, you've really made something. But I should also point out that there were other recipients, but that was the award that I received. And in closing, I'd just like to, if you want to contact the town council, you can do that at council@westorange.org. And Council President, do you know how many days there are till spring? Don't worry, I have it posted on the e-sign. I'm sure that we're all looking to put winter in the rearview mirror, and this information is, it's not up to date because it took a screenshot from yesterday, but the information is on the e-sign, and spring is sure to be here. So with that, I'd like to call up my colleague, Mr. Puglisi, to give his report. Thank you.
Hi, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. Usually Joe and I agree on things, but I'm going to rely on Essex Edwina to determine when spring is going to arrive. February 2nd is Groundhog Day, and at 10 o'clock at Turtleback Zoo, we will have our annual program. The public is invited, and the program is included in regular zoo admission. I just want to clarify one thing Joe had on when he mentioned on his slide show. Streetlights are not the county's responsibility. Those are PSE&G's responsibility. And you kept saying, call the county, call the county. You call PSE&G. So those numbers that Joe posted are to PSE&G, not to the county. And then finally, there was some concerns aired by some West Orange council members and the mayor and some residents about the curve on Mount Pleasant Avenue. And today we came up with a solution to that problem. Hopefully, we're going to be installing guardrails in front of the homes there and reinstalling the rumble strips and then adding some additional signage. So once all the paperwork and supplies come in, you'll see some work in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. Okay, what I'd like to do now is have public comment related to revaluation. So if you have a comment or a question, please raise your hand, be recognized, come up to the podium. You've got 5 minutes. I'd suggest you spend less than 5 minutes, but for just the sake of getting through the agenda. And you can have at least limited dialogue with Mr. Neiman. So if you come up and comment, you hate it, okay, we get that. If you have a question for Mr. Neiman, he will try to answer it for you right here. If he feels like it's not appropriate forum for him to do that, after he's finished, he can meet with you in the conference room and have further discussion. So is there anybody who'd like to come up? I see, please. Is there anybody else who wants to come up? You can essentially stand behind just to speed things up if you'd like. Please.
Krista Senek, 26 Wedgewood Drive. I have been a resident for 23 years and a Realtor for 22. And I was very disturbed by the lack of communication that we received regarding the explanation of the evaluation, the reassessment. As a Realtor, I of course know how this works, but most of our community had absolutely no idea what they were getting. And when they got that letter in the mail, my emails, my phone going off because people are just like, oh my God, it doubled, it tripled. What do I do? This is ridiculous. And I said, okay, calm down. I'm not disagreeing with the assessment. My assessment went up, but I'm in agreement with it. I don't love it, but it's the reality because it's the fair market value. I've been seeing this since COVID. These people who are not moving, who have no interest in moving, never saw this coming. And it was poorly explained. It was just like, hey, let these people in. A lot of people didn't let them in because they're afraid, because they don't know who the people are. Having had them come to the house, they weren't poorly dressed, right? But they weren't really clearly identified. And now people are regretting that because they're saying, oh, well, I don't know what this means. And now what do I do? Right. So now they're going backwards. So in the next time that we do an assessment, whenever that is, keep that in mind because there are many people who just don't understand. I've been able to calm people down. That doesn't stop that there are many other people, of course. And I have a lot of other Realtor friends that are experiencing the same thing. I have an issue with how a 2-bedroom, 2-bath ranch on a main road can go up 40% in their taxes. And how that house is now going to be able to sell at nearly $14,000 in taxes. That to me is absolutely insane. That's just one of the many examples. And should you want to appeal that, good luck on that, because that's going to take some time and that's going to impact the sale of that home. The other thing, respectfully to the tax assessor, when you're looking at comparable sales, you do need to be aware of the neighborhoods. West Orange is a very diverse community with very diverse areas. And to compare the Englishtown section to the Upper St. Cloud section cannot be done. One is way more desirable than the other, and the values are going to be significantly higher. And the last thing I wanted to say, or more of a question, since we are culturally diverse, was there any other communication sent out with Spanish or Haitian or whatever languages they could be in? I'm curious about that because when you take a letter like that, it's significant. And if there's a lot of language in there that people already don't understand, I'm just curious if that was sent out as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neiman?
Sure. Thank you for your comment. With regards to outreach, in addition to the letter that was sent at the start of the program, the 2 attempted home inspections, if you hadn't been inspected following those 2 attempts, additional letters were sent out seeking communication. With regards to the individuals doing the inspections, I'm fully understanding of the concern about letting these folks into your house. They were all carrying identification as well as an introductory letter, and their information, including their ID badges, were publicly posted on our website on the township's reval page. And additionally, their names and information was provided to police dispatch so that should any resident have a concern, and we had many of them call us, and I'm sure dispatch had many calls too, they could verify the identity of the individual coming to their door. And we always recommend residents verify the identity of any individual they're letting into their house. With regards to the comparisons throughout town, I fully understand that. And I want to clarify that for the purposes of assessments, I am not looking in different parts of town for different values. The entire town of West Orange is broken up for assessment purposes into areas known as VCSs, value control sectors. What it actually means is neighborhoods. And so when I'm doing an assessment, I'm only looking at homes within that neighborhood. What I'm trying to communicate by saying, look for the home that you think is best comp, is that someone buying may consider two different neighborhoods. And so may consider the valley and the area around Our Lady of Lourdes, right? And so when you are filing an appeal, you shouldn't have to feel bound by choosing a property within a block or two of your own, if you don't feel that's the most comparable sale. But I am bound to look at properties in your neighborhood for the purposes of making that assessment. With regards to additional communication in other languages, unfortunately, these endeavors are resource constrained, and we did not have the resources to do Spanish language or other language outreach. Should this process happen again sometime in the near future, that's certainly something I would seek to include in the bid specs. But I was not here, and I don't know who was here when those bid specs went out the prior time. But yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Bill Rutherford, 8 Hunt Place, West Orange. I want to thank you for your presentation, Mr. Neiman. Have a few questions. The first is on the impact of pilots. If commercial properties and the property taxes that they pay have remained steady as a percentage of the overall property taxes paid into the township, and the pilot payments themselves are not included in that calculation, at least as far as I understood it from you. I was a little less clear. I know it's included in the budget presentations and the calculus you do, but from the tax assessor standpoint, if those values are not included in your assessment, are you able to tell us what the impact of those pilots are on our overall property tax picture, meaning tax collection rates, and whether or not the revenue is, going up, going down, remaining the same from those particular pilots? That's the first question. I have a few.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, I mean, we can go one at a time, or I can give them all to you.
Yeah, we'll do one at a time. I think that'll work best.
Sure.
So to answer that, so I think I may be able to provide some clarity. So the revenue from pilots is still counted in the budget as revenue, but it's not part of that tax levy. The tax levy is specifically the amount of money collected via property taxation, and a pilot not being property taxation is not part of that levy. So I hope that answers that particular query.
So are you able to, do you keep data on the either rising, falling, or steady nature of those pilot payments?
No. So my office, as I talked about, it's kind of insulated from the rest of the municipal structure. My work is overseen by the county, et cetera. What that means in practice is I have very thick walls that limit what information I deal with. My office is very narrowly focused on tax assessment.
Okay.
It doesn't touch on the billing of taxes. It doesn't touch on the collection of taxes. It strictly focuses on valuing the property. That obviously has tax implications, but that is not, those are not questions my office can answer.
So then so you would not be in a position to state whether or not pilots are needed, or broadly speaking, not on an individual property basis, when it comes to doing development in town?
No, I would not be in a position to say so, and that's a policy choice. That's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And pilots are included in that 10% portion that you said are exempt, right?
Yeah. So the one kind of caveat with some pilots is in some cases the land assessment, right? A value of the land itself is not part of that pilot. And so that's treated a little differently, but that's a small share of any of these properties' values. But the vast majority of the value, right? Because even if a property is exempt, we're obligated to value it. We're obligated to assign a number to it because At any point, a property can enter the tax rolls, and at that point, it goes on at its value. We still need to have it ready to go. We can't put that off. So the value of the non-taxable portion, the vast majority of it in the pilot, is going to be on the tax list in that exempt share. Yeah.
So when pilots expire, they then go on the tax roll and then are captured in your data and they're fully taxed at that point.
Obviously, different pilots have different structures, but yeah, once a property is no longer paying a payment in lieu of taxes and they're just paying traditional property taxes, they're going to transition from the pilot side of things to the tax rolls. And I'm going to have a land assessment and an improvement assessment for that property. Same as I do for town hall here, same as I do for all the schools in town. And once it becomes taxable, the town starts collecting revenue on it, either through the regular tax list or the added assessment process that happens in the fall.
So there is a new assessment done at the end of that pilot to determine what those taxes should be?
No, the assessment that is in place as of January, generally it's January 10th in a non-reval year when you're submitting everything on time. The value is submitted as of January 10th. And the value on that January 10th list becomes the assessable value the minute it's no longer exempt. And so if the property is assessed for $50 million and on June 3rd, the pilot expires, they're going to be assessed as though that property is worth $50 million, starting on the first of the month following June 3rd.
Got it. All right. And then just following up on that 10% portion, do we know what portion of that 10% of exempt properties is comprised by properties that have a pilot versus nonprofits or other?
I don't have that exact information in front of me. It's something that pilots are not treated special in the type of exemption they are. So the exempt properties are known as class 15s. There's specific categories for schools, government property, churches, public schools, private schools, and cemeteries and graveyards. And then there's a kind of catch-all category of other. What's found in the other is things like the common elements of condo units. Those common elements, their value is captured in the market value of the condos themselves, for example. Additionally, disabled veterans. If you're 100% permanently and totally disabled, resident of state of New Jersey, et cetera, you're eligible to be exempt from property taxation. And so those are captured there. The pilots would be captured in that 15F component. And so it's in there, but I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact amount.
Got it. And then I don't know if this is probably not the right question for you, but I'm going to ask it. And then if Mr. Titiniak is the one to answer, then that's fine, assuming the council president allows it. So do we have any way of understanding the cost of providing the services for these properties that have a pilot versus the payment that they're making in lieu of the property tax?
I would not be able to answer that question.
Do we have a way to assess that, Mr. Titiniak?
I don't think it's going to be an easy thing to assess. You would probably have to come up with like a per unit, whether you use the population and figure out like, this is the per person cost of, fire and police services, or this is the per person cost for, health services, and sort of, get your data to that data point, and then, say, this is what it costs the average taxpayer for all these services. And then you'd look at the pilot, whether that's Edison Lofts or, the Stonehill, and figure out, all right, well, they're paying this much in annual service charge. What's the delta between what they would pay per taxpayer? So you have to get down to like a base unit cost of what everything is. And then you can make those comparisons. Getting back to what we were talking about of the sort of full taxation versus pilot billing in the user-friendly budget for this year, for 2025, there is a sheet on there, UFB4, that we will have a recap of 2024's pilot billing. And then those assessments that Jacob was talking about, because we do have to assess, because eventually they will go on to the tax rolls. And we have a comparison of what would the taxes be if they were billed fully using the 2024 rate versus what we billed them for pilot. So that is part of the user-friendly budget for 25.
Nice.
It's a look back to the previous year. So you can see that information for all of our long-term tax exemptions, like, Woodland Valley and St. Barnabas and Stone Hill, all those properties will be listed on the UFB with that comparison.
Thank you very much. That concludes it for me, at least for right now, unless someone else has a question.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Christine Bosco, Mason Place. I have a few questions. I just want to clarify with you with what you went through. And your name is again, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what Joe had said.
Jacob Neiman,
Your last name?
Neiman, Nieman.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Presentation. Okay, so through the presentation, what I understand is only a little over half, 56% actually had interior inspections. And that is acceptable for townwide thing, okay? Because just talking to various different people, I let them, I was there, no problem. They come and see my house. Nothing's changed since 35 years. I had an assessment done last time they came in. I had no problem. Yet there was a big percentage that didn't. And I'm seeing a substantial increase, okay, in my market value and of course in the taxes, which is really upsetting me.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of figuring, well, how are they doing this? Because if they can't get in to see those, they're making assessments based upon an outside view
Mhm.
and just coming up with assumptions,
Mhm.
which isn't good compared to somebody who's making it available to them and they know what they're working with. But that's where I come into another situation with you. Because what happened is I did call the appraisal company. I did speak with them. Very hard to get in contact with them, by the way, and very hard to set up an appointment with them, but I did. And I went to see them and I had comps.
Mhm.
Within my area, location, not some other location in West Orange. I'm in the St. Cloud area. And it's hard because my house is the smallest house in the neighborhood, on the smallest lot in the neighborhood. And my property backs up to Northfield Avenue, and below me is the Essex House,
Mhm.
which is pretty much, what I understand right now, not open, and it's the town has kind of, I don't know if it's condemned, I don't know what's going on there, but they're not allowed to go inside the building. They're required to do certain things there. There's some problem. And the fire department had been there. So I don't know what's going on. But it hasn't been open, the restaurant, since 2020. And then I'm dealing with also, since COVID, and I'm also dealing with a neighbor
Mhm.
who does not live in that house, and it's vacant and has been for 18 years. Okay, and so therefore, the house needs major improvements. I mean, it's in bad condition. And I can imagine, on the inside, I don't know, I haven't been inside it, but it's, so when they did mine, I asked them, and I had asked this before I had made the appointment. Will you have comps for me to talk about? Will you tell me what you used to come up with for my house? Well, when I got there, that's not what happened.
Mhm.
The individual refused to give me anything, told me I needed just to trust them. When I asked him, okay, let's go through what you have. Okay, most of the stuff was okay, basically, like I said, I haven't done any improvements since
Mhm.
35, 40, whatever, 35 years. And so therefore, what they had, I guess, was pretty much the same. The only thing that bothered me was the lot size was bigger and the interior, the building, the living space was bigger. And I asked him, where are you getting your information? Because I pulled mine off of the New Jersey property records.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming I have the correct information. I'm going to come to your office just to make sure.
Sure.
But I said to him, how did you come up with that? And then he tells me, well, they measured out the square footage. Now, I was there. They didn't measure out any square footage on any room in my house. He very spent like maybe 5 minutes in the house, and that most of the time he's outside in the yard or outside. So no, he did not. Okay, that's one of my objections. And I said that. I said, no, you know. And then when I said to him about the lot, and I was like, well, you know, this is what it was when we bought the house. Now you're telling me it's this. I haven't done any improvement. I haven't done any extensions on the house. I haven't built out. I haven't done anything. How are you coming up with this number? And then he pulls up the thing and he said, first he says he gets it from you. And then secondly, and they said that also about the interior, they got it from you. And then secondly, he pulls up this, and the person I was with, and I'm not gonna say it's true of the whole company, but he was horrible. He was unprofessional. He was rude. He was very argumentative with me when I
Your time is up.
over comps and so forth and so on. So this is the issue I'm having. I don't, you know, I get, granted, I did give him the comps I have. I hope that that's considered. They were more recent, probably. One of them was just in December. So, you know, but like I said, my house is unique in that neighborhood, and that's where I'm having the problem. And I had the same problem a few years, going back years, 2015, and I was going to put the house on the market. I did, and the realtor had a hard time finding any house in St. Cloud area that was even close to mine. So just to let you know, and like I said, the appraiser, the person that I dealt with, the representative, was extremely rude. And I didn't expect that after being a taxpayer and paying for this appraiser's company and having to deal with somebody like that. That wasn't correct and it shouldn't have happened. But
Ms. Bosco, let Mr. Neiman respond, please.
So I'm sorry you had a poor experience. I'll be sure to relate to the company that that's unacceptable, because it's not. And you should have been treated with more respect than you evidently were. And I'm sorry for that. With regards to a few of your specific questions, the square footage is measured for the purposes of assessment on the exterior. We're not going in and measuring each room. We're not going in and totaling them up. That's because we need to be consistent. And so the only way to be consistent is to measure the exterior square footage. Now, that does mean if you decided to put very thick walls on your house, we would have more square footage counted for than perhaps you have available to you. But it's the only way we can fairly and equitably consider every property. Additionally, the individuals hired by the firm were not appraisers. They were property inspectors. And so their job was not to assign value. It was to gather information. That may explain their limited ability to provide guidance on those things, because that's simply not their responsibility and their job.
If I could interrupt here, you said, is this something, Mr. Neiman, that maybe after this portion of the meeting is over, you could go back and talk to her in the conference room? Is that acceptable to both of you?
Sure.
Would that be acceptable, Ms. Bosco? Okay, great. Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Please raise your hand or come on up, please. Oh, come on.
Careful what you wish for.
Janelle Jerome, 36 Columbia Street in West Orange. My question is, on my block, I want to know, how was this done? Practically everyone on my block property tax was raised between $4,000 and $4,500. There's 2 family homes on one side and 1 family homes on the other. How is it possible that the same increase that can be given to a 2-family property can be given to a 1-family property? It doesn't make sense. How is it? If you walk and you look around and then you go outside and you do things, none of what was done was made sense. I want to know exactly how. And to send us a tax bill for $4,500 is unacceptable to increase our, for what? We don't get any services. We get absolutely nothing. for what you're increasing our taxes by. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Neiman.
Thank you for your comment. In the state of New Jersey, unlike in other states, all property is obligated to be treated equally. What that means is that every property in town that's on the tax rolls is paying the same percentage of value of their same percentage of their value in taxes, and that all properties must be assessed to the same standard of value. That's that 100% of market value number that I referred to. So regardless of whether a property is a condominium, a single family home, or a commercial property, if its fair market value is, say, $500,000, it will be paying taxes equal to every other property assessed for $500,000. And so a two-family home that may primarily be an investment for an individual may still be worth the same as a single-family home across the street. That's a place someone calls home, like the owner calls home. That doesn't mean their value is different, and we as a municipality cannot treat or tax them differently. We're obligated to assess to the same standard of value and obligated to tax at the exact same rate. And to be clear, that is not the same in every state. Other states have different setups, and so New Jersey is somewhat unique in that. With regards to the change in the tax bill, the reallocation of the tax burden means that properties that have seen the greatest appreciation, the greatest growth in their value, are paying a larger share than they were under the prior values. So in layman's terms, the part of town you're in on Columbia Street has seen a greater appreciation than average municipality-wide. And I understand that has significant financial implications for you and your neighbors. But that's the result of the fair and equitable assessment of property across the town.
Because I'm happy that you realize we're on the other side of the town. That's great. So when you give.
Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting you, but this sounds like something that you probably could better deal with in the conference room after we're finished with this. Is that acceptable? Is that okay? Instead of yelling for the. Great, thank you.
Seth Weiss, letter 17 Howell Drive. So a question on that letter that we received, on the bottom, it said what our new taxes, overall tax bill was going to be. That was based on the rates that we're paying now, correct?
So the letter was, just to be clear, was an estimate. That's not an official notice of your tax
An
bill.
estimate based on what number?
And so that's based on the new assessments and an estimated tax rate, which basically takes the amount of money that was collected in 2024, so the total tax levy from 2024, and distributes it amongst the new assessed values. And so it basically says the town, the school, and the county are going to collect the same amount of money. If they were to collect the same amount of money, what would the tax bill be in 2025?
So it's saying to me, it would say what my tax bill would be based on that, but in actuality, so how are we supposed to budget? I get it, that's one formula, but if the taxes for next year, is that what I'm going to be paying next year, or that depends on what the county, the school board, and the town does?
As always, your final tax bill is made up of the bill from, made up of the tax levy from the schools, the county, and the township. And they'll finalize that in their normal budget cycles. And so you'll get that same regular tax bill come summer or fall. The number on that letter is an estimate. It's our best guess that we can provide you.
Best guess on the rates, the taxable rates today.
Not the tax rates,
Sorry,
because
yeah.
the assessments have increased substantially.
Okay.
And so if we were using the same rate on the new assessments, that would be very illegal. So we lower the rates to match the same amount of money coming in for the town, the schools and the county to try to give you a sense of what the new bill would be.
So the bill could potentially be, I mean, if we're budgeting and we're all worried about that number on today, it could be a little higher come the fall or summer, correct?
It's possible,
Okay. and
but
what-
that's all dependent on the county and the schools and the township's budgets that they'll work on over the
So
spring.
for West Orange, I mean, just for, I think, public knowledge and education, if that's okay. Well, can you break down those percentages of what's coming? How much goes to the school board? How much goes to the town and the county, just for education purposes?
So I don't have that number off the top of my head. I believe the split is on the tax bill that's sent out, but I'm not sure.
Already goes to schools.
It is, and I don't have the exact percentages, but the majority of your taxes do go to the Board of Education.
It's
They-
about 60 something percent.
It's by far the largest levy. And then we'd have the county and municipal. So speaking for municipal, what sort of the conversation is, what do you get for municipal? That includes, your garbage pickup. You dial 911 and you need a police officer or EMS or fire, that's included in your municipal services. Our inspectors that we have for our building department, our health department, all of those departments are covered under that municipal share. But the majority of your tax bill does go to the Board of Education for, the support for our elementary schools, middle schools, and high school.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman, you're out of order.
I neglected to ask, are there resources available for residents that want to appeal, but don't have the financial resources to hire an attorney on their own? Or will there be some guidance from the town on where they can go to get some help?
So no attorney is required to file a tax appeal. Individuals are more than capable of filing pro se. The township and the county do not have separate resources specifically regarding tax appeals in that sense. But if you have any questions or concerns, call the assessor's office and we'll try to help you best we can.
Anybody else? So just,
I'd like to respond.
yeah, so I would like to just close this portion of the meeting in terms of public comment and open it up to either comments, responses, or questions from the council people. Councilwoman Deborah Michael,
Thank you, Council President.
can't wait.
I have a question about the pilot. So pilots are negotiated. Is the money collected via a pilot equal to what the property would pay if it was taxed like other properties?
If I could just interrupt this. Pilots are a deep, dark black hole to talk about. And what I'd like to do is perhaps change this to reschedule this to another council meeting where we can get people speaking, where we have more time. And if you really want to delve into the weeds and even the philosophical underpinnings of pilots, we can do that. But I would prefer if we did not do that tonight, if that's okay with everyone.
That's fine.
Thank you. Does anybody here on the council want to respond to anything that was said during this portion of public comment? Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just appreciate the residents for coming in, for those of you who spoke and who haven't spoke. I just can't believe talking to a lot of residents and how painful these increases are. Janelle, we've corresponded. I know where the issues you've had this past year, and especially in your area. And what's actually been happening is a lot of flippers are coming in. They buy these properties as LLCs. They're renovating them. They're selling them, raising the values sky high. And you're seeing that in your area. What's frustrating for you, especially and your neighbors, is that you're putting up with all their garbage that they're leaving around while they're flipping these properties. And that administration needs to handle and be on top of. And for that, I really feel for you. And now you got to get hit with the higher tax assessment like this. So I just, my heart feels for you. But but this is what our community is at a crossroads because because of geographically where we live after the pandemic, I myself, is in the real estate business. So I had worked for a title insurance company or kind of still almost semi-retired. But just seeing it the past few years and seeing, the change in the pandemic and all the new residents and the bidding wars out there. I mean, we have a few realtors in the audience. And so a lot of folks who lived here forever cashing out and moving out of town. And these are the repercussions and the fallout from that. And I don't know what we could do as a community or how we overcome this because there's going to be folks really strapped. And so I don't know what kind of resources do they have?
So the New Jersey property tax, as I was talking about, is pretty simple, right? It's a standard rate on a standard value. And that simplicity is helpful in many circumstances. It makes it really easy for the town to know it's going to get the money it needs to pay the schools and pay the county and pay for its operations. But it's very uncaring. It's an axe where perhaps a scalpel would be better. The state has a number of programs that assist seniors and certain people with disabilities, as well as deductions for veterans and veterans and those with disabilities. Those programs, you can find out more information about them by calling our office. There's also state programs such as the Anchor program, which covers a broader swath of the population that provides a rebate for some amount of property taxes. So at the municipal level, we're bound by state law and extremely limited in the things we can do to benefit or help taxpayers. It would be illegal for us to assess someone or tax someone for less than what their fair market value property requires us to. That being said, the state is able to get around those restrictions and so has some programs accordingly. But that would be where I would point individuals.
And I have one last comment, and because how many companies are out there that do these evaluations? I know of, they're also all over the state. Are there a few vendors out there? Were there multiple vendors? How many actually do this type of work and are out there within our state?
If my most recent examination of it is correct, there are 6 firms statewide that are licensed to do this work. But most of those are primarily focused on commercial valuation. And so in this part of New Jersey, the firms that kind of do big revaluations of whole municipalities, it's really 2 firms.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think it's important to note that these are very laborious, intense efforts, right? It's a hard job for these reval firms because 14,700 properties is a heck of a lot of properties to visit. And so, they've been working over years and they're also doing other towns, and that doesn't exempt them from providing us quality service, right? That's not at all what I'm trying to do. We demand and have received on the whole good service, but it's a hard job. And so that kind of explains the limited number of firms. It's also a changing sector. Municipalities are sometimes doing this in-house more so than they have in the past, and doing things annually as opposed to irregularly. And so
Is that an option that we want to look into for the future?
that's something to explore. There's different models, whether that be Monmouth County, which is part of something called the Assessment Demonstration Program, which is in-house reassessments done on a modified calendar. Or there's towns in Bergen County that do it kind of working under traditional structures, and towns in Somerset County. I'd say about 20% of municipalities reassess annually.
Thank you.
Council President, if I could add, just for the benefit of
That'd be crazy.
those in the audience and to the council, the township does employ professional counsel to perform what I think is colloquially called the reverse tax appeal. So where we look at somewhat undervalued, or they look at undervalued commercial properties, and we look to increase that value. And essentially reducing that impact or that the allocation on the residents. Now, we're not moving the needle too much, but we are able to generate increased assessed value on commercial properties and getting additional tax dollars from them, which really brings that burden down. I don't know if you want to talk about that, Jacob, at all, or with Blau and Blau, essentially what we're using.
Yeah, so I have kind of a to the side relationship to that because my office is setting assessments, and so that's not something I participate in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I think it's worth bringing up
Yeah.
that, we are trying to sort of,
Yeah,
I
this-
don't want to say move the balance between residential and commercial, but we do look at our commercial properties, and if they are undervalued, we can go after this reverse tax appeal.
Yeah, I think we need to look at that.
Councilwoman.
For the sake of the general public, and I know I've had residents reach out to me, upset. Can you, and I'm not sure if you mentioned this in the presentation, but could you please let us know how many properties increased, how many properties stayed the same, and how many were reduced?
So approximately 60% of properties went up. Sorry, I can't tell you the specific values because almost every property went up, like a large share of them from an assessment perspective. From a tax bill perspective, an estimated tax bill perspective, 60% saw some amount of increase, 40% either saw zero change or went down.
Okay.
And I believe it was 40% of the total. So like the vast majority of that 60% that went up was under around a 15% change. Like it was primarily modest increases with some outliers.
Thank you.
That was one, can you post that?
That was in one of the
Yeah.
slides had the 60-40.
Yeah, that's
split.
gonna be on the website.
Thank you.
Of course.
Anyone else want to comment to public comment? Well, I'll just say I really appreciate you coming up here, everybody. And again, I join with the other council members here. We feel badly for the people whose taxes have gone up and that it's a burden. But you know who to talk to, Mr. Neiman now. Thank you, Mr. Neiman. If you wanted to go with the folks that wanted to talk to you further, this would be a great time now.
Certainly.
Thank you. You did, I thought you did a very informative job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
And I'll be going to the conference room. You don't have to have come up to public comment to stop by and talk. I'm happy to try to provide any perspective or context that I can. Thank you.
Are you gonna open public comments for other issues today?
I'm just about to.
Oh.
But I would appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, that you not speak from the audience. All right, we have pretty strict rules about that sort of behavior, okay? So please refrain from that. We're going to now go to public comment, and I want to make sure that everybody understands before we start what the ground rules are tonight. We're trying to get through a very large, lengthy agenda. And so to help push that along, the council has decided that for tonight's meeting only, that if you wanted to talk about anything other than what is on the agenda, then we want to postpone your ability to do that to the next council meeting, which is February 11th, when I will guarantee that we will have a much briefer agenda and much more time to allow anyone who wants to speak a public comment to do so. So when you come up, it's important that you specify what agenda item you're talking about. Because if you're not talking about a specific agenda item, I'm going to call you to order and ask you to sit down because we are trying to move this meeting along while still providing an outlet for public comment. Everybody get it? Okay, I want to open it up to public comment. If you would like to speak about an agenda item, please raise your hand, be recognized, and come up here and let us hear you, please. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, please, You are out of order. Please stop talking. No, what you have to do is play by the rules, ma'am.
Okay, my
All
name
right?
is Hella,
No, 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 no.
72 Valley
You
Road.
are not running
Montclair.
the meeting, ma'am. You are quiet until you are recognized, by the chair.
I am trying to
No,
speak.
you are not being quiet. I want you to listen to what the rules are
Okay,
before you say anything
Okay.
else.
I'm listening.
Our ordinance requires
Uh-huh.
to say your name
Hella,
and address.
72 Valley Road, Montclair.
Name and address.
Hella Ganem, 72 Valley Road, Montclair. Did it really need all this banging? And I'm gonna speak now. So last week you
No, ma'am,
voided.
you're not going to
Last
speak
week
now.
you voided. See,
You-
that's your way of silencing me. You are trying to silence me.
Officer
Last week you
Martinez, Okay,
voided.
I'm calling you to
voided
order.
Last week, the
calling you to order, and if you want
discrimination
to-
against
If you want
Arabs
to
and
turn to
Muslims.
order,
I
you
am
can.
speaking. I am speaking.
Council
What am
people
I
will
doing
vote
wrong?
on whether you can be allowed to speak.
Why? Is it this? What's bothering you?
Please escort her
From the
out.
Beginning, I said, I'm Hella Ganem, 72 Valley Road,
not In
Montclair.
order, and you're not
And now
listening to
you
the
are not
presiding
listening
officer.
To put it through. Because I'm Arab and I'm Muslim. It's nothing to do with it.
Really scary, just like I am right now. I am gonna walk out, but this is exactly how you silence us, and I'm gonna be back here February 11th, and you know what? We're gonna be a bigger crowd. Because the way this is going in this country, we are being discriminated against, and you just did it. And you just did it. I was trying to take other states. You know what?
No, just let her go, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for that experience. That is something that should not happen. And I appreciate everybody's patience. If anybody else would like to speak on an agenda item, and if you'd like to come back on February 11th and hear what the person wanted to say, I will be here and we will listen to her for 5 minutes. That's what public comment is. Is there anybody else who would like to speak tonight on an agenda item or come back on February 11th? Please come up.
Bill Rutherford, Hunt Place, West Orange. Wanted to speak, there are multiple resolutions on with regard to legal. I noticed we don't have an attorney in council chambers tonight. Oh, okay. Well, it would be nice if there was an attorney present that the council could actually ask questions of in real time and get feedback from. But I understand even whether the attorney is present on Zoom or not, there's a lot of confusion with regard to who and how the legal department will conduct itself going forward. I think it is imprudent to move forward with any of this stuff until there's more clarity with regard to how this legal department will conduct itself and make sure that the legal department conducts itself in a way that is consistent with both the Faulkner Act and our local code. Thank you.
Good evening, Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. On behalf of our Green West Orange members, I just want to thank the voters of West Orange for putting their faith in our 2025 council team members. It's going to make a world of difference for West Orange, and specifically, I wanted to talk about the $300,000 bill that we have for street tree removal. We have a depleted tree canopy. It's affecting our property values. It's affecting our stormwater control, affecting our ability to deal with climate change. It's very important that we stop cutting those trees unless they are dead and that we replant them. So 300 trees have come down for a cost of over $250,000. And with the shock to the system that everyone is just experiencing with their taxes, I feel like we have to maximize how we spend our money. And that seems like a profligate waste. I see our forester is here tonight. Maybe he's going to speak about that. But I'm going to request that we have more people evaluate these trees and we have more sensitivity to the money being spent to take them down. Every street tree that is in front of somebody's house increases that property value by 15%. That could be $100,000 for someone's home. It also shades their home, it lowers their air conditioning, it provides habitat, it provides beauty. Every person I've ever spoke to said they came to West Orange because they loved the trees. And here we are facing a depleted canopy and a $300,000 bill for taking down street trees and not replanting them. So I'm going to request that we have a street tree commission that works with our forester so we can understand what's going on. Get more trees in the ground, get better prices for the trees, have more community participation in this, and let's just get this off the ground going forward. I think it's important to our morale, our spirit, our stormwater, and our ability to fight this climate crisis. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Please.
I'd like to, Lawrence Cohen, Lincoln Avenue, West Orange. I would like to second Sally Malenga about the trees. I mean, she did a great job. 300,000 just to cut the trees is crazy, especially with the budget crisis. I mean, I feel so badly for people whose houses were reevaluated so high, and I think the council, the way they can help is actually to have 0 budget increase this year, or maybe a decrease. I mean, the budget could decrease and the people's tax assessments would be minus that decrease. That could be a goal. Maybe there should be a moratorium on tree cutting. I think there was, I don't know. I think there was majority of the trees that were cut down were healthy and fine. There are some geese that have tried to have families on Vincent Pond. They go to the island in the middle. Their eggs are poisoned by the geese, killing whatever company that West Orange hires, and let's not hire them anymore. Let the geese, the few families that try to start their lives here in West Orange, let them have goslings, let them have babies. I think there might be something up in other ponds that, some other geese may try to start families. And it would be exciting for the people in West Orange, for the kids. I mean, I always grew up watching geese and the little goslings swimming along. I mean, it would just be wonderful for the community itself. It's unnatural to not see baby geese, for just the children growing up in West Orange. So that would be about a $13,000 saving if we just cut out this geese control program. Just cut it out completely. The New Jersey Municipal Services Act. I saw something in the agenda in the TAP that said something about going back to maybe I misread it, 1993 for lighting reimbursement. Here in the agenda, it didn't seem to be going back, but anyhow, retroactive reimbursement, I don't think should be allowed. So if the private communities are trying to get reimbursement for lighting that it was this year or something current, that's okay. That's what New Jersey does. New Jersey is the only state in the whole country that has a Municipal Services Act that has private communities get paid by the township money, which is hurting us. I mean, that could be another consideration. The town could fight back a little more stringently if they want on certain services. They argue about snow plowing, for example. A lot of towns say that private communities have winding roads and they have more stringent snow plowing demands of driveways and this and that, so the townships give less money, whatever. So anyhow, if it is retroactive, don't do it. Don't do retroactive reimbursements. And last thing, I guess the legal fees, you see all these different legal this and that. I think we could try to cut down on legal fees. I mean, the hourly rates are too high, it seems, and hopefully the legal profession is a little more competitive, that the town can find better rates and maybe cut down just on legal services needed. And it is sad that there's so much litigation going on with the town. And maybe if they could somehow, both sides of an argument could be less argumentative and less, less whatever. This is a big part of our budget, legal. We have to try to cut it down. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'm seeing nobody else would like to speak. So at this point, I'm going to close public comment and ask my colleagues if anyone would like to respond. Councilwoman Geber.
Thank you to those of you here tonight in person and on Zoom, and for addressing your concerns in an effort to keep my remarks brief, because I know we're going to be here till midnight. We have a very long agenda. I just want to thank everyone for sitting here and for speaking up.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, I'm good. I just want to say something very, very quickly. Thank you to Lawrence and Sally who spoke about the environment. And I think that the people of West Orange have spoken very clearly by enabling me to be on this dais. And I'm really happy to be here and to represent a more environmental approach. We will very carefully look at tree contracts, at the issue of the geese, to try and deal with the population in a far more humane way. As to legal costs, stay tuned tonight. I mean, we're gonna carefully go over the contracts. We definitely should be consolidating a lot of the services and saving money for our taxpayers. There's way too many legal costs.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
I'll just very quickly too, I want to thank everyone who came down. Of course, Sally, for advocating reasonable tree policy, and Lawrence as well. You really hit on some of the main points. We need more community participation and awareness, and we need to ensure that our trees that are viable are not cut down. And when we do our work, we do everything we can to save trees, particularly when we're doing the street work. Lawrence, you also, I appreciate your interest in the budget and the legal fees. We are going to look at very closely. You're right on the money. I think there are some savings there. We're going to scrutinize all parts of the budget as we move forward. Thank you to everybody for paying attention.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Castellino, I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. I spoke earlier, just, thanking everyone again for coming down this evening.
Just to close response to public comment, I appreciate the three voices. They were all good questions, all good comments, and I can assure you that we up here on the dais are all focused on making improvements in all the areas that were mentioned in public comments. So thank you very much. If it's okay with the rest of you, I'd like to take a 5-minute break. Does that sound good? We will be back. We will be back in 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I can't get the clock. There we go. 8:41. We will restart at 8:41. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fagan. We're back, and I just wanted to ask my council colleagues if now would be an appropriate time to have the Downtown West Orange Alliance presentation. They have several of their board members here, so we could send them home.
Yeah.
If we want to. Does that work for everybody?
Fine.
I'm fine.
Good. Well, I'm gonna do the presentation. Everybody's here. If we still need information, we will request it and we'll get it at a later time. There's nothing else to do.
What information has been sent?
So please, we have Ms. Megan Brill, who's the Executive Director of the Downtown West Orange Alliance. Coming here, she's speaking essentially about the 2025 budget and plans and also the 2024 performance. Please, Ms. Brill.
Wow, there's a lot of microphones here. So I'm Megan Brill, Executive Director with the Downtown Alliance. I want to thank a bunch of our board members are here and some property owners. So I appreciate your time tonight. Our 2025 budget is the same as last year's budget. We have 135 in assessment. Like Jake explained, the assessment is still ongoing. And we should get our final numbers. We usually don't get our numbers until February or March anyway, but we think that that number is pretty close. We get 65,809 as a cash contribution from the township. We get 28,000 in in-kind services, which is the office in the basement and some extra services that town hall provides. We carried forward $5,000 from last year's budget. We are planning a winter fundraiser, a winter event and a fall fundraiser. We had plans a harvest festival that got canceled last year because of the weather. So then built into this budget is an additional 30,000 in fundraising that primarily comes from the street fair, holiday open house, a little bit from Restaurant Week, and a couple of the Downtown Thursday events. And then lastly, we rounded out with $20,000 that is shared between Downtown Alliance and Pleasant Valley Productions. It was community support money that I believe is on the rec line. So that's built into this budget. And then we have about $100 in interest income. So our expenses coming into this year, and I used the graph and I added the colors to kind of show where the increases and decreases are. So in total office operations, we are raising that line by $12,500. The net amount is $114,500. That includes a $5,000 raise for Amy McCampbell, who's our social media coordinator. I requested that the board provide a raise to her, and they agreed. And the other $10,000 is split between a $5,000 raise for me and $5,000 towards my health benefits. So how that'll work out in the future is if a raise gets made a percent of my salary, it's on 65, not 70. So the 5,000 will stay as a share towards my health insurance every year. Okay, in-kind services is the same that it was. We're going to spend economic development. We have 2 new board members that are on economic development. We have Darren Nurse, who's a realtor with Jordan Barris, and Rich Groves is coming back on our board, which we're excited about. So they collectively are really working the property owners, really giving some attention to the landlords that need a little help in finding better tenants. Insurance and professional services, $5,000. It's pretty much been that for the last several years. Marketing and promotion, we reduced that item by $7,500, and that primarily was the marketing firm that we had hired. Traditionally, we started paying them like 30 grand a year, and after the first 2 years, we really kind of whittled away at that number. And then with the impact of Amy being around, she does our newsletter, our social media, and she keeps up with all of the promotions that all of our businesses are doing. So that means that there's less money that's coming into that we need Suasion or a marketing firm to do. So that's a $7,500 less. Organization is $6,600. That pays for the operation of what we do within the board. Visual improvement is also a reduction of $5,000. That specifically is going to get made up in grants that we received. And it'll be for buying planters and flowers and new banners and different things that we were pre-approved from by the state of New Jersey in a grant. I'm gonna keep going, okay, unless you guys have questions. Okay, so some of our highlights that happened this year, we had some really great Downtown Thursday events. We had our street fair, which that is actually a picture from the top of Edison Lofts, which is pretty crazy how big it is, makes me nervous seeing all of that. But we had, record attendance, record sold out vendors, really fun day. Lots of, 5,000-6,000 people came to West Orange that day. Washington Street. Wait, Joe, it's going the wrong way. Yep, I'm sorry. Okay, Washington Street improvement. I have to get the little thing there. Okay, so that's the project that we've been involved in with engineering and the State Transportation Authority. It's going to absolutely redefine Washington Street. It'll stretch almost the whole street by the time phase 1 and phase 2 are done. There's going to be rain gardens in there. There's going to be a whole new streetscape, a whole new bump outs for pedestrian safety, which is going to make that Washington Street is not very walkable. So that entire project, which is about $800,000 or $900,000 in improvements, just phase 1, is really going to impact. And we're excited. We saw plans. We had a meeting. There's going to be another meeting so folks can see more of the plans. But we're excited. The only down part of that is it's not going to kick in until like 2026. But we are excited about what that improvement is really going to do. And it talks about how long it takes to get Fed money into your township. This is one of our new businesses on Washington Street, Hibera. She has fabulous clothing, accessories, jewelry, all kinds of stuff. We did a ribbon cutting, and we are especially excited because she's one of the new 5 retailers downtown. One of our weaknesses within our business inventory is we don't have a lot of retail. And this is one of 3 right in Torrey Corner that is a new retail store. So we're excited.
Gorgeous pocketbooks.
Right, gorgeous pocketbook that Michelle bought for Christmas time. All right, so this is our other development project. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of land available within downtown. Our vacancy rate hovered around 4% all year long. Walgreens went out and one of the other hair salons went out, and that jumped our vacancy rate up to 6.5, which made me nervous because I don't like it being over 4. But what I wanted to talk about is this project. This is Northfield Avenue. It's like right when you come off of 280. It's already set to be redeveloped into 11 apartments. They hopefully will be breaking ground anytime now, but it's going to definitely change the entranceway to Main Street. So that's one of the projects that's going. The other project that is also pre-approved is the Welland Hotel. It's picking up, this is the hotel property, and then there's the 2 stores that are right next door to it. All of that, again, went through planning and has design plans ready to go to put like 12 apartments there. And they're going to build up over, they're not changing the height of the Welland Hotel, but they are changing, they're going to build all this up to meet that top peak. The plans look really great. The owner is one of the property owners that owns more than one property downtown, which is pretty exciting that we have a few folks that own a bunch of different places. The third property is the Rite Aid building. So now the family that owns this building also owns the Benji Strip. So it goes this way. And they want to redevelop the whole thing. They would buy everything in St. Mark's Square if they could, and they have great plans. But I wanted to throw in our budget presentation because having people that live downtown support downtown, and that's definitely the future of having a really efficient and effective Main Street corridor. The other new property that just came in is Walgreens. Sadly, corporate closed the store. Not sure why. And we did hear that they're looking to buy the rest of that block. And if they buy the rest of that block, there's going to be real big development happening on a good, like 6 acres right there. So it butts up, it's from Main Street all the way back to almost the Powell Field, like halfway up, Irwin. So it's, again, an investment. Folks are looking to invest in our downtown, and that makes us excited. And it's definitely something that, you know, we want to support more of. And when you look at our vacancy rate hovering around 5, that's not game-changing amount of land. You know, if somebody's not going to be able to come in and transform the way Main Street looks, the transformation really happens at Barton Press when we build a movie studio. So that is all that. Okay, I think it's important that you know that the Downtown Alliance participates in all of these committees, and we sit on their boards. We're at meetings all the time. A bunch of us attend anything that we get to, that we get invited to, and we regularly attend these meetings weekly and monthly. So pedestrian safety, economic development, public relations, senior services. We meet monthly with Laura Van Dyke, Noella, and Olive, sorry, and talk about any way that senior services can be incorporated into everything that we do downtown. Anytime that there's an event, they can come and get a table. We want them to, we push out their newsletter. We do anything that we can do to collaborate with them. The West Orange Chamber, we have a longstanding relationship with the Chamber. The Mayor's Office, we're excited to have Melanie on board. We're working on helping the town with a newsletter that they're nailing social media. They're nailing, you know, being able to push out information over Facebook and Instagram, but we're missing population by not doing a newsletter. And the mayor has really said that she really wants to make that happen. So we're collaborating with the mayor's office. We work with the Department of Rec on, you know, key events throughout the year, and the public library. They are big players in our street fair, always. Okay, initiatives. I'm not going to talk about all the initiatives that we have. The budget presentation will be online, so you can look at it later. But some of the key areas, we're continuing the Bright Ideas Academy. This is our quarterly business meetup, where I think this year we're going to change it up. We've been meeting at lunch. We did a nighttime, maybe hit a breakfast meeting, but we're pulling in the folks that have best practices. And NJEDA, NJBAC, Sustainable New Jersey, all of those organizations have great programs and provide great benefit to our business owners. We also have, and this is one of the areas of focus for us, property owner outreach and engagement. We know the 5 or 6 stores that are vacant now. What we don't know is who's planning to sell, or somebody coming in to buy something that isn't on our list of vacancies. When we have great relationship with our property owners, we get that intel. And if they're looking to sell, or they're wanting to rent to somebody new, we have that intel and we can meet folks up. And we're hoping that we can expand that. We need to get tons more email addresses for all of our property owners. And a really neat stat about that is we have 45 property owners that own their building and have their store there. Like John McAvoy, who is in Florida, he apologizes for not being here. He's been in that building for 44 years. And he has had a store there in 44 years. O'Hara Electric, Willman's Auto Body, you know, all those stores, there's lots of really great buy-in. And I think the number's like 25 other people live in West Orange and then own property downtown. So they're not empty, you know, not empty landlords. There are people that care about the township. So we're hoping to expand that outreach program. And then the other thing that we're excited about is the parking study. We should be hearing from Dynamic Traffic about, they studied downtown and then all the way into the valley. And we really need some help with identifying better parking, figuring out what fees should be charged, you know, all of that, from capital expense to meters to, you know, where we can pick up parking, where we can make one ways, take away one ways. I know Zaddy Beth loves one ways. But we're excited about that because it's going to have direct impact on the corridor. So we've been involved. Thank you to engineering for including us from day one in those meetings. And we're looking forward to hearing that report very soon. And then there's a bunch of other stuff that we have 4 committees that constantly are working together to do all these things. Me and Amy kind of, are the heads of things, but it really does branch out, and a lot of other people help us get stuff done. Okay, grants. There's been a lot of talk about grants, and Michelle reminded me, excuse me, that this is like a phenomenon that's happened since COVID. We used to never get any grants. Main Street, New Jersey now gives money to to their townships. You have to fill out a crazy application, and you have to do a ton of work in order to document that you deserve the money. But we were able to get 2 grants that we actually did with the tourism division that the township got. So the Welcome to West Orange video and our mini selfie campaign that's still ongoing are 2 initiatives that the township received all of the money. And then the 2 that downtown got were a $33,000 grant that was funded in 23 and 24. And it was the butterfly. And I actually have another slide that I'll show you before I'm done about what Imagination Alley really looks like and how excited we are about that. Actually, let me go to that right now. Okay, so this is Imagination Alley. This was Patrick Sutherland took this picture. Probably should have given him photo credit. Sorry. Patrick took this picture at night, and it's gorgeous. So this is the alleyway between Hanson Lot and Main Street, right by Supreme Bakery. And we wrote this quote because it really is like a fantastic thing that the state of New Jersey did by giving us this money. So the impact of this project had on Joe. I want that slide. Thank you, sir. Okay, so this grant allowed us to inject $33,000 directly into our local economy. We were able to hire 8 different contractors that were local to create this beautifully well-lit entrance from Main Street to our parking lot. People like to stay away from that area, and it really does hurt the businesses that are in Torrey Corner, that are in St. Mark's. So I was excited that we were able to really put $33,000 in the hands of folks that actually live and work here. So I'm excited about that. And that was Imagination Alley. So I'm going to go back to the other grant. We did get $150,000 transformational strategy grant. I did send in information to all of you with what specific projects were associated with that 150. We did receive 75,000 last year. And if I do everything we say we're going to do, we'll get another 75 in June or July. But the key parts of that is we bought Placer, which is that crazy software that tells us like where everybody's moving and what they're doing when they're here and where they're coming from. And then it's going to fund some capital projects. It's going to fund a public art mural. The wall that's in that alleyway at Supreme Bakery is painted freshly, but we want to put a mural on it. So we have a bid, an RFP out for people's ideas. We wanted everyone to see what the decorations look like over it to get a really meaningful mural that's going to go on that wall. So we have, we're adding to our facade grant program, which is really helpful because our businesses tend to, when they go to try to get their sign, it's the last bit of money that they have and they're underfunded to get it done. And we can say, if you make a little bit nicer sign, we can help pay for it. So that is definitely a program that we've done, we work really well with. And then after meeting with Councilwoman Rudin, she was talking about blade signs. These are sideways signs. And definitely the strip mall by Castle Rock. You come around that corner and you can't really see all the signs. Sideways signs would be perfect there. So we are talking to Castle and the New West Orange Diner about sideways signs, but we thought, wow, let's up our game. Instead of giving 50%, let's give 75% of a sign for a sideways sign. So we're going to roll out that program, and hopefully the added benefit is the new folks get to participate, but folks, older businesses that don't have a sideways sign, they can do that too. So it'll give them a chance to spruce up their store, and it give us an opportunity to talk about their storefronts. Say we have this new product, come play with us. Okay, these are budgets in the downtown, these are downtown New Jersey, townships. And, I always think it's crazy the numbers that are participating in there and how much staff everybody has. The downtown West Orange is twice as long as South Orange Avenue, and our budget is like half of theirs. And that's the struggle that we have. We have a lot of houses and parks and schools in our downtown corridor, and that picks up our ability to create a property tax value. So those are the numbers there. I thought that was kind of cool. We talk about Metuchen a lot. We saw, oh God. We talk about Metuchen a lot. And when we saw that they won the Great American Main Street Award, our friend Isaac, who was the manager there, gave us so much information about how they really did it. They have the benefit of a train line, so it definitely is harder for us to be able to capitalize on our jitney, but we're trying. And so those are the stats about where everybody is within the Main Street, New Jersey community. Okay, that's it for me, unless you have questions, and I'm sure that you do.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. There was one thing that when we met and we discussed, you informed me about what Placer is. And I just really want to make sure that West Orange residents really understand what this is, how much it costs, and what it's doing.
Okay. All right. So, Placer is, it's called Placer AI, and it's a databasing software that tracks people's IP addresses on your phones, and it is able to create an understanding of where you go and what you do with your money. We looked at Chit Chat Diner, and I was surprisingly surprised to know that 85% of the people that go to Chit Chat are really from West Orange. I really thought it would be a broader poll, but it's 85% West Orange, and then Livingston, and then a bunch of other after that. So it's funny that a lot of folks go from home to Chit Chat in the morning, and then from Chit Chat to home at night. And there's like 600 individual visits a year in just Chit Chat. So we're able to pull up information about them, how that's beneficial to downtown. And actually, because it is $15,000, and it started out at 25,000, and I chewed them down to 15, and we wouldn't have bought it if we didn't get that big grant, the 150,000. And I think everybody that got the 150 in the state bought Placer, because it's just out of the ballpark. But how we really want to use it is we looked at, I don't want to say the businesses because that's not fair, but we looked at who's got the best cheeseburger in town. And we looked at the folks that were the psychographics associated with the people that eat that cheeseburger at that store. And then we shared it with some of our businesses and explained to them, this is who you need to go after. This is the kind of advertising you need to do. This is the kind of menu you need to do. So that's how we were able to, hopefully help our businesses. You saw, we shared it with Economic Development, and we shared it with the Economic Development Commission that the town has. I think it would be hugely beneficial for Zalubeth's office to use it. It can tell you, actually, we just looked up today, the Lofts is trying to rent the one restaurant on the corner. And John Hoff called and he said, how many people travel on Main Street during the day? So we went into Placer, and it's like 10,000 people, travel down Main Street. On Mondays and Tuesdays is the busiest day. And then it kind of dwindles off. And then Saturday, there's like 8,000 people that are in front of the Lofts. So he's using that in his media campaign to say, hey, there's 10,000 people that are going to drive past the store. Come and rent my building. So that's kind of, how we do it. That's what Placer is.
Okay. So I really wanted West Orange residents to be aware of this because there's sort of a little bit of a creepy element to Placer because we are all being geo-tracked. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows this. Is that right?
Right. So they don't know that it's Joyce Rubin. They know that this lady goes to this place and this is the kind of things that she buys. And this is how many times she frequents it. And this is the route that you take. We actually looked at, because I really wanted the town to pay for it. So I looked at Rock Spring Golf Club. And the thing that I saw about Rock Spring that was really interesting, and it was during COVID or like right after COVID, and the club was like rocking. People were going 2-3 times a week there. But what we saw in Placer, it tells you that the people that frequent Rock Spring also go to this golf course and they also go to this Top Golf. So if we or Kemper wanted to advertise to people, they would go to Springfield and the route that they take, put a billboard there to say, come to Rock Spring Golf Course. You know, we got it all going on. So it's that kind of stuff. It doesn't know exactly it's you, but it knows your characteristics. It's really neat data.
What
It's definitely the
what
cutting edge.
characteristics does it know about me?
I probably would have to look up. I mean, it knows where you would frequent. So we looked at Walter Bauman's. We were at, oh, yes. All right, come on.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
Have,
Darren's one of my board members and he knows Placer really well.
Sure.
So let me explain something about to you. Yeah. Oh, I thought I heard the echo. I was just.
maybe you should come up here with Meg.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he should, Joe.
You want to come here?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's probably easier to just stay there if that's.
It doesn't.
It's getting crowded.
So listen, this is what you need to understand about Placer. It's not anything to freak out anybody. If you use a credit card, you have what is called a digital footprint. You having a digital footprint is going to tell you where you spend money, how you spend money, how much money you spend. What Placer does in place of that is tell you where people are going and how they spending their money. So for instance, if you live in West Orange and you go to Chit Chat, you use that card there. If you go to Short Hills Mall, it's going to track you using that card at Short Hills Mall. So it's just your digital footprint following you wherever you go, and you use either your credit card or your debit card. So with that, it also tells you as traffic flows, where the traffic is coming off at, right? Where most of the traffic is coming off at.
Is it following your phone or is it your license plate?
It's not
It's
your
your
license
IP
plate,
address.
it's not your phone, it's your digital footprint.
It's the IP address.
Right, it's your digital footprint is your credit card, your debit card, right? If your phone is connected to your debit or your credit card, then we happen to follow your phone. So wherever you have that connected to, that's how it follows. It's not anything to make anyone feel like they're being creeped out or they're being tracked or traced or anything like that. It's more or less to track how people are spending and where they're spending their money. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get people in West Orange to spend money in West Orange.
How do you know that the people live in West Orange? I understand tracking the digital footprint, but how do you know that that person also lives in West Orange?
Your credit card, your debit card.
But how do you know where they live?
Your
Well, I
credit
think,
card, your debit card, where you get your
Billing address. Your
Well, I
billing
think
address.
that what we asked
No,
that
what
question
I'm
because
saying,
when we first
yeah.
looked at Placer, Ron Raymond was really creeped out about the security side of things. And it wasn't until like the second or third salesman, actually sales lady, really explained that to me. So what she was trying to say is that by the amount of time you're spending in one place, so 8 hours at one time, that's how they know where you're living and where you're coming from, the times of day. It's difficult for us to get stats on the Lofts building because of the residents there. So you need to spend a certain amount of time in the footprint. So what we really want to do is say, who's at Dose? But we can't really, Dose is the pharmacy that's in there. We can't really say who's there because it's getting mirrored with
Other
the
residents.
folks that are upstairs. So the data isn't perfect. You definitely need to, look at it and analyze it. But we could pull up and say, there's 5,000 people in St. Cloud, and the sidewalks over there, see 5,000 people. But in Gregory, there's 8,000 people that see those sidewalks. So if we have to choose between St. Cloud and Gregory, we're going to get a better bang for our buck in Gregory because there's 8,000 people that use that sidewalk. So it just gives us good matrix for making better decisions about everything that we do.
I think it's important to understand.
Could you just
Placer
identify yourself again,
Oh,
Seth, just
I'm
so
sorry.
we know?
I'm Seth Weisler. I'm also on the board, of the Downtown West Orange Alliance. we subscribe to this service who collects data. There's several other companies out there that do the same thing as Placer for multiple towns, companies, things like that, to know where people go, what they shop, the profiles and all these things. So we just subscribe to it to better understand what's actually happening in our town, giving a resource to be used by different entities to be able to have a factual basis to say, okay, this is kind of what we need. This is where we want to go. If we all went to a store in Short Hills Mall and you walk in that store and, oh, on your phone pops up an ad, that's your digital footprint
Yeah.
being tracked by that store. They're using an outside third-party service. So we didn't engage a service to track West Orange residents. We engaged a service who's tracking this people in general across the country, not just in West Orange. not
I just
in-
really want to understand. So you're tracking our shopping, but you also,
We are Placer.
but you also know where we live because our credit cards came home with us?
So those are companies out there that track digital footprints and create data. And there are people who can subscribe to that and buy those services to do that. So when you say we're not tracking, West Orange is not tracking, it's Placer and other companies like Placer that tracks people's digital footprints.
Right. And the information that you're getting from Placer, do they sell that information about?
No.
Okay.
No, they don't sell it. What a company, and actually, Essex Green is,
They utilize it, yeah.
they have Placer. So how they use it is they'll say, and actually we looked at this when we were trying to rent the wine store, that, there's certain businesses that go next to, Macy's, certain businesses that are always, whenever you see, at Five Guys, you see the Buckaroos. So they use Placer to be able to find, like, we got Five Guys, we need Buckaroos. So they're able to, search all over the country and get data, and then it puts them on the level playing field with the franchise. And that's how our understanding is, that's how the folks at Essex Green. I think that the American Freight that's vacant now, it's a huge building where Sears used to be. Like, what that's going to end up being, like, they should be looking everywhere in Placer to try to find a great tenant for that. So it's a side geeky kind of thing, but it definitely is something that we have a team of folks that understand it way more than me. And if we don't get a grant for next year, I don't think we'll be able to afford it. So we're trying to get all the data we can out of it.
I think it's important to show that West Orange is using the latest technology to drive decision-making and those kinds of things, that we actually have factual data, not just guessing. So it's easy to guess and say, oh yeah, we want people to come from Bergen County into West Orange to shop, or to here and that. Now we actually have data to show us what would that take to actually get Bergen County residents to shop in West Orange on a Sunday, if we wanted them to shop here and not somewhere else. So it's a state-of-the-art technology that is being used by many companies, many municipalities, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that was the number one thing that towns bought with the grants.
Councilwoman Rudin, are you finished? Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to thank the team for being here tonight, and Ms. Brill and Ms. McCampbell. They have just done an outstanding job. The newsletter, the new website, update the website for the Restaurant Week, March 30th through April 6th this year. And just working townwide, we started with Suasion. They taught us utilizing, they won multiple awards from the New Jersey Division of Tourism. We have the zoo, we have the museum, we have the golf course. We have tens of thousands, not 100,000 people coming here each and every year, but how to keep them here, dine and shop here. And now we have this data system that we could track exactly where they're coming from. We have some great success stories. Nicholas Anthony, they received a Yelp review that was nationwide. And we're teaching also our business owners to track where your clientele is coming from. So so you could tap into that, so they know that they have people coming out of the region. Our big challenge at the downtown is getting support and getting the redevelopment projects done. You saw there's some opportunities here. We had earlier, as Mr. Mann's still here, 80 Main Street has a new owner. He's been very engaged and renovating that building, that site, and has been in contact with us. And so, we need the support because we get people to come. They've done an outstanding job of getting people to Main Street all summer long with Downtown Thursdays. People come down, but then they come visit and, this is what's here. Is there anything else? And getting people excited to let them know there's more to come. So that's going to have to be our job. I hope we could help pass their budget this evening. I hope we could help focus on the areas that we need to focus. So they could be self-sustaining. That only happens if there's major redevelopment and up the assessments in that area to help them to support themselves. But I want to thank them. They've done an outstanding job. They work really hard, and our group is growing, and there's more and more volunteers. I want to thank also the high school. Our Mountaineers have been coming down to help us at all our events. We had 6,000 people to the street fair in June. It's a big event. We were never before in New Jersey tourism magazine, and we are now. We are featured in multiple magazines, and I also want to thank Mr. Fagan too for his promotion when he helps us out. But a lot of work has gone into this, and I appreciate Ms. Burl making herself available. I hope everybody's questions and documents, that you received. If you have anything else you need, she's available. So thank you for being available.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up, Councilwoman.
Sure.
You were talking about the people who come to downtown that you guys can attract and get downtown. And
Yeah.
and then in some
Yeah.
cases, they say,
In some
say,
spots,
what
they
else is
say,
there to
what
do
else
down
is
here?
like more,
But-
yes, more stores, retail, restaurants. So, and we know all this. These are our challenges, and that's what we strive to plug in those holes.
Right. That's what I was going to ask you. What is the data that you have that tells you that you're attracting people downtown? And what else does that data say? I'm thinking about, does Placer give you that?
Well,
Well,
now,
I
now,
think-
now
yeah.
it does.
Definitely, we pulled street fair data off of Placer, so we
Yeah.
knew the peak hours and how many people were there. So I think that was like 2.5 hours from like 12 to 3 or something. So we were able to get that kind of numbers. We could pull data on Downtown Thursdays, the Hispanic night, which was like a really big hit. We could pull that. But I think what we're really finding is, and I tend to attract a lot of realtors. There's like they're all realtors that we say sets not realtors, sorry. But what we find is that the people that they're selling houses to are coming from, Brooklyn and New York, and they're buying in a town that they have a walkable downtown.
Yeah.
So our social media, we're getting tons of
Hits.
likes and hooks and all kinds of response. Folks come down and then they're like, this is the event. So, we have a really great, food truck and games and cool bands and all that stuff. And from 5 to 8, it's great. And then what do? If we're in Eagle Rock, they can walk over to all the restaurants that are there, but there isn't a great restaurant assortment in Torrey Corner. If they were shopping, you could do a little bit of that in Torrey. But, when we do St. Mark's, folks want to hang out at Benji's and they pick up cupcakes at Supreme. So it's that kind of stuff. So really what we're saying is meeting the people that come there. And I love when there are people that I don't know. I lived here all my life, so I know everybody. And because of their friends and the people that we're attracting on our social media and newsletters, we're getting new folks that actually care about and are supporting downtown. And that's exciting for us.
Parking's an issue, and that's where the Lando lot hopefully will be on the capital budget next week. And that lot, the basketball court needs to be removed. So we've had businesses that have not survived because of the lack of parking in that area. And so I hope, that we could get information for you early enough so you can understand what's going on there. The federal grant that's coming in, unfortunately, it's taken 3 years to get here. But when, we have great potential for Washington Street and Torrey Corner and to spread. But again, it's all about planning. It's all about consulting. The downtown has their role and they do a great job on what they need to do, but that's only so much. There's a lot of work that we're going to need to help assist them. And I know you spent some time with Ms. Brill, and I thank you for that and for all your support for my colleagues. So
I just want to say that I think that all of your work would benefit if we had an in-house town planner
I would agree.
who you could work with and help, give a strategic plan that you can help carry out.
I understand.
I just wanted to make a plug for the planner.
thanks.
So some of you remember when I was here on the council the first time, and so you pretty much are used to what questions I ask. And I just want to hone in on the comment that we're drawing people downtown with all of your events. But what I'm really asking for is what does the data and what does the data analysis show you about all of these different events? How many people do you seem to bring down compared to a similar day where there isn't an event? So you can get a
Right,
delta
so-
on what might be.
Right, well,
That's what I'm
it-
saying, because it would be very helpful to me for you to put up your 10 biggest events and then see the
Yeah.
actual data of what's there and what the delta is. And so we can get a better feel for the progress, the actual achievement. You have a lot of great marketing and PDFs and that sort of thing, and it all looks good, but how is it moving the needle? And that's why I was asking about the
Yeah.
data.
So we absolutely need to get you on Placer, right? So Amy, tomorrow we're gonna send a note. We just got a new rep and we meet like every 2 weeks and they teach us all about Placer. So that'll give you a log on and then you can go and mess around and, figure out your own stuff. But the one stat that jumps out at me about what you said is that we doubled our downtown Thursdays and there was one Thursday that we didn't have an event and we pulled up, what was going on that Thursday. And there was a 25% drop in the people that were downtown because we did not have that event. And I was like, crap, we have to do like 8 more next year now because it brings people downtown. They, they need something to go to. And so that was one thing that jumped out at us, but there's tons of different like numbers in there that you would love it.
But to his point, and the point that we, in our challenges, and we get frustrated with is, yes, they're coming to the events, but are they coming back the next day? And no, that's not always the case. And that's because of the inventory of businesses that are there. And that's why the downtown and has been wanting us to pass certain ordinances. So we just don't have the same kind of businesses. And there's various, I don't want to take the whole meeting. No, we have a lot of meeting tonight. But yeah, that will be in the strategic plan that what we need. But we need, obviously, we know we need to get the downtown developed. They're only going so far. They're hitting a wall. We need to help that. We've had great retail that has come and gone, some because of the, pandemic and times change, and some because we need to change things and we're not getting the development built as fast as we should be getting it built. And we need to work on that.
One other thing about the retail mix is that we're all excited that Target is coming and that that Kmart Plaza or whatever it's going to be called is actually going to be like a thriving, area. But people that go there, we need to figure out how we're going to get them to go to the restaurants that are downtown. And that is something that we need a strategic plan about. We were just talking about it when we were like formulating, all of the budget notes. And while I was really excited about having Target in our town, it's really going to benefit us. The negative effect is that there's going to be a bunch of restaurants up there and they're not going to come down to Nicholas Anthony. And I need to make sure that they come downtown. So we need a plan and we need to execute that way before that building gets up there. So that's all the stuff that we're thinking about.
So just to follow up, I want to keep on this. I appreciate your offer for me to come play with Placer. I don't think that's my role. You've got multiple people here who know what the heck
I will
Placer
send
is,
you
but what
stats
it,
for you.
but what would be nice is if you gave us a chart that, or a table that showed, you know, your top 10 events, how many people you could track, and what the delta is for a time period when you don't have that event, so we can see the traffic. Because I have always thought that our challenge, that the Alliance's challenge is chicken or the egg, right? You need to get people down there who will spend the money, and you gotta get places down there that people want to spend
Wanna
the
come
money.
Spend the money too.
And so you've got chicken or the egg, which is going to come first? And it's a difficult nut to crack. I mean, you know, we're sitting here. I don't know how long the Alliance has been there, but it's been there since before my time. So at least 15 years. And so I'm just trying to get harder data so we could see, we, meaning the people up here on the dais that influence part of your budget, we just want to see progress for the money that we're spending. So that's why I was asking. It'd be great if you could just give me that table, give us the table and chart so we get a.
It's not, it's great. And actually Seth wants to say something, but
Yeah, just-
what really is helpful is having great appointments to our board. Councilwoman Scarpa has Seth.
I'm an eye for talent.
Yes, we really could use 2 more appointments to round out our board. We have a tremendous amount of work to do. That's really hard for us to do with this limited team.
Without speaking on behalf, but as a board member, and from what I've seen the last couple of months, is the Downtown Alliance is doing their part, and that's getting people downtown. Sustaining it is everyone else's part. So yes, we can show you numbers. This is how many year over year we've gotten downtown. I mean, just look at when we do the street fair, how many more people have come? That's your answer. And I'm trying just to simplify it. We really don't need a computer to tell us that. But what we need to do is sustain that. And without the appointments, without being the economic development board moving forward, without certain ordinances, we cannot sustain it. We can get people downtown, but the question is, we're just the beginning of the thread, not the end. And we need everybody's collaboration to bring it to the end and to keep people downtown. That's really, I think we're doing our part. This budget is a small budget compared to other towns. We can say, oh, they're doing this, they're doing this, but they have stronger and better collaboration and less bottlenecks. And that's what we're hearing from our professionals too.
Yeah, I have a question for the realtors on the board. What would it take to get more retailers, small retailers with maybe more interesting shops that people would want to shop in our downtown?
So this is the issue, right? And it's not really the issue. So speaking, because I do reach out to retailers day by day. I reached out to One Realty, and this was a big brand. And to their word specific, West Orange is not on their radar as far as business wise, because it doesn't serve an interest to them, right? Even though they do know about the population, they do know about the income demographics, all those different things. But because we're not built up a certain way, it's not an attraction for them. Now, what happened is, what you have to look at is this. You want to attract retailers, and you may want to attract individual small businesses. And I spoke about this before. One of the ways you attract individual small businesses, you need to have either a medium brand or a big brand that could bring the people down there. And those brands itself is what keep people there to look at those other businesses. Unless we're able to develop and do that, right? This is our difficulty. And that's one of the things in which Seth just spoke about, to help answer your question about. It's not about getting the people there, it's about keeping the people there. Because if they're not continuously coming back, then it goes back to being what it was. So those are the things that has to be done. So when it comes to the retailers, you have to have something in place where it looks attractive enough for the retailers. One of the things that I'm just saying, this is on myself, is lighting. Lighting is a very big issue when you go downtown. So if lighting going downtown and you go downtown at night and the lighting doesn't look a certain way, guess what?
A woman alone
The
is not
retailer
gonna.
don't want to be there and the individual that shop doesn't want to be there.
Mm-hmm.
So those things make a difference. So if you're gonna speak about that, speak about it in a whole where we as a town, we have to decide those things as well. Do we improve the lighting? Do we improve the street? Do we improve the safety? All those different things come into play. So it's just a matter, like you said, place is just a small part of the piece, but there's a whole puzzle to put together.
So it sounds like we're missing the commercial draw that's interesting enough to get people to come downtown.
You have some of the commercial draw. You don't have enough of it.
What
That's
do we
the-
have now that would you try?
You have
The museum.
Yeah, you have some of it. You don't have enough of it. You know, you think about all the stores that are downtown now, right? None of those stores are a medium or big brand store. None of them. And you can talk to any medium or big brand store right now, and you tell them about downtown West Orange, they'll look at you and be like, no, not right now. And that's the thing that we need to do. And one of those things that's going to help us do that is if you redevelop some of those places into apartment complexes, because that's going to change the whole look of things. And it changed the look, it changed the feel. So that's the whole thing. And those are the things that we need to begin to start thinking about.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah. And then we got to wrap it up. Okay, guys?
And please just identify yourself before you speak.
Sure.
Please.
Krista Senek. I'm a trustee. My sole reason for being on the board initially, when asked, was I saw a huge issue with the lack of inventory available as far as diversity, as far as like the number of places that were available. So you'd have restaurant, nail salon, hair salon, nail salon, liquor store, restaurant, hair salon, nail salon, liquor store. It just keeps going, right? And
What a
so for
motive.
every restaurant or every business that's not a hair salon, nail salon, or liquor store, people go there, they see it, they see the other things around there, and they move on. Because they don't feel the need to stay. Oh, that was a good meal, but I don't want to be next to this, walking by these liquor stores, or I don't want to do. And so my whole thing was, we need an ordinance to eliminate or control these other stores and these other businesses. We're not saying we want to eliminate these people from having their livelihood, but we need to find a way where if people are coming, if a business is leaving, so if a hair salon is leaving, it potentially should not be replaced with a hair salon, because we're running into that same problem over and over again. So the real issue for me and for what I'm hearing from my clients and from other people is just that. They don't want to go down. They don't want to walk by those places.
Well, that sounds like an easy thing to fix. I think we could put that ordinance together and get that going right away.
Well, if we have support for it, we haven't had support.
Well, we'll have to
First
get
pass.
this, we'll have to rally the support for that, because I think it sounds like that's something that is urgent. It's something where the council can have a serious effect and can get to work.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we didn't take that ordinance lightly. I was not excited about telling people who they can rent their property to, but we really hope that organically landlords would find somebody other than a hair, nail, and beauty salon. And it's easy. It's a one-man band. You got scissors and shampoo and you're in. It's an easy business to start, and landlords want the rent. So they just come. And I really think we need to cap it, whether there's two different ordinances that we looked at. One with capping the entire inventory at the number that we're at, or 500 feet between hair salons. And I did talk to all the hair salons, and they're excited about it. You can't walk into our hair salons and just get your haircut, which is definitely a good thing. But the competition isn't great. The ones that don't have a following don't last. Anyway. That's
Thank
my
you.
Draft it.
Okay.
We'll sign it.
Yeah, it's taken me.
Okay, we have
probably
drafts.
to put an ordinance together, so just get it over to us and we'll make sure we ram it through.
It wouldn't be a Downtown West Orange Alliance presentation if I didn't ask some number of questions. If we could just go back to the proposed 25 budget with the budget for 24 and the actuals.
Sure.
You may have already answered them the first time around on the screen, but
Which category?
I'm just looking at the spreadsheet with the items on the left and the three columns on the right.
You mean budget, the spreadsheet?
Yes,
Okay, yeah, that's what I have. So like economic development, revenue, which part?
yeah, on the second line, it says township contribution cash. Was budgeted last year for 65,809, and the actual was 60,809. I'm just wondering what the difference was on that.
Yeah, in part, it was the influx of the new CFO from our old CFO, that the numbers that came to downtown weren't clear. And maybe John can maybe explain it better, but I think it wasn't clear that we were to get 65,809.
Yeah.
And at the end of the year, he cut 60,809. There we go.
It was budgeted, but it wasn't given.
So I paid as what was budgeted, what was adopted by the former council back in 2024. So if there was a discussion in the budget process earlier on in 2024 about what it should have been, that's one thing, but I can only pay over what was adopted by this governing body.
Right, and the governing body adopted 65,809. Why the QuickBook file or whatever happened within that office, it was $5,000 less.
You're using QuickBooks, Mr. Titian?
No, we do not use QuickBooks.
Good, thank you.
So strike that from the record.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Just want to ask, you mentioned that the fall event had to be canceled because of weather. And you also seemed to indicate a further decline in fundraising of $4,900. And I'm just wondering if it really is reasonable to budget that you're going to bring in all of that missing money this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, within fundraising and the fall event, all that 35, is that what you're looking at?
I'm looking at fundraising income fall event, which
Okay,
was budgeted 5,000, got zero, and then fundraising efforts, all others. It was budgeted for 30,000 last year and brought in 25,100.
Yeah, so we have work plans around the different events and our fundraising effort, and our best guess is that we'll be able to hit those numbers. We've definitely increased our fundraising. It was funny when I was putting the budget presentation together and looking at our numbers, in like November. It's very clear that either we spend a lot of time on fundraising or we spend a lot of time on grants. And I'm bummed that I didn't get 3 grants that we worked really hard on. And it's difficult to do both things. So we need that team to be able to like hit the ground running and help us plan the events. And then I can, write grants all day long. But I can't write grants and fundraise.
Why isn't our grant writer helping you more?
They do, but we have to feed them a ton of information. Like they're great. They'll find the grant, but I got to do pages and pages. And then if we actually get the award, it's pages and pages and pages to document that we spent the money the way we said we were gonna.
The state grantsia is on the SAGE program. and
The
it's
St. Mark's
100%.
grant, which was awesome, that Zally Beth put us on. I was so excited about that. And we spent a lot of time on that in the middle of the summer. And we didn't get it. So that's kind of the way the organization works. We need more people to be able to help us execute those events. And then me and Amy can spend time, on the grants and documenting and getting that stuff done.
So you needed a person on your board who understands grant writing.
Yeah.
That's who we're gonna look for.
No, they need to just understand what happens is, they find the grant, but then we have to backfill it. We have to provide all that information about, what we see. So it's the same thing like with marketing. We hired a great firm. They were awesome. We paid them a lot of money, but it was me telling them 9 million things every single day. Amy shows up and she knows all this stuff. She's in the office. She gets it. I don't have to tell her we need to talk about Hibera, the new store downtown, or that there's pizza night at Johnny's tonight. She gets it. She does it. People that are around us on our board, they know what we need. They know what is what's capable of our board. So when we say we're going to do it, we're going to do it, or we're going to come really close, or we're going to kill ourselves trying.
Yeah, now we just utilize them for larger regional exposure that they have contacts with. All this local stuff is done through Amy.
So under business retention, you had budgeted $3,909 last year and you wound up spending $175. And you've now had the same budget item for $3,909 this year. What happened last year and why do you think you're gonna?
Well, in part, we didn't have a real economic team that was, like that division. And we've been working with, the Nishwayne Group and the bigger Economic Development Commission. So we're really excited to have Darren and Rich Groves that have at least a retention plan. We need a marketing piece, which we were really hoping that Nishwayne would be further along on so that we can say, hey, Lofts, you don't even have to make up anything. Here's the stats about what's happening on Main Street. So that is built into actually attracting new businesses and retaining the folks that are here. We lost Mountain Society and we lost City Workshop over the years. Those are two big hits for us. And retention is just as important as attracting the new guys. When we get somebody really great that's downtown and they close, it's heartbreaking to us. We invest a lot in those kinds of businesses and there needs to be a plan. And that's that line item, economic development.
What has Nishwayne done to help you?
They've done a lot. They've been able to participate and actually we're getting a written report from them. But they spent all summer looking at meeting with our businesses and finding out all about them. So we actually need 3 ordinances out of Nishwayne, out of planning, out of legal. We need a vacancy ordinance. We need the blocking of or capping of hair and beauty salons, and we need a parking variance ordinance. Everything that goes through planning and zoning gets a variance. Everything. And we're killing development by making sure that 1.8 cars is in every apartment that is never going to have a car in it. So those are 3 things that with the help of Nishwayne or economic development or planning and legal that we can.
I'd like to see that on our agenda for the next meeting.
Well, I don't know if we can get it done there, but how about this quarter?
No, I think we need to give no more than 30.
You got your capital, hopefully.
What happened with the mayor's 5K run?
All right, so that came by, so we had originally it was the ovarian cancer ladies that we ran with. And the run cost us about, Karen was like one of the big runners there. The run cost us about $8,000 or $9,000 to pull off between blocking Main Street, everything that needs to support a run like that. And then they got rid of their national chair. So we tried to pick up another charity. We did ALS around Jack, around a bunch of folks that are suffering from ALS, but they didn't pull in the numbers for us. We need 600-700 people running downtown and fundraising around a really great cause in order to spend $8,000 or $9,000. So we tried 2 years in a row, and until I get a great organization, although Karen did hook us up with St. Barnabas, the 360 program, I did just have a call with them again. Hopefully the ball's in their court, we'll take them on. So we need a better charity and then would execute that. In lieu of a run that costs the town more money than we bring in, because that's not wise, we're not going to do that. So that's where our fall fundraiser comes in, whether it's a fun party downtown or a music festival, something like that.
And just not so much better charity, but as far as the charity doing some of the work, that's the hard part.
That's true.
Because the Downtown Alliance cannot be tasked with this run, especially with all their other events.
We need an organization that's going to have a national approach and have sponsors and, want to build 25 different teams. Then we have a run. And then it's worth it to spend the money downtown. And I hate not doing the run. And McKeon hates not doing the run. But it's stupid for us to spend that kind of money. Not reasonable.
And time. A lot of time.
So in the area of marketing and promotions, you budgeted $74,250 last year, but you spent $30,000 less than that last year. Can you explain what happened? Yeah, I'm just looking at the bottom line.
Yeah. Okay. So part of that was with our new CFO and us not getting funding till the very end of the year. So I was concerned about where the numbers were coming and whether we were getting that money or not. So we slowed down a lot with our planning and cut off the Harvest Festival and cut back on some of the things. The stuff that's now in here is stuff that we absolutely do and spend money on. The big change is in the holiday open house. I put more money in because we have we're going back to the bazaar as like a fundraiser. The marketing team, we're really hoping that the movie studio will be something that we can really talk about to everyone in the planet, and we're gonna need their help to do that. So that'll be a more
Yeah,
press
we're
release
gonna
if
need
that
Fraser
happens.
more.
But that's pretty much it, Joe. I just slowed down because I wasn't sure where the assessment was less than what we had projected. We didn't get the 20,000, that was community house money. So that wasn't there. So when you compare this to really what we brought in, our actual that we got is a lot less than what we projected. It's almost like a wash.
Mr. Tatiniak.
So, I started in the middle of September.
I'm sorry, I don't mean anything negative. I was just kidding.
Regarding.
I'm so happy you're here, so I just want to make sure you understand that. I'm just
Great
kidding,
job.
just kidding.
Regarding the SID assessment and contributions from the township, the SID levy is certified just like the municipal levy and the school levy and the county levy by the County Board of Taxation. So the amount that was certified by the County Board of Taxation on or around October, whatever it was, 3rd, 4th of this year, was paid over when it was requested from the Downtown Alliance, and then the contributions were paid over in a series of 2 checks, I think, prior to the end of the year. So prior to that, my predecessor did pay over amounts requested by Ms. Brill. I don't know when. Well, it's part of their SID assessment. So, we basically trued it up so that what was paid over was the certified SID assessment, and what was adopted by the previous council for the 2024 budget. Again, timing wise, I can only pay over when I'm here, and my predecessor paid over amounts that I'm assuming were requested amounts. So that's my spiel.
Oh, okay. If this lag time can be avoided this year, I think that would be very helpful. I mean, is there some leeway in determining how we might treat the Downtown West Orange Alliance to get them more of the revenue earlier in the year? I certainly understand certification, so.
Sure, we can do that, assuming that their budget is passed and, their SID assessment is what it is. We could start paying that over on a quarterly basis, or, as the Downtown Alliance's cash flow needs necessitate our contribution and our pay over the SID, we can do that.
Okay. Could you just keep the council up to date with however you guys work out?
So we'll include it on the bill list, so that, you're approving the payment of that SID assessment and or any of the contributions. We'll pay over the SID assessments first, and really try not to touch the contributions until it's decided by this council what those contributions are going to be in the 2025 budget.
Okay, thank you. And then it looks like you cut the total marketing and promotions budget for this year by about roughly 10%. Is there what were the reasons behind that?
I mentioned that in the budget presentation. It really was our shifting away from the marketing firm and doing more work in-house.
Now they do the newsletter. The marketing firm used to do newsletters and social media. Now they're doing that in-house.
By we, I mean Amy.
Right. So I guess you have to make a decision about whether you want to continue the promotions at a higher level as opposed to the reduction in 10%. And I'm just curious why you wouldn't try to bump that up in some other area.
Well,
If you've got the money, you could get more bang for that
Well,
Well,
so,
we increased.
so all of the events aren't all about fundraising. Really, they are about, and actually, I think, Luis always likes to make this point, that, it's really about bringing people downtown. And, not every event needs to make a ton of money. We can break even, we can even lose money. As long as people are coming down and buying something at Benji's, you know, that's a win for us. So the real change is in the amount of money and things that we send to, the marketing firm.
And it appears you've Xed out the expenditures for the Shop West Orange card. What's up with that?
Yeah,
Please.
so it's been zero, and actually with the, for the last like few years. And, I think that is one of the best programs that West Orange does, and I have zero time to dedicate to it. And, I'm really hopeful that with the new mayor secretary, it's really like a group downtown. Ends up being the ones that does all the work, but it's really supposed to be township, the mayor's office, and the Chamber of Commerce and us. And I'm excited that Melanie the mayor's assistant, has huge aptitude for all this kind of stuff. So pulling her on board, and the chamber has a new executive director. So I did talk to the rep at Shoppers Orange, because there's a bunch of new businesses that really could benefit from it. And it really doesn't cost them a lot of money. When you think what the Valpak coupon costs, like $700-800, and nobody uses it, Shoppers Orange is way better than that. So if we do get a plan, there is money that the chamber has, and the amount of advertisement around that is all going to be social media. So it shouldn't be high number dollars, but I need them to get on board. It can't just be downtown.
Also, Council President, we have to understand with a lot of our small business owners with the impact of COVID. I mean, we talk to them
It's
so
hard
many
to
times, like
get
even to
that
get $25 from them to participate in Restaurant Week just to get the buy-in. You know, they just don't want to participate because they're they've been having hard times.
Well, it's the merchants that pay for all of this benefit.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah, it's taking money right out of their pockets.
Yeah.
I
It's-
left it there because it's a great program, and it needs to be in the forefront of things that we care about. But I zeroed out it, but I didn't get rid of it.
So hopefully she'll bring it back someday.
Just one more question. I wanted to ask about the township's contribution. There's 3 line items for this. One is the township's regular cash contribution, 65,809. And then there's the in-kind contribution, I guess, for the office and office supplies for another 28,000. And then there's this line item down here about additional support Township of West Orange. Can you tell me a little bit about the history of that? Because, you know, I was gone for a while. So
Want to take that, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I can. Well, you could talk about the first piece is going back to when the SID originated. Was it Mayor McKeon? When-
oh, right. I'm fine with the first
Yeah,
two
yeah,
because that
okay.
they've been there forever. But
So
I'm just
the-
asking about this additional support.
So I had advocated, so we had an issue, we had a line item from the rec budget for 40,000 that went to, I believe it was the community house. And they did not comply with handing in their financial documents to Mr. Keough, which is part of his program. And I also think they started other ventures with now, for example, they're taking on, which is, I think, a great benefit for the downtown, the preschool program down at the community house. So we'll be having now parents from all over town come down to the community house for preschool, which will help the immediate area, bringing people there. So at the time in that budget year, I believe it was 40,000, and the council decided to fund downtown additional 20,000 and OSPAC additional 20,000. And since moving forward, all the councils have been supportive of that initiative because obviously OSPAC needs funding. They really need funding. They've been having great programming up there, and the downtown's trying to do more and it's about community support. So these events, yes, they're to help our business owners, but they're also to be there to support the community, especially in this areas. And that's what I always encourage, if you could get to any of our downtown New Jersey seminars and learn a lot about the whole organization. And the reason why we go to these seminars is also, it's a little gold star for us, why she's getting the grant awards, because, and she drags me there because they like to see elected officials come. So, but it's great learning. It's, you learn a lot. You really do. And, you know, one day we hope to get the neighborhood preservation program grant, which is a tough one to get. We applied once. It was a lot of work. And we're waiting for that to come available again,
is
but it's a
game-changing.
$150,000 grant. So,
So just one more question, we'll move on.
Sure.
How long is this $20,000 extra, not extra, additional support?
we approve it every year. So if you feel,
I think it was two other years and we didn't get it this year. We didn't put in for it this year.
no, we did approve it. I don't know why we didn't get it. I think because
It
a
was
resolution
supposed to be a
wasn't done.
resolution
Yes,
that
that's why
came
you didn't get
through.
it.
I know you guys approved that
Yeah.
whole budget and it was money that was coming. I believe that OSPAC, who
OSPAC
greatly
got it.
needs that, that it's coming for there and it's gonna, it get hits here, but it's for last year. We didn't put the resolution forth, this year.
But you weren't supposed to
March
put the
20th.
resolution, supposed to
Right,
come
yeah,
from
the administration was.
the administration.
So, is the community house not getting any money?
No, because they did not comply with the requirements. All the organizations that get
Wasn't
this-
that several years ago that they
Yeah,
didn't
yeah, it was-
comply?
yeah.
But are they still? Yeah, don't
They
they need
never-
funding as well?
No, they're getting funding through the school district.
Okay.
A lot of funding through the school district.
Any more questions from the council?
Simple one.
Yes,
Can
please.
you,
Councilwoman.
please place, all the documents you gave us in this presentation on the website for folks?
I'd said that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I very much appreciate you answering so many questions and I love that my board was actually able to.
Yeah,
you know,
thank you
Yeah,
all for
thank you all for
coming.
coming.
Usually it's
a great
all
board.
me talking and
Yeah,
they're a great team.
absolutely.
Thank you.
So no more questions, right?
Think we're good?
Okay, so we have two more items, and I'd like to throw this out to the council because we are scheduled to have a public hearing in which the public will be able to speak. But I also understand that maybe there's still some documents or data that council wants. Is that still going on, or do we have everything we need to move forward with the public hearing and then a potential vote on the budget?
I sent everything that I was requested to send.
Okay, well, it's not a matter of,
I mean, I don't know if there's anything.
that's not the matter. The
outstanding.
matter is if the council feels like they need more information or more data, which I thought we did, then we should probably postpone until they get the data, because I'm sure they want to make a more informed vote if that's the case, but I'm just throwing this out. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but are we waiting for any additional information?
She needs her budget approved.
Yeah, and Council President, the hearing was advertised for tonight, so regardless,
Oh,
you have
okay.
to have the hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Right, because it's noticed.
yeah, you've advertised it for tonight.
Right.
So,
So one of my concerns is I know you noticed it and I know that you told the public through snail mail, but nobody's here from
Actually, they
the,
were here.
Were they?
There were, and they took the presentation and they left.
oh,
They were here. And I do get, half of our board members are business owners downtown. And so they saw the presentation. I think that there's a level of confidence with them. And I work really hard not to raise that budget. And I work really hard not to raise that assessment. And anybody that we know, sometimes we get an LLC and it takes us a lot of effort to find out who they are, but we're working really hard to make sure that we build those relationships and that they see great value in the work that we do.
So, Madam Clerk, let's have the public hearing, please.
Okay. All right, so now's the time for a public hearing on the Downtown West Orange Alliance budget. If anybody has any public comment, please come to the microphone and the same rules apply as previously.
But not all at once. One at a time.
And don't run.
Anyone? No? We can close it.
Then we have to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
I just want to note that the the board members had to vote on their budget. So this wasn't just Ms. Brill presenting, it's all of those board members voted on this budget.
So let's discuss the budget and let's then move to a vote. Does anybody want to discuss? I have to say this, I'm trying to keep in mind what a serious budget issues we face this year. And I'm not going to go into it, but I'm very concerned about where we're spending the money and where we may not have to spend the money. We just sat through the revaluation discussion, and you could see there's real hurt out there. So that adds even more to my concern about trying as hard as we can to not increase the budget. So
Question, why don't we do this as part of the regular budget? Why are we doing it now before we look at the budget as a whole?
Yes, then.
Because it's set up by ordinance. The ordinance is that there's a meeting at the end of the year and that you pass your budget going into this year.
This is
And I think
actually
it
late.
needs to be tax levied, so it's got to hit, now.
Yeah.
But I could tell you that the 65,809
Should have the
is
assessment.
stuff that y'all are gonna have to pay for if we weren't here. That's garbage cans, Christmas decorations, planters, litter removal, any extra stuff that we spend on the maintenance of Main Street and that beautification side, that comes out of that 65,809. Our Christmas decorations, I locked in on a contract with them because they were going up every year, like a couple $100. Our Christmas decorations or holiday decorations are $16,751 for snowflakes.
I actually, just to clarify, I wasn't talking about the big numbers that have been there for many years. I'm talking about this extra $20,000 that I wanted to get a feel from the rest of the council, whether you thought that was appropriate given our own budget issues and, some of the challenges that the Alliance had last year.
I have one comment about that, Council President, that downtown can live within those numbers. We get our budget now, we pivot and move. If you don't approve 20,000 to OSPAC, I sit on that board, is a direct impact on the programming that they're going to be able to do. We'll have no senior anything. Any of the senior shows that we did are happening. Our main stage musical, which is going to be Jesus Christ Superstar, can't happen. I saw those budget numbers. They need that 20,000. But if you want to, downtown will pivot and we'll eliminate something or do something different with our 20,000. But defending OSPAC, I think, is really important. And they do a great job. And that's huge community, support that I think that they need.
Yes, Ms. Brill, you're a tremendous advocate, not only for the Alliance, but also for OSPAC. But I think at this point.
I'm going to sit down.
Yes, please. Sorry. Yes, Councilwoman.
If I remember correctly, in previous budgets, there's a separate line item for OSPAC. So why is it also included in here?
It's
not.
It's not. She was just
Part of
talking,
the
but
discussion.
Okay, because I was confused.
So that's a big.
Okay.
she was talking about, if I understood correctly, it started out as the $40,000 that we annually gave to the community house. That stopped
It's split
and
between the
It
two. of them.
didn't stop. We reallocated. So the budget did not change. So it's not like we took it out and then we added back in.
Wait, Councilwoman, the council president
Oh,
was
I'm
speaking and
sorry.
you cut
I'm
him
sorry.
off.
I'm sorry.
yeah, the point I was trying to make is that was a 1-year thing that has now taken on a life of its own.
Mhm.
And now I can finish, so please, if you
Sorry,
want to just say.
I apologize. I'll let you finish now.
No, that's it.
I just wanted you to think that like it stopped and then we like added it back in. So, and I get what you're saying, but I always say these organizations, the 20,000 that we put into them goes a long way. It goes a long way to the seniors, to our downtown corridor that needs a lot of attention. You could send them, there's a slide here, other towns get a lot more funding than we do. And that's for a reason, because they want people to come to their downtown. we need, like I said earlier, we need redevelopment. We need that to happen so they could be more self-sustaining. So maybe in a couple of years moving forward, if you want to take away the 20,000, like she said, she'll pivot, she'll try to get another grant. But, we can have that discussion at the budget hearing. I just think to take it away this year, I mean, she's not adding anything else to our budget. And that money goes a long way in their budget. So I'm going to advocate for you to keep it in there for this year. You want to take it away when we get a movie studio and other needed development down there and assessments go up, that's fine. But now they need all the money they could get.
Well, just to follow up on that, it looks like to me from looking at the budget, and maybe I'm not looking at it correctly, but we're talking about two $5,000 raises, salary raises for the two people, plus
Yeah.
another $5,000 to Ms. Brill for healthcare. So it seems to me that they are spending money that is adding to the budget. So I'm just trying to assimilate all of that.
Sure. And she doesn't advocate for herself when she hasn't taken a raise in like 5 years. And I've been 7 years. I've been telling her, and her board wanted her to take that raise, which she didn't want to take. So here's the issue, Councilman and my colleagues. I wish she would have taken a raise over the years. And that's why my recommendation, her cost of living rate should be included within should mirror the township side of it. So whatever the 3% we gave to all the other staff should mirror her as well, or her staff. But again, I'm advocating because I see the hard work. I see what they've been trying to provide the community. And again, I'll stop there because obviously I'm closer to the situation. So I'll just take a step back, just watching them all these years close up. I'd give you the floor.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. So we're anticipating revenue from our cannabis dispensaries. And isn't West Orange Wellness supposed to open? Instead of impacting our budget, we can still give them that 20,000, but why not allocate those funds from the money we get in cannabis instead of on the taxpayers?
That's awesome.
Because it's going to be a tough year. We're going to have to make cuts, and this is a great creative way of doing it. You still get the 20,000, but it won't come from the budget. Maybe it comes from the money we get from cannabis because we're supposed to get 2% of proceeds. And when is West Orange Wellness opening? They were supposed to open in January, right?
Looks like.
Any day.
For them.
It looks like it.
Well,
They're
That's what
ready.
they said.
They look like they're ready.
Okay. Anyway, that's
It's a
my,
great-
that's my
I think that's a great
recommendation.
idea.
Then
Well,
we're
that
not impacting-
revenue's coming to our budget anyway, how we label it, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, it's not in there. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be in there this year because we don't know what they're gonna make this year in revenue. But I know they made some money last year, so I think that we should allocate some of that money if we can.
Mr. Tibbiak.
So we can anticipate some of the cannabis revenue that we received from
Yeah.
the dispensary that's open right now. We've been receiving their quarterly ST50s along with their checks. And we can anticipate up to what we've received in 2024, or if we want to anticipate more based on, the quarterly data that we've been getting, we can make that request to the state during our budget examination. So yes, we do plan on anticipating cannabis revenue for 2025. So that will be part of that calculation, like I talked about what feels like many hours ago when Jacob was up here.
10:20.
The night's young.
So that calculation of, coming up with our appropriations and all of our miscellaneous revenues, and cannabis will be one of our anticipated miscellaneous revenues. And so obviously, the more anticipated miscellaneous revenues we have, the less we ask from our taxpayers.
Could you give us an idea of what we're getting quarterly from the cannabis that's open?
Rub your
I have
crystal ball.
I have a terrible memory. Honestly, I don't know what has happened in my memory, so I have to look at the actual revenue. I don't have Munidex on in front of me, but I can send that email tomorrow morning with
All right,
the
please do.
quarters that we've received.
Doesn't matter what I vote.
But we do, that's why I said we request the ST50 because the dispensaries have to pay state income tax on their gross sales. So I say, let me piggyback off of what you're filing with the state of New Jersey, and that's how then we calculate our 2%. So
Yeah, I'd like
you know,
those numbers.
what's a better source than, a state tax form that they have to fill out as the basis for what we calculate on our 2%.
Okay. Are we ready to take a vote?
That's what I'm supposed to say.
Yeah.
If I was a decent council president.
I'm trying to roll this along.
Are we finished discussing these issues?
Is my recommendation something the council is open to? If that's the case, we should make a motion to remove the 20,000.
If I heard you correctly,
This is her budget, not ours.
yeah, we need to vote on her budget, or
Yeah.
the
It's her
Alliance
budget.
budget tonight. So my question to you all would be, how comfortable would you be, make the decision, take the extra $20,000 out with the prospect that
Back in later.
we could put it back in later if we decide to, because we will have a much better
Yeah.
idea
Once we do
of
the
what the
budget.
challenges we're facing. And by the way, Mr. Deniak said we will be getting the budget sometime in February, maybe, perhaps?
I'll give it to the mayor in the middle of February, and then I'm sure that then we'll start setting up our dates or date for the hearings.
So that would be my motion if it's even legal. And of course, we don't have any legal
Richard
representation
Trank is
here
available.
tonight. Okay.
So what
I would second that
is he
motion
on
because
there?
that
Richard Trank is on.
my idea.
Okay. you
I'm
wanna-
here. I'm here.
Good evening, Mr. Trank. I don't know whether you heard my suggestion. It's not yet in the form of a motion, but would there be anything improper or inappropriate if we took out the $20,000 extra that the budget requires from the township now, and then once we get deeper into our own budget, decide whether we could put some or all of that back in at some point down the line?
No, other than obviously they cannot spend it. They can't allocate it and spend it until it's approved.
Okay, so we could take out this 20,000 now and then decide on whether to put that back in later on in the year.
Yes, again, as I understood it, this is the increases on certain line items, or this is not the OSPAC money.
Yeah, we're not talking about OSPAC. I know everybody else wants to talk about OSPAC, and I'm sure that will
We're
come
not
up.
there yet.
But we're not there yet, yes. So the question is, in the budget, and it was in the budget last year, but was not delivered, if that's the proper word. So it's back again in the budget this year for $20,000.
Can't do your fall events, yeah.
And that's what we're focused on in 2025.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, and you can remove it. Just, I think that vote would go first to amend it. If you would make a motion, and if there's a second, you'd make a motion to amend to remove that item and then approve the budget as amended.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Trank. So I move that we take out the $20,000. It's called the additional, I think it's called additional.
Support,
Well,
community support from West Orange Township.
and I second it.
Madam Clerk?
Yeah. Councilwoman Castellino,
I'm going to vote yes with the full confidence that we're going to be giving it back. So I'll vote yes, because I will. be
Councilwoman
advocating
Geber
it.
Michael,
Yes, and thank you all for compromising with this wonderful idea.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
We have another motion now to actually vote to approve. So I move that we approve the amended budget for the Alliance.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
Okay.
thank you.
Think outside the box.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All your hard work.
Bring recycling to the downtown, all the businesses.
Okay, got it.
I can see a lot of sighs of relief in the audience, but we are far from finished. There's some of you can leave now if you'd like. We'd love for you to stay.
All right, I'm leaving.
You're gonna go through the whole thing?
When you say the whole thing.
Thank you, everyone, for
Yeah, I
your
think-
time.
Yeah. But
And I need 2 worker bees from you guys to point to the Alliance, people that want to work.
Yeah.
Point to.
I've already
My
done it.
favorite people.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Wait, so who is this then?
I don't know.
We're gonna get Seth if he's got any friends. We need to call him.
Oh, thank you. I did that.
Seth.
Is she? That's right. Oh, good.
Great.
Yeah.
Sent an email.
Yeah, good. Oh, good. She'll work.
Easy, great.
Yeah.
Get internet and then it's being forwarded to you guys right now.
Yeah,
Karen.
please do.
Madam, Madam Clerk, I think the next item is the consent agenda.
Okay. Okay, consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meetings, special meeting December 20th, 2024, and the public meeting of January 6th, 2025. Was there consent?
Consent.
Thank you.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bill list, there is no bills list. Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening? Council President, I do have one for 5225, which is the resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Joseph Wenzel as municipal prosecutor. This should be pulled because there's also a resolution on
Yeah.
Mr. Wenzel to serve as township attorney. So until that decision is made, we should pull this one.
Great.
Okay.
Are we going into? Are we going into closed for 67?
Yes, but not right now.
No,
I
but we
think
have
we
to
can
pull
put
it.
that on the,
Yeah.
we don't have to pull it. We would, oh,
We
I
don't
see what
pull
you're
it.
saying, the late addition.
No, the resolution itself, the 60.
You don't pull it because you have, oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it'll
To
just be
vote,
the
right.
consent agenda unless somebody wants to pull it.
Well, right now I want to pull it.
Okay,
What do you
so
call
the executive
6725.
session.
No, 6725. She's pulling.
For the affordable housing.
Oh, yeah.
Do we want to, there's, the list is so long of the resolutions. Do we want to try going through them, each individual
Yes.
council person
No,
to whichever ones you want to pull?
yeah, just go in
Well, what
order.
we'll do is we will
Let's just go
pull
in
them and then the rest of them will be on the consent agenda. So we have to go, I don't think, need to go through, how many are there? 50, 60,
67.
67. So I'd rather, do people know which ones they want to pull?
Yes.
Okay, so let's just go down the line if you wouldn't mind. Councilwoman Scarpa.
I'm gonna let them go first,
Okay,
because I think we have a lot of the same ones.
okay. Councilwoman Rudin.
Okay, I'd like to pull 1625, 1725.
Please just slow down just a little bit. I'm sorry. Okay, so 16, You're pulling 17, you're pulling?
Yes,
Okay.
26, 25. Um. 27, 25. 30, 25. Some of these I might have had answers to, but 24, 25.
Wait, you're going back to 20?
I'm sorry, 34, 25. 35, 25. 36, 25. 37, 25.
And if I could just ask, just to clarify, you want to pull all these or do you want
Just
to
question.
ask
Pull me
question
through.
about
Some of them, no, most of these I want to ask questions on.
Okay, so you don't pull
You don't
them
have
for
to pull
that.
it.
Yes.
You pull them if you want to vote separately, other than what's being pulled off the
If you think you're
consent
not gonna
agenda
vote
needs
for
to
it.
be
Oh,
voted on
okay.
separately.
Yeah.
So if you have questions, they don't need to be pulled.
Okay, so, okay, then, hold on a second.
Go back.
Wait, I want to make changes also. I want to make,
You have to pull it.
yeah,
Yeah.
Pull it.
okay, so we'll start again. 16, 25, 17, 25, 26, 25. These are all things I have questions on, I can pull?
No,
No.
what you should do is
Make it
not,
cute.
if you just want to ask a question,
you
don't
think you're
pull it
gonna vote
because
for
that adds time.
Right.
But if you're not sure,
Yeah.
then go ahead and pull it
Okay.
and then you can,
Okay,
if you're not sure whether after the questioning you'd want to pull it.
yes,
Go ahead and pull it.
okay, so I guess all the same numbers, 27, 25. 30, 25. Okay, I just have a question on 34, 25.
Is that?
I have a question on 35, 25.
Yes.
I have a question on 36, 25. I want to pull 39, 25.
What about 37? You had mentioned that earlier.
Are you pulling it or do you just have a question for 37?
37. No, I don't have any more questions on that.
Perfect.
But you still want to pull 37?
No, 37, 25?
Yes.
No, yeah, I think you might have questions
I
on
do.
that. Okay, so somebody else will pull one of the ones that I have left.
Okay.
Okay, so now we have all the legal ones that I want to pull, 46, 25, 47, 25, 49, 25.
I'm sorry, 46, 47
And 49.
and 49.
Right, 53, 25. 55, 25. 63, 25. 64, 25.
53, 55, what's next?
63, 25.
After 55, you're jumping to 63?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot, 59, 25. 63, 25.
You want to pull?
Yes, 64, 25. 65, 25.
And full ordinances.
Done.
It's okay.
Done.
All right.
Councilwoman Deborah Michael?
Let's see what's left.
That's why I let her go first.
I gotta compare my papers. Okay. So. Hold. Wait. You pulled 27. Okay, so I have a question on that one. I have a question on 37.
Okay. That one was 37 what? Oh, that was pulled.
No,
No,
it was not pulled.
okay.
So I have a question. I'm not gonna name all the ones you already pulled. I'll just ask questions after you. Right, we'll go to the next page. I have questions on 45. No, not in the. Oh, yeah. I have a question on 51. $53.
That was pulled.
Okay, thank you. 55 was pulled, right?
Yeah.
Page. We can. President.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Well, I wanted 67, I think, yeah, 47. I have a question on 44.
Okay, I heard three numbers. 67, is that a question or a pull?
We pulled it already, 67.
Okay.
I had asked for that. I'm going working backwards.
67.
So,
I have a question on 44 and the other one was pulled, so I'm good.
yeah, and just to clarify on 67, we have to go into executive
Yes.
session
Yeah,
and then come back and decide whether we want to vote on that.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah, no, I realize that.
okay. Well, I was actually clarifying for myself.
Yeah. Just making,
Okay, I would like to pull 7. Sorry, I've got my notes on a screen.
Has a question on it.
47 has been pulled.
Or no, you do. Okay.
49 has been pulled. 53 has been pulled. 58 has been pulled. And 59 has been pulled. So. I hardly pulled anything. Madam Clerk?
Yes. He seems very happy with me tonight.
Okay, so, all right, so just so everyone knows that we have to take there has to be a motion and a second, and then if you want to debate it, if you don't want to debate it, if you don't want to vote for it, you don't have to make a motion on it. You can let it die, whatever, or you can make the motion, do a second, debate it, and then vote. So it's up to you, but it doesn't always have to have a motion to approve.
When can you, if you're just asking a question, do you have to make a motion first?
No.
no.
No, for the ones that are just questions, I have a little, I have a different
Yeah, we gotta do the
system.
questions
Yeah, you got to
before
do the
consent.
questions before consent, obviously, yeah. So did we want to do the questions first and then,
Yes, please.
okay, so let's go to 3725. Who did-
36, and 37, I think. are-
No, they all took off. They should took them all off.
Oh, they're both?
Yeah, no question. She said they were all answered.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 3725, resolution
Both, right?
not pulled. Resolution authorizing an emergency
You said questions
appropriation.
on 34, 35, and 36. You need to clarify that. if
No,
that's
she,
useful.
and then she said she didn't have any questions
Do you have
after
questions
that.
on 34, 30?
She said she did, and then we
Obsolete
went
mail.
back and said no.
The obsolete mail machine.
Yes, I did have
She
a
does have
question.
questions.
I did
Oh, you
have a
said
question
no.
On the obsolete mail.
Yeah.
Okay, so question for the obsolete mail was, and I apologize if you responded to me on this, chief, through your email chain, but I did not catch it. I know that we are getting rid of an obsolete mail machine. I just wanted to know how we're disposing of it.
So Paul, I answered that, but I could look in my emails. Do you remember that? I know she was out yesterday, but she was in today, and I know she answered some emails.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought it was pulled, but it's not.
Yeah, okay,
Just a question.
35. And what about 36?
No, I pulled it.
You pulled 35?
She
Okay,
said she had
No,
questions. No, she said she
no,
had
I'm
questions.
confused because first it was pulled and then it wasn't pulled. And then I was told there were no questions and now we're saying it's pulled again. So we
No,
need
she
to,
just didn't-
34 is a question, 35 is,
Question, 36 is a question.
36 is a poll.
is a pull.
36.
Okay,
36 is full.
Okay.
all right.
So 36 is a full.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
Okay.
And, okay, and Councilwoman Geber Michael, 35
Thank you.
question. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, I don't want to waste a lot of time on this. I just want to put it on the record for, however, if this is bid, great. If it's not going to be bid, I just would like to put it on the record that these type of machines should be recycled. I just would like it not to end up in the trash. That's all.
I would expect nothing less from you.
Because
They don't normally wind up in the trash. We haven't disposed of the proper way, especially if there's hazardous materials of that nature.
Yeah,
So
it's ink.
We just don't throw things to the curb.
Okay,
That's, I mean,
Good, and
that's why we're going through this, that's why we're going through this process, so that we can
Good.
dispose of this officially with your blessing, so that we take care of it.
great.
Right
And
away.
Staples
We-
will give you
we can-
$10.
We can follow up with how it's gonna be disposed of.
Okay, I would, that's it.
Okay, that's.
That can move into the consent.
Got it.
I found the answer.
But
Paul, it will be disposed during one of the recycling events, the county. We will not be selling as it has no value.
okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay.
What's your next question?
Okay, so 3525, resolution authorizing the 2024 leaf collection cost to Llewellyn Park. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes, so I noticed the amount and was wondering, because the township is reimbursing them, wouldn't it make more sense for us to put the bid out for the landscaper and to do that work? That's why I'm just asking. I don't know.
I think it's a straight pass
It
through, isn't it?
seems like,
We do it, we have to pay for prevailing wage.
okay,
Yeah.
Government is the most expensive way to do things. So I would doubt it. I don't really know the answer to that until we bid it, but, Wall Park does it. It's part of the municipal service agreement. There was litigation settlement from years ago. One of the gentlemen, Mr. Cohen, he's still here, he mentioned tonight that there was settlement litigation and, we're required to reimburse. They
okay,
don't have to show costs for, snow or leaves for their lighting. They pay we pay the lesser amount of electric or gas, whatever it would be.
okay. Just
Why is it
wondering.
that they don't have to show a bill that we're reimbursing them
Because
for?
we base it on our street mile, what it costs us. So as I think it was Mr. Cohen was saying about the cost with some of these complexes with windy roads and things like that, we don't absorb that extra cost. We base it on what it cost us to plow and remove leaves per street linear mile.
So you're saying that if we were to bid it out, it would cost a lot more than what we're reimbursing them?
I would suspect that it would cost a lot more than reimbursing them, because again, if anybody worked for us, they have the public works certificate. They have to be a registered business, we have to pay them prevailing, like union scale wages, which they're probably not paying their workers, the landscapers that are working in the park.
Okay, thank you for answering my question.
No problem.
Okay, next is 3725, resolution authorizing an emergency appropriation in an amount not to exceed $53,870.54 to American Asphalt and Trucking for emergency purchase and delivery of 456.53 tons of road salt. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
So it seems like a enormous amount of money for that amount of salt. I understand that it's an emergency, but we had an emergency last year and had to pay a lot for salt as well. So is there a way that we can monitor the reserves, and when it goes low, we go out to bid? Because it would cost significantly less than waiting till last minute and then buying it on an emergency basis.
So we do what you're suggesting we do.
Mhm.
However, I believe this was over the Christmas, Louis Reynolds put an answer out.
Mhm.
So it kind of got, one of the things you really don't know is you get freeze-ups. You get people calling 911 and saying, hey, it's frozen. I just went through Mount Pleasant, and well, it's so bad. It's a county road, but my street is frozen, and they go out and salt. So it's hard to really track when you're gonna and how much salt you're gonna use. I think they do, pretty good job on it, but there's always gonna be those occasions where we have to, get salt, and sometimes it's an emergency.
Are our coffers full now?
Yes, yeah, Louis answered that. He said they're full now, exactly. He's confident
So
that-
when you say answer that, what do you mean? Because I don't know if an email was sent today, or,
So this is one of the things I've asked of the council presidents and been kind enough to indulge in. We're gonna, in the future, we're gonna put all questions from council through the council president, so that there's one answer, because, it's just like you have questions and your colleagues have questions on one of these resolutions. You're asking it multiple questions and it's just getting confusing. So we're gonna have like one sheet
Funnel.
of questions,
Mhm.
one sheet of answers, but Louis did answer. I think it was Councilman Luden's question about the same question you have now.
when did
He
that
did answer.
email?
Yesterday.
Okay.
I also asked him a question too. That must have been what triggered.
Yeah, well, there was a feel. I mean, you can see the overlap when
Yes.
you want to pull things. 'Cause
Mhm.
You have the same questions.
Yes.
So I think we'll streamline it that way.
Thank you for answering.
Could I follow up on that? Because I'm not sure I understood Mr. Reynolds' explanation. But I'm concerned if you said that the same emergency happened the year before.
Councilman, can you talk into your microphone?
We did.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm just wondering if this has happened 2 years in a row, and this is not an insignificant marginal increase. And when we have to buy this salt at the last minute. But I just wondered if maybe you could take a look at the formula, because it seems to me that we should be restocking not before we're running out, but maybe when we're half capacity or something like that. Because if we don't have to buy it an emergency, we save a lot of money.
Much more expensive.
I can definitely discuss it with Mr. Reynolds. Again, I know that there's just occasions like this was a holiday, it was over Christmas, so it was an emergency delivery.
Okay, maybe just report back to the council.
Yeah, we can
Near
do that.
future. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question on that?
Please.
Because I know this was a transition year for Mr. Reynolds with losing Mr. Pelosi. Should we be budgeting more money in this line item? So he has the funding there that he doesn't have to make an emergency with that?
I don't think it was a budgetary issue.
Okay.
The budget was,
Inventory management.
the
Yeah.
budget will be presented in a matter of weeks, and if Louis feels he needs more money for salt, he's gonna make that known, and we're gonna put it in the budget. And so I think it was just it's just an anomaly with the holidays, and it happens. I mean, you just, you use it in a period of time you don't expect to, and then you have to replenish it, and it's a weekend, it's a holiday, and it happens.
The resolution is really because of the emergency purchase. It's not so much it's not like the emergencies that I talked about where we didn't have the funding.
Okay.
It's just for local public contract law purposes. They had to go out to the vendor because this was the only vendor that had the de-icing materials available. And so that's why we're doing this resolution. It's more the local public contracts law piece of it.
Got it. Thank you.
Is it under the emergency procurement provision?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, next one is 4425, a resolution approving proposal from Matrix New World for environmental services at the property located at 25 Lakeside Avenue for long-term monitoring for vapor intrusion investigation and NJDEP submission in an amount not to exceed $21,960. Councilwoman Castellino.
So, yeah, so I wanted to just ask and just to bring to the administration's attention. So this is one of the first items for, I guess, the environmental cleanup that's going on the site. It's where the proposed film studio is supposed to go. And where are we at with the grant from the state? Is this getting covered by grant money here? And got to look in the back. Now capital budget. So it's coming from the capital budget. So how are we itemizing and keeping track of everything? Because I know we're hoping to get 5 million from the state, but until then, I thought the Matrix was putting out the funding for any, not the Matrix developers was going to put out the funding for any environmental cleanup upfront.
So Matrix developers essentially offer us like sort of a bridge loan. So, you know, where we wouldn't have the cash available from the grant, they will give us that cash. And then when we would get the money reimbursed from the grant, we would pay them back. So they're acting more as like a financing mechanism. We do have money actually from the escrow that was returned from the Prism sale.
Oh, that's
that
right.
we can apply, you know, for these particular costs, doing the remediation or the testing can go against that grant money. But ultimately, the true cleanup is coming. That's going to be the big, you know, $4.5-5 million grant. So for the start, while we figure out sort of what we need to do, you know, we can access our existing capital. We can access that escrow that we got back from Prism at the end of last year. But when we talk about Matrix and the financing that was part of the agreement, again, it's more of just providing us financing. It's not direct grant monies to do the cleanup. So you want to add to that?
Sure. So that you know, we applied for a BDA for a brownfield
Yeah.
development area application. As a matter of fact, I got the letter today. It was approved. So after this, we will have a kickoff meeting with the NJDP representative, and from there, from that point on, then we're gonna be able to apply for grants
Okay,
for the
cool.
cleanup. But the cleanup has been going on for years.
No, that I know, but I was just under the new agreement that we had since we passed the agreement with Matrix developers. I wanted to make sure we were itemizing that and tracking it, so we know what they paid for and what we're paying for.
Sure. We'll use them as a financing mechanism. So, you know, our short-term financing right now, we do bond anticipation notes, and the permanent would be, you know, a bond. So if we need cash to do cleanup moving forward, you know, we'll access that, whatever, $500,000 first, but it has to be paid back to them. That's part of the agreement. So when we would get that money from the grant, reimbursed from the grant, we would have to pay back that 500,000. The good thing is, though, is that it's 500,000 at 0% interest. So, you know, better than we would get in the bond anticipation note market. So it's just important to recognize for what it is. It's short-term financing, but it's not grant. It's not like a direct contribution of like, we will give you 500,000 to clean this up. And no, they'd get it back from us.
No, that I remember. And then my second request is, I hope Council President doesn't mind this, but I like to go back to what we did years ago with our we should be getting monthly progress reports on our redevelopment project. So we know from administration exactly where we're at. So for example, you know, how far, sometimes there isn't something to report. This is going back when we had Edison Lofts project and even Central Avenue, just to give us some kind of update on the township projects, because, you know, time escapes and all of a sudden, you know, it's a couple months later and then you see something develop on an agenda. I'd like to see a little bit of a heads up in conference agenda if we could get those updates. No one's opposed to that.
No,
Well-
I'd like to see it.
Actually, before I joined the council, I read the contracts and it's
Yeah,
required.
it's required.
Monthly reports are
That's
required.
right.
Yeah.
For the
And I
contract.
asked about it before I got on the council and I recall the answer was nothing's happening. So there's no reports to disclose.
Yeah, I was gonna say there really hasn't been anything to report. I don't disagree with you that they should probably do that anyway. Send us an email saying nothing to report, but it was, you know, to fulfill the status of their contract, but I don't believe there's really been anything. You know.
Well, what about a movie studio partner?
Yeah, that's
Well, you know,
concerning
listen.
if nothing's happening.
And it's not that I won't tell you, because I don't know who those potential partners are, but they feel they've got, you know, a couple of potential partners and we'll see what happens, you know.
But a time frame for us, you know, we need to get a little more detail from them.
I don't think we can, they can tell you that until all this other stuff is done you know, concrete.
Okay.
No pun intended.
And I'd like to follow up because I was here on the council when Prism was flagrantly, repeatedly violating the terms of their contracts. And I thought that that was part of the problem that eventually made another council kick them out. But I really I don't know whether I can demand this or not, but I really want somebody here at the township to make sure that the contract is being followed to the letter of the law.
So far, Matrix has been a great partner. Also, just point of interest, the settlement agreement with Gene Diaz and Prism says we won't say anything untoward. So we will just refrain from saying they got kicked out or anything like that. We had an amicable settle agreement in court with Judge Moore.
Nobody's buying that. Even the public knows.
I understand.
Okay.
But the point is that I would like, if there's that we want to do the letter of the law on this contract.
I understand.
Okay,
We want the report. We want to know what's going on.
I understand.
thank you.
The next one was pulled, I mean, not pulled. The next two are questions that Councilwoman Geber Michael had.
Madam Clerk, if I could just, one more follow-up. And I know Mr. Titiniak raised this issue about the $4.5 or $5 million. I have still yet to see a single written word in any sort of official communication that tells us that we're going to get this $4.5 or $5 million. And I was wondering, what's the status of that? When are we going to get that? It seems like a pretty big number to just be floating around out there without anything on paper.
So we don't have a grant agreement yet. I think the brownfield designation is the start. But no, we don't have anything concrete yet.
Thank you.
She's getting, she said she's gonna get that back soon.
Are we ready to go?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just
Okay.
appreciate that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. 4525, resolution authorizing an emergency appropriation in an amount not to exceed $64,574.42 to Grabowski Construction for emergency sanitary sewer construction to the township sanitary sewer main located in front of 546 Valley Road. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Thank you. You just pull up the resolution.
Avala.
Okay. So.
Just as an FYI, Ms. Carballo sent me the most amazing, detailed, logical, well-written response to all of this. It was just amazing. So thank you. I failed to share it with
Oh.
Councilwoman
Because we had
Gavin
the same
Michael,
question.
and I probably should have.
So we had the same questions, basically.
It's with the, it's in here.
Oh, it is, okay.
So
If you can come up and basically answer the questions, I'm not gonna repeat them again. We had the same questions in an effort to save time. And like a Cliff Note version of it, because I can go back and read what, if you can send it to me, then I can read it.
Okay,
It's-
yes.
I
can do
think
that.
going forward, when someone asks a question of any, township employee or whatever, it should go to all the councils. So that way everyone's on board and knows what's going on.
That's what Chief said. He's gonna funnel it through.
Will come through Joe and we can send it
Yeah.
back to everyone.
But a copy of it is attached to the resolution.
Oh,
Email.
perfect.
Yeah. The second page of the attachment.
Okay, so Ms. Carvalho is waiting for a
No, it's
question.
okay. Actually, he's gonna send it to me and I'll just read it. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's there.
We can go on to the next one, Karen.
Okay, I'm just looking at the agenda because I think that was the only questions that we had for Ms. Carvalho, if we wanted to let her go.
I had a question on 51. Did someone address that already?
No.
No, but that's not her.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm just, we're
we
gonna
can
get
do-
to that one
Got
next,
it.
but if we're all done with Ms. Carvalho, can we let her
Yeah,
go?
thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, well, there are second reading ordinances now that I'm looking, or first reading ordinances that she's involved in one of them for the pedestrian safety board. I don't know if anybody has a question about
do.
that. Oh, and then the others too. I'm sorry.
So
I didn't mean to get your hopes up. Okay, 5125, resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Fernando Marin as Public Defender 2025 at a rate of $350 per session. Councilwoman Gepper Michael.
So we voted on this one in the past at $350 per session. And Mr. Moran is the only one who bid on this. But my question is, what are we doing to solicit other attorneys? My understanding is that $350 per session is a rather high for a township of our size. I reached out to neighboring towns where it was anywhere from 200 to 250 per session. No, I understand that, but are we doing anything as a
Send out request proposals and these are the responses we get.
Okay, we advertise on social media.
On the website, we advertise wherever. Reynolds always advertises in newspapers and whatever, we advertise everything else with the same response we got.
These are the ones that have been pulled or are not sent to Jen. 725, 1625, 2625, 2725, 3025, 3625, 3925, 4625, 4725, 4925, 5225, 5325, 5525, 5825, 5925, 6325, 6425, 6525, and 6725.
Could you just double check, 49 was pulled?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and 53 you guys pulled.
That was pulled, yes.
55. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Okay, resolution, I'm sorry, resolutions. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I mean, these are.
Right, I know. It's 36.
Yeah, we need to take that out.
Yeah, let's go out of order, so we could read everything. That's full. Decide that and do then when.
Okay, then I'm fine. Finish when then?
I would like to go out of order to consider the ordinance that requires the town engineer.
Oh, well, there's a
Is that
couple of
possible
them.
to do? Is that, and you've got anybody have a problem so
That's
she can
fine.
go home?
Yeah.
That's first reading.
You don't want to hang out with us till 1 a.m.?
Okay.
I don't want to hang out with us till 1 a.m.
I'm saying 2:30.
What number is that?
My cut-
Ordinance
12.
2889-25.
And 2891.
Speed limit on Kelly Drive.
Right, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7 traffic subsection 7-29.1 speed limits general of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, now you can debate or ask your questions or whatever the case may be. Is there any questions?
What number is it?
This is 2889.
2889.
We're going out of order. We're going to the
First
ordinances.
reading.
This is the
Ordinances on first reading.
2889.
Under ordinances.
In case there's any questions for Ms. Carvalho.
Oh, no, I don't have any questions.
No.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, thanks.
No questions?
Huh?
No
No.
questions?
questions, I don't know.
Okay, and this is on first reading, so don't,
There's
panic. or
public
whatever.
discussion on second.
Right.
reading, But this is a no-brainer.
Okay, so Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries. Okay, oh, sorry. And then the next
2891.
one, yeah, 2891, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 2 subsection 61 pedestrian safety advisory board of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, establishing a complete and green streets advisory committee and creating a complete and green streets policy. Is there a motion to approve on first
Make a
reading?
motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
No second?
Oh, so they don't
Okay,
want- okay.
fails.
Wait, 1 second. 2891.
91.
I would
Questions?
like to discuss it. I'm sorry.
You can still discuss.
Well, we have
Yeah.
to, you have
The
to
only
make
way
a
you do
motion
that-
and a second if you
Yes.
want to discuss it.
I'm missing it in here. Oh, okay, here it is. Okay, so,
Is there a
First, we-
second?
we-
You have to
we
make
have
a
a
second if you
motion
want to
and-
Yeah,
discuss, if
I
you want
move
to debate.
for us to discuss it.
We-
Is there a
we-
second?
Yeah, we have to have a motion and a second.
Correct.
To continue.
And you're not approving it tonight. You're only approving it on first reading
Got
to be
it.
heard on second reading
Got
at
it.
the next
But if you're
meeting.
not entertaining it at all, then don't move it.
Right, exactly. If you don't plan on entertaining it, don't
That's
waste.
how we have shorter meetings.
Yeah, exactly.
well, I would like to entertain this. I think that overall, the notion of a complete and green streets policy is excellent. However, I am.
All
ver-
right, can we, so you have to have
Gotta
a
do the
second.
vote.
We
Gotta
can't,
be a
yeah,
second
you can't,
before we can.
you
move.
can't,
You can still vote no.
Yeah.
You have to, you have to.
right,
you
we're
have
not
to make-
going to vote. You're going to second. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Now,
Now you can
now,
It's
now.
only your second meeting.
No, I know. It's fine.
I'll get the hang of it.
We need a
No.
taser.
Okay. I think this is a great plan to have complete and green streets. However, I have a lot of concerns about this. And I would like to know who was consulted to draft this?
I drafted the ordinance and for this, complete streets.
Okay,
I was given the sample ordinance or from other townships that have been done. As well, the material came from the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. And this is basically required for the township to adopt it no later than the next council meeting in order for the township to be able to continue applying for grants. And also to be, be part of the various awards that are given statewide for
Right, so-
the complete streets.
So I understand that it's part of the Easy Pass Grant Award to get this through first reading tonight. And I understand the compelling need for being able to apply for grants. However, I think we got to do things right, because if we don't do things right in this ordinance, we're going to be setting up a fundamental system of this just ending up in a filing drawer. So what I'd like to ask you is, was there any input from any other professionals or any other municipalities when this
The
was
info is
drafted?
actually from the members of the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. I drafted this
Mhm.
and I gave it to them to review.
Okay.
They said it was okay. And the different checklists that you see in here
Mhm.
are provided from the state,
That,
which
that,
are also adopted from other municipalities. I actually looked at the one from Eatontown, which was provided to me as a sample. And I also looked at the one for Red Band. Because those are the two, I would say, townships in which have taken the lead, I will say, within a lot of the municipalities in the state to do the complete streets that is required.
have you spoken with any municipality closer to us, like Montclair, which is heavily involved in this green and clean
No,
streets?
I have not. And the truth of the matter is like, I don't have much time to be, I'm sorry for what I'm gonna say, picking up the call and calling the township next door who actually has a consultant on board. It's not even a regular municipal engineer like me who's there 24/7 to pick up the phone when you call, and they're not gonna answer my question.
Exactly. Well, you kind of led me right into my key point, which is that another municipality that is going to be carrying this type of plan out has somebody who has been hired to enact this, which is really important. This now is set up. First of all, it is lacking any Vision Zero action plan. We have already commissioned a huge Vision Zero plan, and it is not in this at all. So we seem to be having some redundancies. We have a pedestrian, we have a Vision Zero task, which is now like kind of gone. We have complete in green streets. We have three different entities basically doing the same thing, which are striving for our streets to be safe and for this to be done and zero accidents and for this to be done in a sustainable way. So I just see a complete overlap in this. And I'm concerned about the way this is drafted. So what I would suggest is that we really do need to pull back from this draft and not go forward with this. At this point, this has the mayor in charge of organizing this whole plan.
Well, the
have
mayor
you-
actually is the one who appoints the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. And the difference between the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board and the complete streets that will be in here, it will be a difference because we will need more professionals to be involved in the complete streets like zoning, planning, engineering.
Exactly.
You don't have that representation, I don't think, 100% in the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. Obviously, you're gonna have representation from the Pedestrian Advisory Board to be part of this committee, as well as the council.
Well, I don't think we need three entities doing this, doing the same mission. So what I'd like
I'm
to.
sorry for what I'm gonna say, but the Vision Zero plan is completely different for the complete streets plan.
It should be integrated into this.
But this is not what is being asked from us in the state level for us to be able to participate.
I understand, but it doesn't make any sense to me to have this Vision Zero action plan not be integrated into this. In Montclair, they are integrating this. In other municipalities, they are integrating, and we've already done the work. So it would be nice to have one document and one blueprint that we can then hire somebody, maybe a planner, to oversee this massive project because it can't simply fall on you. And it can't simply fall on the mayor.
The ordinance is basically so that it can be taken and taken into account every time that somebody submits an application to any of the land use boards. So in that way they follow it and follow the different checklists that are provided by the state. This is all taken from the estate plan.
Right.
This is not a made up checklist, nor it is the resolution. The resolution essentially follows the sample ordinance that they have
Right, but I,
and tailor basically to West Orange.
yeah, I would like it, well, the Vision Zero was tailored specifically to West Orange. So,
And that was through a grant.
yes, but that should be, there should be one document that incorporates all of that. And I think that the membership in this also needs to be redesigned. And I'd like to just take a step back from this, and if the council will permit me to say that we should pass this on first reading, but this is nowhere ready to go into a
That's why
quick
it's till
second reading.
second reading.
Actually,
Yeah,
no,
but if the
you don't.
changes are
The
substantive, it
changes
has
are
to
very
come back to
substantive.
first reading anyway. If we have substantive changes on, it's gonna come all the way back again.
So can I make this suggestion? It's 11:15. I think that we should table this. I think that Councilman Rudin should work with Zajabeth to incorporate the changes and then get them to the council to see if we approve of them and get them on the next council meeting. If the deadline is before the next council meeting, then we should schedule a special meeting, maybe during lunch at 12 o'clock, specifically for this. And it gives the councilman time to work with the director to get, because she's got there's a lot on her writing on here, and instead of us going through it now, they can work together offline, and then we can come back.
So that you know, after first reading, it has to go to the planning board. And
Right.
after the planning board, it comes back to the council for second and last reading. So
Right.
right now, I don't think we're gonna have enough time to be doing all of that. I'm being honest.
Right.
And it is scheduled to be, if it's passed here on first reading, to go to the planning board on a special meeting.
Tomorrow. But this is not ready, in my opinion. However, I do understand that there is a deadline in terms of the Easy Pass grants. So,
What is the deadline?
It's the
Like,
easy ride.
Easy
Yes.
Ride,
Why
sorry.
it's amended
It's-
after it passes on.
So-
One at a time, please, just one at a time.
So
Ms. Rudin.
I was under the impression that we needed to pass it on first reading, but then come, just to be sure that we're in place with any Easy Ride grants.
Numerous emails back and forth with Ms. Lee, who is part of the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board.
Yes,
And also Jerry Garino, who is the chairman of the board. And it needs to be, we need to provide a signed Russell ordinance to them in order to be able to be part of the grants.
So we can't do anything until this is passed on second reading, so.
I thought Miss Lee communicated that this only has to be passed at first reading and that,
It doesn't. It has to be passed on second reading. That's why Ms. Gary Adams, who is the Director of Planning, scheduled us for the special meeting on the planning board and requested that this being introduced for discussion.
That's tomorrow.
And that's tomorrow.
the meeting-
Your amendments
the
now.
meetings tomorrow. Well, I mean, I'm not even near making these amendments. So, I mean, do you want me to give you all the amendments that I have thus far? I feel that this needs a task group to put this together because this is being put together with absolutely nobody in charge of carrying this out. You need to have a hired professional in order to do this, and we simply don't. We can't.
These checklists are to be part of the applications for the land use board. At that moment in time, when it's submitted to the land use board, that's what the land use board professionals are for. You have a land use planner and a land use engineer consultants to do so and to carry this on and make sure that the checklists that are in here are actually, how would I say this? Introduced into the different proposals that they might have for
But-
redevelopment or new development.
I understand that this needs to go to our land use boards and you want to be able to say to a developer that we have a complete streets code and we would like to do it in a green way. That I do understand, but this is a massive plan that needs to be looked at in its entirety and how it affects West Orange and how it affects pedestrian, vehicular, everything, all safety in West Orange. So this is kind of, I mean, the point of this is not just to get a checklist. The point is to enact it.
And that's the point of passing an
Welcome
ordinance.
to
You
the-
gotta pass the ordinance first, and then it will be an act on put into place every time that somebody submits an application. When they submit an application to the boards, they're gonna have to look at the checklist and see how they gotta like comply with it.
Right.
And if they don't, why? And if they're gonna ask for waivers, then explain also why.
You're both right here. If I can make a suggestion in interest of time, both tonight and the grant deadlines is pass it. Nishwan Group's here. We'll get a proposal from them to take the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board, the Vision Zero, this, and combine it into one big task force. Then you have your professionals to put that together for you, but we could still meet all our deadlines.
But if the changes are substantive, we're not going to be able to pass.
No,
it on
you're
together.
going to eventually, no matter what, you're going to eventually have to have a new ordinance. And like that would repeal all three and create one.
Oh, so we
But
could do it.
at least
like
you
we
get
did
this
with
done
Stonecourt,
so that you
where
can
we
get
had
your
to pass
grant.
That thing with no minor development, and we're gonna have to go back and we're gonna have to change it.
Right, so that's what I'm saying.
Because we get it.
Pass it as
we're
written.
Doing everything on the last minute with a deadline
Yeah,
again.
This, and I,
Wait, ho. Okay. One at a time, please.
okay, I feel like that this council, and I know I'm new to the game, but that this council is getting this up against a deadline that we should not be having. This
Totally
is a
correct.
huge,
We can't
huge
keep doing
project that needs to be thoughtfully developed and created so that we can really take care of our residents. And this is giving us like no choice. Our backs are up against the wall. We're gonna lose grant money if we don't pass it tonight. And yet there's a huge amount of work that really needs to go into this to make it right for our community.
But that can still be done if we do what I've suggested.
Correct. You can provide your comments and see if any of those agree with what the planning board will say, since they have to also review it tomorrow.
But this is for tomorrow. I have to now get my comments to the planning board by tomorrow to get this enacted. I have some of them. I have some of them written out, but it's substantial, and I frankly would like to get a task force to help review this and not just have gotten this the other day. I'm sorry. I know it's not your fault.
Yeah, we can't work with.
Okay,
this.
okay. So it's established that this is totally unreasonable to be asking the council to move on this. As far as I know, nobody has talked to us about it.
Right.
Nobody has briefed us.
Right.
First I'm hearing. it.
Okay, this has got to stop. This can't be happening. So I don't know.
Safety, excuse me, Council.
I am.
Yeah, could I just finish talking, please? So I would like to know, as we go forward, why it is that we got this on such a short timeline. If you could just find out why it is that we didn't get this 3 months ago so we could have worked on it. But meanwhile, we have to make a decision. The business administrator says that we can pass this now, and then the planning board gets it, and then we pass it on second reading unless the planning board says something elsewise. And now he's saying that we can change all of this once it's passed on second reading when we do have the time. But meanwhile, that will safeguard whatever potential we have for grants. Now,
Mr. Lynn's group's here. I mean,
Yeah,
I'll
maybe
ask
they
them for a proposal to put together, to fully digest and understand this. They have a very limited glimpse of what's going on here, but
right.
I can meet with them, explain it to them, and tell them that you want to be a liaison, you can meet with them and explain how
We
you
need to
want
have
all three of
somebody-
these combined into one.
Players.
Okay, Councilwoman.
My concern with doing it that way is that the planning board will reject the changes that we want made versus them going in with them receiving whatever revisions that Councilman Rudin like, that make sense to have. So that's my biggest fear is if it passes now, we come back and we do all this work and they say no.
Well, they don't say no. They are purely advisory. They
Right.
look at it and they say yay, nay, or we have no opinion.
Right.
So we always have the power to revise the ordinances.
Exactly.
So if I understand,
If there's that many, if you want to get the ordinance passed, as the chief said, then you go forward with it basically as is, and then afterwards you can put together the ordinance you want and rescind
Rescind
the
this.
other, and then, you know, and then you have time.
Right.
Because
I
you'll
think
put
that's
that
what we
on the
need to do.
agenda when you're ready to put it on the
And,
agenda.
and the planning board, just because I sit on the planning board, we make recommendations. These are, they're only recommendations. You can take them and say, no, we totally disagree, or maybe they got a point, or something in the middle. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter. If it's something that you feel strongly against, the planning board says, hey, we want you to do it, you can tell us, we're overriding that.
so I
Okay,
move
so-
for a vote now
Yes.
and to vote to pass this on first
Mhm.
reading. Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. So that will be sent to Ms. Adams tomorrow morning.
Can you go home now, Ms. Carvalho?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 26.
25?
No, 26
6 and 30.
and 30.
Okay. If with the
Ordinance?
council's leave, I would like now to address
And 35.
26 and 25. Have we passed the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take up 26, 25.
No, it's 26, 25, 30, 25. Oh, no, sorry, go on. I'm
Right,
sorry,
I
thought this
I
was-
want to get Ms. Carvalho home as quickly as we
Yeah.
can. So,
So
Councilwoman,
Next.
Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled this.
26, 25, resolution authorizing professional land surveying and engineering services for the LTPF fiscal year 2024 DOT Local Transportation Project Funds, Valley Road, Union Street, Nassau Street, and Wheatland Road improvements to Greenman Peterson in the amount not to exceed $27,495. Is there a motion to?
So move.
Thank you.
Second,
Thank
Concerned about this resolution because it has no special protections for the trees that are on the street. I know that there are not that many, but I've counted every single one of them. And I would like to see that every single one of those trees be saved and that they be designated in this contract. Not only do I want all of those trees that are there to be saved, but I would also like to request that that additional trees be planted in this area and that there be specific language in here that says that you will reroute the sidewalks, come out, do whatever you can to save the trees. We've lost so much canopy. And I know that in previous times, we did this kind of road work and trees were removed and just simply not replaced. And frankly, after being party to what happened on Lincoln Avenue to our residents, I really don't want to see that again. And I want to make sure that there's very specific language in here. I'm also, there was something else that we discussed tonight about an emergency that took place on Valley. Is part of Valley now fixed and repaved?
Yes.
That would make some of this, that would affect part of this resolution to make
Two
it,
different streets. This one is for South Valley Road, the one that you were speaking about emergency repairs Valley Road.
so it's not on the same.
No.
they're different.
Okay, all right.
It's two different.
That's fine. So my concern is that there be very specific language in here that designates protection for the trees.
Okay. Just like I answered to your email, I will reiterate. None of the trees that are on this South Valley Road project or Nassau or Union Street or Wheatland Avenue will be disturbed. First of all, there is, like I said, literally no trees. Two, the curb or the few trees that are on the road are far away from the curb. Therefore, they're not gonna be disturbed. I don't know if you've been in the area, but there's literally no tree.
I counted,
May I please finish? To award a professional contract services, I cannot tell in here anything about the removal of the trees. That's been taken care of in the specifications. So in the specifications, we will put language in there based on the assessment that the forester will do as to which trees are viable and which ones are not. Also, we keep itemized items for roof barriers and also for any tree planting. The two projects that are under construction last year and will hopefully be finished this year, which are the 2024 phase 1 and phase 2, both of those contracts has over 200 trees on each contract. So we're gonna be planting 400 trees as per the contract. And the same thing will be for the next contracts to come. Every single one of the contracts that I've been working on since I started working for West Orange, I've been putting in there tree planting and even some trimmings as per the recommendations of the forester. And I do give him a set of plans and he goes out in the field and he does his field work and he comes back to the office and he gives me the list of the trees that need to be removed. And going back to the Lincoln Avenue trees, I was provided an assessment from the forester of which trees needed to come down because they had some sort of disease. I am not an expert when it comes to trees, and I do the best I can to protect them during construction. And like I said, on this one, there's literally no trees that are on the way or anything that will be damaged. And if you notice, if you go to South Valley Road, the lots are very small. There's literally no front yards on these properties. The area between the face of the curb and the face of the sidewalk is less than 3 feet. That's the reason why there's not that many trees planted in this corridor. We will plant some trees and I will speak to the forester on to which trees can be allocated in that small area. Okay?
okay. So, yeah, I don't want to relitigate what happened on Lincoln, but we do have a resident who was deeply affected by that. But we had promises from the forester that trees would be saved. And then we had the number, we had the count, we had the residents. And then on the day of the excavation, something changed
I don't understand why he changed his mind. I don't understand why he says something else to you. All I could say to you is this. I was provided with a list and the plans were marked up by him. And that's exactly what it was put on the plans and on the tables for the removal of the trees and in the specifications. Like I said, I am not a tree expert. I've never called myself to be one. I can differentiate between a red oak or a regular oak. To me, they're all trees.
So you're saying that all of the trees on Lincoln came down because the forester designated that all of those trees should come down?
What did he call the root rot? That was the disease.
Oh, well, he's
rot.
here and we can ask questions, but what I would like to do is, I did see the trees, I marked each one down. Can we put in this report specifically, these are the trees that we would like to save. We would like to have any workaround that is possible to save the small number of trees. And I do believe that there are 2, 3, 4, 5,
finish, please.
6, 7, 8 trees that are there right now. And I know that's not a lot, but it's not nice to decimate a downtown area.
We're not gonna be removing the trees, like I mentioned to you. They're far enough from the curb line in order for the contractor to excavate and put the curb.
Then would it be possible just to put this in the language to make sure that this doesn't happen?
Like I said, it will be put in the specifications at the time the project will be going out to bid, which will be probably next year. Because we got to design a year in advance.
When it's put in the what we're seeing right here, it seems like the specifications, because you're talking about
No, these are not specifications.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
all right, you're talking about roadway, curb, sidewalk. There's not one sentence in this that says that this contract is is mandating to protect our trees in accordance with our tree ordinance and to, and to make workarounds for our sidewalks.
It's a request for proposals. It's not a set of specifications, first of all. Second of all, that is done throughout the design process. Throughout the design process, I might say physically go walk the roadways, okay, with the designer to see what improvements needs to be done. The infrastructure, meaning the catch basins, the inlets, are the heads in compliance? Are they actually blocked inside this basins that need to be reconstructed? And I make the decisions as to whether or not some sections of curb need to be replaced or not. Also, at that time, Mr. Kip is given a set of plans at which he will go on his own and walk the streets up and down and see which streets are viable or not. If he tells me that X number of trees needs to come down because they have some sort of disease, it is his expertise, not mine. So the tree will be marked as coming down since it's not viable, and it will become actually a hazard to somebody else, and it could fall and cause damage. But I am not gonna put it on a request for proposal because that's part of the design process in the engineering project.
But aren't they going to be designing based on this?
Yes, but like I said, Mr. Kip will mark it up on a plan for them. I don't need to put it on a request for proposal. I don't need to give them the ordinance.
Well, my concern is that, there are companies that are more adept at some of the newer techniques in terms of road construction, and there are some that are going to do it very old school. And that's why I specifically want to attract companies that know about some of the newer techniques.
Every single one of our engineering firms, and they're all like big firms, they all have professionals within their team that know about trees. There are like architects, planners, engineers. If there's need to be a specific or recommendation from the forester, it is put into the plans.
I want to make sure, not that they know about trees, but they know how to preserve the trees and how they know how not to cut the roots when you're doing road construction. We had so many trees that were just.
Mr. Kip goes out there and he has actually worked with our contractors, okay? Lifting up the slab of the sidewalk, putting it aside, okay? To evaluate the roots of the tree and to see whether or not it can be slightly grinded and then put it back so that we don't have to damage any of the roots of the trees. We've been doing that. My job is not to be taking down trees. That is not what I'm aiming for. My job is to make sure that our infrastructure is safe for everyone to be able to live within the township. And if I need to plant trees, I do it. I've been doing it since I started working for West Orange. Every single one of the projects that have from last year, every single one of them, no lie, 200 trees on each to be planting. And you could ask the forester. It is in the specifications, and all the other projects that are coming out are the same way.
Thank you, Ms. Carballo. I just want to interject here. It sounds like from what you're saying is it doesn't matter to the ultimate objective of Councilwoman Rudin to protect the trees. So that if we can trust your word, what we vote on tonight is not going to impact what eventually happens with the trees.
Unless, and let me be clear, unless our forester goes out there and tells me that they're all deceased.
Right, but he won't be doing that now.
No.
He won't be doing that tomorrow after we vote on this.
No,
So-
he will be doing probably I would say 6 months from now, because once this is awarded, then we'll provide the PO to the consultant. Then they start doing the surveying work, which will take, I would say, probably a month at least. And then after that, they will start working on the concept plans on the existing conditions. And then after that, I will meet with them in the field to go over the different improvements. Then it comes back to me, and then I'll give it to the forester for him to do his own assessment at his own time and evaluation.
I think I speak for the council. We have a great deal of concern about protecting trees. I think we've made that clear to you. And so if we trust that you will keep that in mind as we move forward. When it gets to the spec,
Mhm.
the spec stage, that's when we're going to need, I think, the details of the trees and whatever, and to ensure
If
that
there's
there's,
specific language that you would like to see on the specifications, feel free to email it.
yes, yes.
Seriously, just email it to me and we could introduce it into the specifications. I do it all the time, even with our purchasing agent. There's some stuff that come out and she sends me some of the language. Obviously, sometimes I revise it a little bit here and there. But we put it into the specifications because the specification has a section within that set of specifications called instructions to bidders. So we could put it in there.
That would be the place.
Just to follow up, Chief Abbott,
Sir.
it seems to me the key issue, the key relationship here is for the council, or at least Ms. Rudin, to review Mr. Kip's work before trees get taken down. Is that something that we could ask the administration for access to Mr. Kip's evaluation before any steps are taken to take down the trees? Is that something that's acceptable to the administration or to Ms. Rudin? Hold on a second.
Listen, all that's a public record. If somebody wanted to file an Oprah request for it, they could have it. So that's, to start off, there's no reason you can't have that. I can't convey to the power to the council or any individual member of council to say to our forester, no, I don't agree with you, that tree can't come down. If he says it comes down, then it's gonna come down. I don't know if that answers you fully or gives you everything you want, but
Yeah, that does not fit what I think I
Or
wish they would.
legislative body
Ms. Kessler, okay.
or legislative. We don't oversee day to day of the staff. I mean, they get what you want, what you support, but at the end of the day, he makes the call, not us.
Okay, I'm going to leave this fight to the specification stage. And I think the council is all aware of Ms. Rudin's leadership in this stage. I'm going to move to a vote and we'll see where we go. Madam Clerk,
Okay,
please.
Councilwoman Castellino to approve,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa. Yes. Council President Kukoviac.
Yes, and to be addressed.
The motion
Thank
is
you.
carried. Okay, and then the next one is 3525, resolution authorizing I'm sorry. I keep
3025.
3025, resolution authorizing the rejection of 5 bids received for Lake Vincent walkway improvements. Councilwoman Rudin. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to approve on first? Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
What number?
30.
Rejecting 5 bids from.
Oh,
3025.
It's a pond, not a lake, but.
Councilwoman, you pulled this.
yes, I know I pulled it. I wanted to understand why all 5 were rejected.
Sure. All 5 were rejected because the township decided to apply for a grant, which I believe is the stewardship grant, which is one of the Green Acres grant. We're actually applying for 3 Green Acres grants. I would say within a week or so, we're gonna be submitting the application. So before we could go out to bid, we're gonna need to go to Green Acres program and ask for their bid approval. That is common when you get a grant. For example, anytime that I have to go out to bid with an NJDOT grant, I need to submit the plans and specifications to DOT for approval. The same thing goes with the CDBG grants. So Green Acres is no different. So in order to be able to take advantage of the grant, if we are indeed awarded, then we're gonna need to reject the bids and rebid the project. And this project is actually gonna be in 2 phases. The first phase will be the Vincent's Walkway, which is gonna be done with permits by rule. And then phase 2 of this project for Vincent's Pond is gonna be the dredging of the pond.
Okay, so is there any flexibility, since this was approved before I came on, is there any flexibility in changing what will be happening in that plan at Degman Park? Are you still going for creating impermeable walk around the lake? Because that I am concerned about. That creates more flooding. That I don't see that as a great project for Degman Park. And I also think it directly conflicts with what we're trying to do in terms of moving into a discussion that we haven't gotten there yet in terms of helping resolve our geese population. So would you consider a different project other than putting in hardscape around the lake?
I am going to give you my professional opinion as an engineer. The township is going for this as a permit by rule by NJDEP. What does that mean? That means it's permit by rule, I think it's either 40 or 42. I can't remember exactly, but it's one of those two. It basically says you don't have to submit an application to NJDEP for approvals, nor pay any fees for the application, as long as you basically change in kind what is there already. What is there already is an HMA walkway, asphalt. Right now, the conditions of the asphalt is pretty much in disrepair.
Very bad.
Very much. We have received numerous emails regarding this issue, which is the reason why this went out to bid. Now, if we could do it with grants, great, we will save that money. Or if we go over with the dredging, then we could utilize the funds that are already allocated for this project. So that's the reason why it is not up to me to change it. If you want to use pervious pavement, we're gonna have to pay now for the design of it, for the fees to NJDEP, which I will say, yes.
No, I'm just saying, if there is another plan that we could present to create a different look around the lake that would not create more impervious coverage, can we use this money to do something else to beautify that area and to make it lovely for the residents without creating impervious pavement or
It's
with
not gonna-
fixing it? I know it's there right now, but
It's-
do we need to continue that?
It's not gonna be creating any impervious surface, or it's not gonna be creating any more runoff that exists already. I personally think this is the best way to go if the township wants to fix this as soon as possible that it can be. Because the truth of the matter is, anything around a lake, anything around a river has a riparian zone. So we want to minimize the amount of time with the permitting, also with the fees to the agency, as well as with the professionals. Understand that making this project with pervious material will basically trigger us going to NJDEP and asking for permission.
No, I'm not asking for, you're saying for changing this and making it
Yes.
pervious?
Yes, that
Has to go to the
Any
DEP?
pervious,
If,
it is not up to me. If it was for me, sure, let's make it a pervious material. It doesn't make a difference. I could even tell you, let's make it like the track that we put on the high school and everything around it, because it's soft, it's nicer, it might last a little bit longer, but unfortunately, it's not up to me. You gotta look at also the different NJDEP rules and regulations that are out there. This will be, I would say, the path of less resistance to get the walkway around the pond fixed, so that the residents won't be, how do I say this?
Tripping.
Tripping like that, right?
Yeah.
Because the roots of the trees have actually done that in some areas. Others it's been too long, so it's basically, as DEP calls it, a replacement in kind. The same thing can be done when you have a pipe that, let's say, is a metal pipe, right? And it discharges to the river. When it discharges to the river, it starts to erode. When it erodes, then you could change it to a concrete pipe or a plastic pipe. As long as it's the same size and elevations wise, you don't have to get really a permit. You could just apply what is a permit by rule and put it on the specifications.
Councilwoman Rudin, you're finished?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Castellino.
And I appreciate your creative thought process, but that part of the pond and, if you've been to the Toby Cat's house, which I'm sure you have been, you park in the back, you don't realize a lot of times when there's a larger event, you're parking at the high school and you're walking across that path, which, you know, we've been very fortunate that someone hasn't broken their ankle or, and whatnot. So, and I don't believe in all these years we had any flooding issues from the path. That path's been there
I haven't
40 years,
In 40,
Yeah.
I think.
50 years since I was a kid.
I haven't heard of any issues of the actual path around Lynn or this area in Vincent's Pond really like flooding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, but I do know for a fact that the residents at Carteret Street do flood.
Yeah.
And which is one of the reasons why, as phase 2 of this project,
It's the
is the
dredging. It's more the
proposed.
dredging.
And that will help the flooding situation.
So Ms. Carvalho, just to summarize what you said, the grant, the way we want to move forward from here with the grants require us to basically replace what is already there.
Yes.
So we can't, if it's impermeable, we can't put in permeable.
You could put it in. It's just a matter of having to have the understanding that you're gonna be spending
A lot more money.
a lot
More
more
time
time
and more time and more money.
and more time. Exactly. It's gonna definitely delay the execution of this project.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Give you a simple one.
Everything.
Councilwoman,
I have a simple question. Why is it titled Lake Vincent instead of Vincent Pond Walkway?
This project was already, I would say, in existence by the time I came aboard. So I really can't answer this.
Okay.
It's actually Lake Vincent.
That's the real name.
The real name is Lake Vincent, named after the Vincent family that was, that used to own the property up there.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
That's
People always
from the-
say
that-
Vincent
that-
Pond.
That guy should be answering the question.
Mr. Fagan, he's after your job, but we can't take a 10-minute.
Yeah, yeah, we don't have that kind of time.
Mrs. Geraldo is always correct.
Okay.
Okay, I call the
Are we
vote?
clear? Are there any other questions?
No, please call the vote.
Okay, let's.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes,
Okay, the motion carries. Okay.
now you can go home.
Now
Thank you.
can go
So,
home.
so Council President, I do want to point out, we do have another employee in the audience and he only has one item that he's requested to be here. So maybe in consideration for Mr. Kip, we can get him up. here.
Please, please.
We'll have our-
Which
our
one is
event.
that?
I was actually gonna suggest that next, because he's sitting there in bright orange
And
All night.
all day workout.
so
Before midnight, we get them out of here.
We also have our-
Mr. Smeraldo, what is the,
1725 is the one you pulled out.
thank you.
Hold it. So is there a motion to approve on
Sorry,
first
yeah.
reading?
I'm so moved.
Well,
Is there a second?
I'll even.
Wait, it's not first reading, it's the resolution.
Oh, sorry.
I second it. It's late,
I
you
saw
know,
first
don't worry.
reading ordinance resolution. Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Rudin
Yes.
pulled both 17 and 16. I don't know whether you want to,
Yes, I do.
okay. please.
Okay,
Well, we just
So-
voted on 17.
Well, we didn't vote yet.
No, we
Just
didn't.
made a
A
motion.
motion for 17.
I thought it was 16.
so
16
that,
and 17, actually, both, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
can I ask it? Okay.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Are you
So-
starting with 1625?
Yes.
Okay. So let me,
So,
I just want to read the title so people in the public know what we're discussing. Resolution awarding an extension of contract in 2025 for an additional 1-year period to Rich Tree Service, Inc. and Downs Tree Service for emergency and non-emergency tree services.
right, so I kind of have to look at this as a grouping because between the two of these contracts, 16 and 17, we have spent almost $280,000 on trees. And I know that 90 of them were large trees that were removed and the rest was done for pruning. So,
Actually, we pruned 673 trees and we removed 90 trees.
I
right,
can't hear you. Say that number again.
673 trees were pruned, 90 trees were removed. And the 90 trees that were removed were all hazardous trees.
Okay, so some of the trees were in the woods behind somebody's house. Like 4 trees were in the woods behind somebody's house. Do we typically do that?
If it's a hazardous tree to their house, yes, we
It's
do. It's
in
our
the
land.
woods?
It's our land. We take it.
Okay, so could we save money if we had employees in the township doing this instead of outsourcing this?
No, not even close.
Yeah,
Trees going down
you
left.
Let's
have
just one at
this,
a time, please, one at a
you
time.
have this expense every single year, and this is a lot of money going out. So I'd like your opinion on that.
My opinion, town tree crew we need to have a town tree crew. Right now we have 1 tree guy. We should have like 2, maybe 3 total. And they do go out and they like a resident call and says, hey, this tree needs to be pruned.
Years ago, yeah.
They do it. Or this tree just fell down on my property to clean it up. Yeah, they do it. The contractors are designed for us is, hey, go out and do woodland, prune all the trees on Woodland or prune all the trees on Fritz Randolph or Conforti or wherever. They prune streets. Like they'll do 80, 90 trees on a street. They do about 20 or 30 a day, and we can even get close to that. We can get 5, 10, done a day pruning. So the contractors do it a lot faster and they're a lot more efficient at it because they do it all the time. And they have the equipment.
Yeah,
We have a very limited amount of equipment.
Yeah.
That's why we need the contractors. We have a tree inventory now. It's not complete. We've got about 10,000 trees inventory. About 1,600 trees need to be pruned in that inventory that they found, the outside vendor inventory of the tree, and about 400 trees need to be removed because they're hazardous. I'm just telling you the numbers from what they've given us to so far in inventory. We have about 5,000 to 7,000 more trees to inventory. We're going to get a grant for that. We also need a program to manage this large tree population we have here in town. Also, the tree inventory did not cover any property that the town owns, parks, buildings, lots, along the streams. Which we haven't got any inventory on that. We're not gonna get the inventory on that. We're just gonna get the inventory for the street trees. And also for my job be a little more efficient, and a little more scientific in the way the trees are deemed hazardous. We should have a tool that actually looks on the inside of the tree. So I can tell if the tree's hollow, how much it's hollow, how much the strength loss is. There's a whole calculation you go through. And that's how you determine, that's really how we can determine what's on the inside of the tree. As we go to the doctor, they don't just look at our skin and say, your skin looks good, you're fine. They look on the inside, where right now we can't. There's no mechanism for looking at it. So that's one thing, and then we have to get a program, which is the other thing, to manage our inventory. We can create work orders and reports and all that.
Do you think it would be helpful to have a larger crew in-house? And you do have some of the equipment and you're waiting on getting a chipper, I understand.
We ordered it, it just hasn't arrived. I'm not sure when it's.
So, I mean, we used to have a very large,
We used to have, yes.
and we have very small right now, and we are outsourcing all of this. And you could probably be more responsive to some of the problems that we have in our tributaries if you had an in-house staff doing this.
Yes, but we'd have to have equipment. We'd have to get more equipment, a little bit more equipment.
What could you manage with when the chipper comes if you?
Chipper truck, we would have a chipper truck and a chipper, which we have the chipper. So we have a chipper truck, we have a bucket. Basically, we can do pruning, some small removals, not big, gigantic removals. Right now, we don't have a stump grinder, it blew up. But it's 30 years old, you gotta expect.
Do you need to have a chipper if you can bring it over to the recycling center?
Every tree company has a chipper, it's just more efficient. You just chip the brush, you don't have to stack it on the back of a truck. And then drive 10 loads over where you get 5 loads of chipping into the. Most people chip the brush because it's more efficient. Therefore, you get more work done.
Okay, well, I mean, we get this kind of a bill. We're probably going to get the same bill next year. If we had if we had workers doing this, would it save us money?
We actually we used to take a lot more trees down. When I first was taking care of the trees. We took many more trees down than we did pruning. Now I flipped the schedule. Last year we're about even, the 2 year, 2023, we're about even as far as removals, and we had to catch up on our list. And prunings, now we've gone the other way. It's like a 6-to-1. So we're pruning 6 trees to every 1 tree we're taking down.
That's good. Are you notifying neighbors when trees are coming down in their neighborhood?
I notify the resident that the trees in front of, so they have, anytime they're doing, anytime they do anything like pruning or removals.
Yeah, you get
The
a
neighbor
letter.
always gets notified. The resident always gets notified. To not have the car in the driveway, not park in front of this house. Be out of the driveway, basically, because trees are usually right next to the driveway, so they're so big. But we do not notify each neighbor. Unless it's like right on the property line, then I'll notify both residents. No, I don't need notify, but I can, that's not a big deal. I can notify people around the tree, not a problem. But I don't do that right now. As far as planting goes, we do need more money for planting. We don't plant enough trees. The decades of us taking down trees, we've never replaced, and it's been, you go to some streets, they don't have 1 tree. Maybe 1 or maybe 2, some of the streets. They don't have any trees on. We've never got money for planting, not enough money. Because if you did the 90 trees we took down, just last year, we should plant about 90 times 4, 360 trees. That's how many trees we should have planted back to replace those 90 trees that we took down. If you did by the town tree ordinance, what we're making the residents do, we would have had to plant about 360 trees. And also, all the other thing is with the trees, we're the reason why it's a little bit more than it should be, on the planting. How the planting is a little bit higher, it seems, because we let do smaller trees this year. Because I'm putting in root barriers, so that it doesn't affect the sidewalk. The roots don't affect the sidewalk. It costs a little bit more money. And we put the DOT specs also in to the DOT specs of the tree plantings. We put them in and so it made it a prevailing wage job. That's why it's a little more expensive, the trees. We had to do that because we had to put these specs in because we're doing by the road.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Once we take down these trees and we're turning them into chips, where are those chips going?
Chips always go to our recycling yard.
Okay.
And they recycle.
Well, there must be a lot of chips because we've been taking down a lot of trees. Can we sell those chips maybe and make some money to be able to buy more trees?
The recycling yard uses the chips to make mulch and they sell the mulch.
They're selling the mulch. Why can't we sell the mulch? There are trees.
We can't make mulch. We don't have.
We don't make.
We get a cut, we get a cut.
Yeah.
How much? Yeah, well, again, not a lot.
I don't know.
Probably not enough. I'm just thinking.
We get a percentage. In the last contract we awarded, we make sure we got a percentage.
And residents get free mulch.
And residents get free mulch, you get 2,
And the town gets free mulch.
whatever it is.
I just would have liked to make that a little profit center if we could.
Okay, one at a time. Councilwoman
Yes.
Castellino.
So thank you. Very knowledgeable. But you mentioned a lot of money. Is this all getting configured? Is there a plan? Are we going to get presented some of this in our budget?
I've talked to the chief about the risk. We talked about it already, about the tree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe the money in the tree fund can be used, and before anybody gets upset about not planting trees with money from the tree fund, we put money back in, that could be replenished.
Okay, so this will be a good budget conversation.
And then also the Arbor Pro system that's meant to manage the trees. Like if I wanted to pull up every tree on.
Yeah.
I could do it. I could take pictures, all the pictures will be in there, all the tree pictures will be in there. What is recommended by the contractor that inventory the tree? That's why we need a tree inventory system. It just doesn't. You can't manage it any other way because there's so much.
Yeah,
There's so
so,
many-
so the program
You need a program.
would be put into, I don't know who. You put it together or
Yeah,
I
we
guess
put a-
your supervisor, whoever.
Yeah, no, I got a bid. I got
Okay.
a price for it. It's like $3,000. But you get it and all the trees will be downloaded in it. And then you'll know what had happened 10 years ago,
Okay.
you'll know what happened to your tree, or if it got replaced, or got pruned. Or if it got removed, it got removed,
Within
and
the
replaced it
budget.
with another tree. So it's a management tool that all the other townships are using.
Mm-hmm.
And also, one thing I wanted to leave you with, I skipped my questions, of course, but there's another thing I'd like to tell you about. We have to write a community forestry plan, which I know you guys have heard of, I'm sure. I did write one, but it's not, the only reason why I didn't get approved is because we did not finish our town tree inventory. We have to finish that first in order to get the community forest plan, and then it also opens up for grants for plantings, tree removals, tree prunings, tree care, like treating the trees if they need to be fertilized or something. And planting, so it opens up us for more grants. We have the community forest plan in place. We can't get that in place until we finish our tree inventory.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kip. This is very eye-opening. One final question. Can we do without the services of these outsourcers while we're putting together the plan for the town to do more of this?
For the,
We've got all these, we've got these two resolutions to basically extend the contract. I'm just wondering if we don't extend the contract and we don't have these guys,
we would have to, there's another, when the most important thing is the emergency.
okay. Can you do emergency unless we extend these plans?
No.
Thank you.
And also the other thing is, say if a resident called up and said, this limb fell down and hit my car and we want it pruned. The town, we're opening this up for liability. Because we know about it, and if something else bad happens, another thing happens. We've had a lot of accidents over the past years I've been here. Trees
And a
been
death.
hit by cars, we've denied every claim just about because we weren't notified, but with the tree inventory, now we're notified. So that's the problem, it's opening it up to lawsuits.
Sounds good. I move to a vote. Madam Clerk?
Okay, this is on 1625.
I'm sorry, excuse me just a second.
Change this amount.
Listen it.
Okay,
Use it.
I thought Ms. Rudin was finished, but she's not. Could you?
No, I would like.
Councilwoman.
I would like to, in the interest of tree preservation, I would like to cut this budget and have you come back to us when you need more, and to reserve this money mostly for emergency care. And if the township can start taking care of more of the pruning, and again, if it will help to have manpower, please let us know, because I'm more in favor of rebuilding your department rather than continuing to outsource this.
The other thing is, just so you know. Trees are on about a 5-year maintenance plan. So every 5 years you have to prune them again. So if we have 15,000 trees, that's 3,000 trees. Have to prune in a year.
Council President, if I can interject to the councilwoman's.
Certainly, please.
You know, we're putting the cart before the horse. If we don't have the money in the budget already, we haven't done the budget. To say that we're gonna cut this in half, we don't even know what we expect this year because we have had some trees. If we want to go in that direction, we can build a plan and present it to you, and then you could say you could support it and stuff like that. But just to say that we're not going to do this, we may have emergencies we don't know about. We have had some claims with trees coming down and things of that nature. And to point out too, the last year, the previous council approved to expand the DPW by 6 members. The director actually asked for more, but it was agreed upon to go to 6. And we're still filling those positions to get qualified people. So it's not as if we can hire somebody overnight that's especially in a specialty as trees. We're requiring CDL drivers to drive the equipment around, but that's a specialty. We have we've hired one person that, and Mr. Kip helped us find this individual who's a tree climber. So I would just caution you that if you cut this in half, we're either going to come back and we're going to ask you for more. We're guaranteed. I can guarantee we're going to give you more. I believe that the resolution is more of we're using them, we pay them as we go. So, and we're crafting a budget for you. So I'm just giving you Not going out and chopping trees, but just for the sake of chopping trees. We're maintaining and we're pruning out of responsibly. And I believe Mr. Kip is organizing that. So I'm just giving you my 2 cents of what I know from what we've been doing. That's all.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't have the resolution in front of me.
Okay, so-
Does it have a not to exceed?
Yeah,
on these two contracts?
do they have not to exceed clauses?
I can't.
No, there's a contingency in there. It's not to exceed the budgeted amount. So whatever this council sets as the budgeted amount for 2025, that
Yeah,
is
we've
the
done that.
not to
Okay.
exceed. These two resolutions are designating vendors to be used for these services and accepting their rates as laid out in the bid specs. So if we don't use them the entire year, we pay them nothing. But this is just making sure that we have these vendors available, that we have a signed contract with these vendors for the year, and then we can utilize them as the tree expert, the Department of Public Works Director, sees fit.
How long have we been using these vendors and how are they selected?
These,
I can answer that question. Buchler's been here at the town since 2009. They've been doing tree trimming and tree removals, stump riding. Rich has also been here since 2014, I believe. And Down's been here since 2009.
So are you happy with the quality of the work they've been cutting down?
Buchler's our top guy as far as getting tree removals done.
The amount of money for these guys when we get into the budget process.
correct.
So,
So we could do it there.
so that's where we can do it.
Mhm.
That's where we can do it. Madam Clerk, I move for a vote on 16 and 17.
Okay.
Please.
All right, we'll do
Second that.
16 first.
We got three people who want to go to executive session now.
Because it's either we make the public wait or we make vendors wait.
Your session was on the consent agenda,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
we don't have to vote on it.
That's not urgent, is it?
I'm sorry?
It
What-
is, it's time sensitive.
It's time sensitive.
I'm sorry.
So you want to come back
Yeah.
Friday and then do this?
You made them wait all night.
I think you're right.
There's two of them.
No.
Two
we have
people waiting.
One on second.
So
and
uh,
then
we are
one
now,
on
I'm making an executive
four
decision.
on first.
We're going to go into executive session and we will try to be out just as quickly as
Bring
possible.
Resolution 67 with you.
Okay, is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion is carried.
Hello again, West Orange. We were in executive session and we are now ready to vote on what we were in executive session about, which was the way forward to comply with the state's affordable housing law in the fourth round, what's known as the fourth round. And Madam Clerk, I forget the. it's,
6725.
Here it is, here it is.
I
Give me yours if you want to keep your notes.
I want to move a vote. Have we already moved and seconded?
No.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to introduce?
Yes.
Motion to
Second.
introduce-
To approve.
To approve, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
That's
Wait,
okay.
Sorry, I mean,
Yep,
motion
it's
to
fine.
approve
Okay,
resolution 6725.
is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
I know this is going to pass, so I'm going to protest and vote no
Councilwoman Geber
on the
Michael,
process from the
Yes.
state.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
I empathize with Councilwoman Castellino, but I'm voting yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
the motion carries. Okay, so,
Good night. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
all right, so going back to page one, resolution 7-25, resolution appointing Janice Gary Adams, zoning official as municipal housing liaison. Council President, you pulled this.
Yes. Do we need a motion?
Oh,
to
sorry, yes, yeah. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
This is left over from the January 6th meeting, and I just wanted to pull this because Councilwoman Rudin and I sat for about 2 hours several weeks ago speaking with Ms. Janice Adams, Gary Adams, sorry, it's very late. And I was just amazed at everything she has on her plate.
Yeah.
And I feel very strongly that she has very important duties as a zoning officer and as the head of the department. And I think that this is not a good use of her time. So I just wanted to pull it so that we could vote and see if anybody else agrees with me.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything? Okay,
Thank you, Council President.
Move to a motion,
all right.
to vote. sorry.
Yeah, Councilwoman Castellino,
I'm going to abstain because I mean, this isn't, again, this isn't we don't manage the staff, the administration does, so I'm going to abstain.
okay.
You're right, we don't manage, but we have a right to vote.
Yeah,
Yes or
I
no?
know.
Let's, hey, guys, we're not talking about.
No.
Just please.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
I said no.
oh, Councilwoman Rudin, no. Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Kukoviac.
No.
Okay. The motion fails. Okay, next is 2725, resolution authorizing the Township of West Orange to apply for and obtain a grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for approximately $100,000 to carry out a project to Lafayette Park futsal court improvements in West Orange. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move that.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled, you pulled this.
Yes, in 2017, there was a Green Acres grant that was exactly the same project. And I'm curious about why are we now applying for a DCA grant for the exact same thing?
It's gonna cost more than the 100,000. So is that additional grant?
Could be able to, we should have Ziva stay or
Director Kehoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
The grant maximums are $100,000 for the local recreation improvement grants. That's all
Yeah.
that they'll give you. So we're, I guess, applying for the maximum. Yes.
Can we, because we need Director Kehoe, can we table this until the next meeting? Is it time sensitive?
It's time sensitive because the
deadline?
the grant applications are due on Friday.
Oh.
So-
Is there some way that we
Yeah.
cannot
It's gotta
get time sensitive grant applications so that we can ask
Some of these
questions?
grants come out,
Yeah.
yeah, it'd take a lot of work.
to get.
Oh,
You'd
so-
be surprised, because even like with the downtown grants, you get sometimes like 10 days.
Yeah, and this isn't intentional that we're trying to hide things, it's just that
Yeah.
unfortunately, some of these are time sensitive. We have, we just got a report today from our grant writers, certain one grant dates that were coming out, so we have to get to these things as they come.
Is it
to us.
the matching grant?
Yeah, I'm gonna,
Matching grant?
Thanks.
I'm not sure.
yeah.
I have knowledge of the project. I haven't been recently, I didn't ask about it because I'm familiar with it, but there's other items on that whole site. So it's not, so the grant that was approved prior to this, there's the updating of the playground. There's a run for, because a lot of people were walking their dogs over there. So there's a mini run for the dogs there. And to the to the recreation departments, oh God, it's getting late. To their credit, they took a baseball field that hasn't been used and is now utilizing it for that entire neighborhood. So this is what the activities are at that park. And, this is 100,000 isn't nearly covering.
So do we have to match or anything? Is there any matching that we have to do?
This, I don't know,
So there's no local match required.
but we'll match it
You,
with. the
you
other
you
grant.
can match to show DCA, that you're serious about the project, so it can work in your favor. But we're not,
I don't want.
we're not telling them that we're matching this grant.
We're not
Just
even-
asking for the $100,000.
No way.
We don't see the specifics of what this is requesting. In 2017, they requested artificial turf. There was like huge budget for soil and fertilizers, 144,000. So I mean, it's a grant, but do we have any input into what this project is?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll have
Yeah,
to
we have-
approve it
We have a whole
or
design.
deny it.
So
We can deny it.
I think going
Yeah.
forward, when we get resolutions like these, it would be very helpful to get a copy of the grant, so we know
Yeah,
exactly what it is going.
I've asked for that before too. I'd like a copy of it.
Some of these things are like this thick. I mean, you
But just
get it all to you.
If it's online,
Councilman Scarpa, just.
Well, I mean, it sounds like a duplication, so that unless I know what this is covering, it literally has the same name as the 2017 Green Acres grant. So
What did it, what was the? what did it
it's
say?
Lafayette Park Futzel Court Improvement.
You and I were on the council then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I didn't even know what Futzel
put me
was,
some money for
but now I
something
do.
else.
Could I just cut
Yeah.
it short? Is there anything we need right now to vote on? Does anybody need any more information? Because let's
I don't.
vote on it. If we get it, the path forward is a lot more time, a lot clearer.
Mhm.
Great idea, Council President.
Okay, I move a vote.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President
Yeah.
Kukoviac.
Yes, and if I could just ask, when you get
The
these
motion is
grants,
carried.
there's not a month or two advance notice, just send us an email and because we can't act on it until
Yeah.
we see it, so might help.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
And,
Yeah.
and can we get an update if we do get the grant?
Yeah,
you'll know.
I would have had the
yeah.
recreation director if somebody had asked, but nobody asked that one here, so. Not.
Yeah. 3625, resolution approving proposal from McInerney Associates regarding appraisal services for Rock Spring Golf Club. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled this.
The appraisals.
And
This appraisal,
yes.
okay, so it was $5,000 more than Hendricks. And, can we rebid this so that we get closer to Hendricks' proposal price?
It wasn't the result of a bid process, was it? I think that the town engineer just.
There's not a lot of people who or
Yeah.
groups that do these types of surveys. These are specific surveys for these green acres, for these large parcels. My assumption is that Mark Hendricks, who he's basically our appraiser for the township work. We needed a second one. It's probably why we got a better price from him, because he does, we're a regular client. In the scheme of what this costs, it's not that significant, but again, this stuff's all time sensitive. So I mean, it's like, we go out and re-advertise, it might be another month. I don't know if we're gonna miss the deadline.
And I believe Director Caballo said to me, and I can confirm with her, but the reason that the one is a little bit more than the other is that Mr. Hendricks had actually did an appraisal before, so he had some of the information. This company has to go out and obtain more, doesn't have the same data that Mr. Hendricks already had on file. So for him, it's a little bit more cost efficient because he's not spending more time out there doing the appraisal.
Okay.
That was the difference in the price.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Okay. Council, are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion is carried. 3925, resolution authorizing service agreement for Goose Control Technology. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled this.
Yes, I did. I know that we've been using Goose Control technology for 20 some odd years. And I realize that we do have residents that are very concerned about the effects of the goose. So I've done some research into this, and I would like to suggest that we pull this contract and move with a different company that uses less, less inhumane ways. I think that we as a,
What the
okay,
heck is that?
Um, that we are
He's
as,
working out.
okay, that we as a community have to show kindness to animals and reflect our values as a community. And there is another company that does the same addling in a way that has been approved of by the North American Humane Society. And for the same price, I would like to suggest that we move to use a different company. I realize that, that's changing a contract that's been in place for a very long time. But we also have been in discussion with Mr. Fonzino about ways to reduce the costs of this contract that don't include harassment and or gassing techniques, which unfortunately we have been using. And I'd like to stop those practices. So Geese Chasers, as I said, is recommended by the Humane Society. It's endorsed by it, and I'd like to just change vendors. So I'd like to vote no on this contract.
You can vote no, but you can't specify another vendor.
Okay.
Because you're legislative. That's the
Okay,
mayor's prerogative,
fine.
so.
I appreciate all your concerns. I was supportive of amending the language, but not at this late time changing the vendor. Especially not without a recommendation from Mr. Fonzino. Unfortunately, I mean, this is also a health hazard to the community, so I don't want to mess around with it. especially not, this is time sensitive, that this has to get done and passed. So I'm, you know, I'm supportive of looking forward in the future, but we got to get moving on this, so.
So, just, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Just to answer your concerns, I do think that we can, make the same time commitment in terms of doing the same project, that Goose Control Technology was doing, minus the removal of geese. And, I think that we can meet the same deadline. I just would like to withdraw this contractor and still, do the addling of the eggs in a more humane way.
Well, if I could, the contract has been around a while, and when I came onto the council, you guys probably remember.
Yeah,
I was
against it.
questioning this, and it turns out that the Humane Society, as you pointed out, sees, and has for years, sees the addling of the eggs but I'm also very concerned that if we don't addle the eggs and we're talking about moving in a different direction long-term. And but for now, I don't want the population to get out of control.
Yeah, well.
But we
And
still will addle the eggs. I just do not want to continue forward with this vendor.
The only
Still
thing,
will do
Council
it.
President, I just want to add, I don't know if Director Fonzino and I had a conversation today, and I don't know the whole answer, but he told me that what you're paying for now, we had to apply for this permit through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife authorities back in October.
Yes.
For this year. I don't know if it's for this specific vendor, and do we have to go out to the next vendor? I don't know that answer. But we did apply in October to get this done now, so that, and if the councilwoman wants to go forward with another project, we can find that answer out tomorrow, but the problem is if we don't award this, there is a certain finite period of time we have to get this done, or otherwise addling doesn't make sense. We
I
can't get it done,
understand.
so.
But we
I
could bring this back at the next meeting with possibly a different vendor. This is under the required bid number. I forgot how you say that.
It's under the threshold. I don't really know why
Under-
it's on,
un-
it doesn't
it's
need to
un-
be on a resolution.
It's under the threshold, so I would just like to go with a different group that is recommended by the Humane Society, and this group is not.
That I don't know.
I don't know that answer.
I know,
Well,
I
in
know
my
their techniques are approved by Rutgers. That I do know.
I understand, but I don't really want to go into the specifics of how they do it and what I've been told, but there are kinder ways that
They
we can do
coat them with
this.
oil, they shake them,
Yeah,
and if they necessary, they puncture them, they put them in. a
exactly.
socket.
And those two things that you just mentioned that I didn't want to mention are not humane ways of doing this. There are other ways to do this.
Yeah, I watched them for a few years. I never saw anything else other than oiling the eggs.
That's
But they-
pretty
they
much it from what
puncture
Mike
and
told
they
me. He's gone
shake.
out with them. They put eggs in water, and if they float.
Yes, if they
there's
float,
different, you know,
they're
ways
in
to do it.
gestation, so you can't do that.
But they have,
You have to leave them alone.
this has obviously not worked because they have also used the removal and gassing techniques. So obviously whatever they're doing is not 100% working. So my suggestion is, can we try something else while still accomplishing the goal of
Did the director
addling?
tell you we removed and gassed? Because I don't ever recall us ever doing that.
I know, but it have,
You were. The language.
push now.
But thi-
for the
this is a-
Because
this-
what the director told me is that he worked with you diligently. He listened to your directions. He removed everything out of the contract that you requested. He complied with what you suggested.
He
And
did.
he did do that. And so that, and he said as of yesterday, everything was a go because we have to get this going. And then he said, you spoke with somebody in Montclair today or yesterday, and now all of a sudden we want to pull this. And he is on a timeline. He presented to this prior to last year and he did this. So now at the last minute, you know, we're pulling this and it may not be enough time. And I can't answer that for you because he's not here, but it's,
We're-
It's under 17.5. If the mayor, I'll discuss it with the mayor. If she wants to stay with this company, really doesn't need a resolution under 17.5.
No,
So
it doesn't. We're
didn't have to
talking
be on
about
in
only
the
a
first place.
$3,000
I guess it's just always
expenditure.
been
Why do we even ever
I-
get this?
It's because I asked Mike the same question. He said, because that's just the way it's always been done.
But we
So,
have been
okay.
spending more than 3, just so that you know.
Yeah.
Because,
More
of-
than five.
because of the discussions,
Yeah.
we pulled it back. And that has eliminated the worst of the techniques, but I still think that there's a better way for us to add on.
No, and I appreciate that. That's my.
So if I could, before I call on you, why don't we,
Table it.
why don't we just motion to table
Mhm.
and we'll bring it back at the next meeting and in,
said he was on a timeline.
Or not, they don't even need.
We
they
don't,
need
you
it.
don't need to bring it back. The point is, if I'll discuss it with the mayor, if she wants to go to a different company, we'll do that. It's still gonna be under 17.5. If she wants to go with this company, we'll do that. It's still under 17.5.
Right.
My question to Councilman Rudin is, you said that the amount exceeded the amount in the resolution. How much was spent last year in total?
Oh,
If it's over 17.5, we should put a not to exceed.
no,
clause.
they have been spending about 72 to 77 in the past 2 years. Which shows us that they were doing more than just the Adeling, which is only 3,000. So they were using other techniques in addition to deal with the goose population.
I don't want to make that assumption. I'd rather the health director spoke to
We
that.
have,
I
we
don't
have
know.
the invoices, so I can show you the invoices of what was billed.
But does it say what they did? Does it say they removed?
They, yes,
it
they
says
remove,
gassed them
they,
or?
they remove them. That's their
That's good.
technique of what they do when they remove them. They're not
Yeah.
relocating them. They're taking them and,
Yeah.
little ducklings that are bought, that are.
Councilwoman.
We should just call the vote, because at the end of the day, whether we vote yes or no, the administration has a right to go ahead with this company because it's under the bid.
True.
It's under the threshold, so let's call the vote. It's 1 AM.
Yeah. Councilwoman Castellino?
So I'm gonna vote yes, but I'm gonna also ask the mayor if she could switch it out. She should do so.
Okay. Councilwoman Geber Michael?
No.
Councilwoman Rudin? No. Councilwoman Scarpa?
No.
Council President Krokoviac?
no.
Okay, the motion fails. Okay. 4625, resolution authorizing the execution of a professional service agreement with Wilentz, Goldman and Spitzer to serve as bond counsel for the township for 2025 at the rate specified in the agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled this? Yeah, I just had one question on this one. It said in clause number G, it said that if a bond sale is held and all bids are rejected or the sale is canceled, this agreement is terminated prior to the sale of bonds. The fee to be charged shall be a reasonable one.
That's too subjective.
Who determines what is reasonable?
That's what they use in the contract, which is why I didn't vote.
Typically, the legal department would.
Yeah, that reasonable is.
Well,
too open.
shouldn't we specify what reasonable means?
Absolutely.
I don't know on this.
And if
one.
we
You
can't
know,
get a
you're
response tonight,
familiar
we
with-
should table.
The other contract was written poorly too.
I
just
mean,
like-
I've never had an instance where we went out to bond and there were no bids and then it wasn't rebid. It just never happens because the bond council, usually they take, it's an agreed upon percentage of the total sale that they get. So for something like this to happen would be that we go out to bid, we get nothing, which never ever happens. and then we just totally decide to never pursue going out for the bond again. And they've put a lot of work into the ratings and all that. So they would probably bill us for the actual hours that they work. I would say that's reasonable. You know, and itemized, and every attorney, you know, tracks their hours. I would say that would be a reasonable payment, to bond counsel, the hours that they put into the ratings call and all that goes into that. So
I'm supportive of our bonds council, and is there any way, because, you know, I do plan to vote yes for this, is there any way to appease the councilwoman that we can remove that lingo, like strike it out of there?
Or you could, obviously, our special counsel often get a rate of $225 an hour. So to Mr. Detiniak's point, they'd have to document their hours, and then that is probably the reasonable rate if that was the way it was calculated.
How long does it usually take? How many hours? Because it also says in point number B that for services rendered in preparation of a bond, an ordinance fee is $600. So can we cap it at $600 if it?
No. Mr. Detiniak explained this scenario. This is totally different than that. That is capped. You're absolutely right. But this would be a bond issue where they didn't get the percentage, which is what I think Mr. Detiniak just explained.
right. So there are a lot of hours that go into it. Like I said, there's calls with the ratings agencies, calls with the financial advisor. There's a review and preparation of the official statement, which is voluminous.
Marketing.
There is a lot of time that our professionals put into a bond sale. But as Mr. Trank said, this is talking about if we did not go forward with the bond sale for, you know, reasons that were mentioned before. And this is a protection for Woolents to receive payment for all those services. And I agree, the special counsel rate that we've set forth, you know, it is suitable, I think, for their payment.
Okay, so wait, there is a special counsel rate, you're saying? So can you put that in? Because there is no special counsel rate in here.
Isn't that a separate or,
No, I think that's a fair request. I think that we can add that in and say that would be the rate under this. Again, this has never happened in 20 years. So, but yes, I do think Councilwoman Rudin's suggestion does work and accommodate this highly unlikely scenario.
So what would that rate be?
$225 an hour.
Yeah.
They don't have.
But wait, special counsel is 160.
It's 165 for special counsel in other places.
So ask.
Can we make it 165?
Well, again, we'll have to ask Woolents. It's up to the firm whether they want to do it at that rate. I don't know the answer. I think that.
Yeah, because I don't understand why we would pay more if when you look at the agenda, sorry, there's so many papers here. One moment, I have to find it. Special counsel.
Special.
Again,
It's
Yeah, 165.
58.
And there's another one that's 175.
and Antonelli Cantor is 200 for labor. So again, this is based on RFPs.
Yes, but for special counsel, it's 165.
Wait, one at a time. Mr. Trank, please finish.
No. Again, the special counsel rates are based on the RFP submissions. And so they vary, and they vary everywhere from 175 to 225. I'm looking at the agenda, and you can see Antonelli Cantor is 200. as special counsel for the labor matters and 165 for the ABC prosecutor. So those resolutions are, I think they already were adopted on the consent agenda.
I think the point is you can't impose on Will Entz.
Right, if you could just hold on, Councilwoman has the floor.
My question, well, really more of a comment, is that if you look at Labor Council, it's 200, and if you look at special counsel rate for the same firm, it's 165. So I don't see where our special counsel rate is 225.
We have paid up to $225. Again, you can put any number you want in there. If the Wentz firm doesn't want to do it, I guess they will make that clear to Mr. Detiniak, and you'll be guided accordingly. You know, they'll take whatever steps they determine to take. So
Okay.
again, this is
Thank
such
you.
an unusual circumstance, as Mr. Detiniak. Hopefully, Mr. Johnson will say it doesn't matter, so that the lower rate will not affect him. I can't speak for him.
I mean, in section F of the.
Just a second, Chief Abel was trying to talk a minute.
I was just explaining that you can't impose on Will Entz like $165. So like Cantor's charge different amounts for different services. It's all special counsel. It's not the term special counsel. ABC counsel, special counsel, labor counsel, special counsel. So we paid up to 225. That's what I think Mr. Trent was explaining. If we said 225, they probably, if we say 165, they might say, no, we don't work that cheap. I don't know.
Thank you for explaining. I think that's where the confusion was.
In section F, they do talk about services rendered beyond the scope of those described above. And they do put rates out there for $135 for the paralegals and blended rate of $215 for the attorney. You know, we could go back to that in the event something like this were to happen. And then, you know, they would total all the hours that they put into the bond issuance and they could bill us at that rate. As opposed to the sort of sliding scale of the actual bond issuance and the 50 cents per thousand and all that sort of stuff. So.
Thank you, Mr. Detiniak. And then at that rate, it should be the 215 an hour then.
Right. And that's already in the
It's
agreement.
already here.
so.
I know, but I think we should clarify the lingo before we vote on it, because it isn't clarified in that one section Councilwoman Rudin mentioned. Instead of saying a reasonable about, it should be changed to 215 an hour.
Based on services.
Yeah,
It's in the section before, so.
I understand. The issue is
I
it's a reasonable amount. You pass it at that amount can be anything. We don't, what is reasonable? So either we remove
Well-
fine or we.
I think that includes the time.
Oh, hold on. Please finish.
Yeah, so again, when you read it, it says reasonable rate. That's not defined. And if we vote on it that way, that rate can come back and be anything. So I think that you should be transparent and very clear and either remove that lingo or insert the 215 an hour. That's all I'm saying.
Let's put 215 an hour then.
Mr. Trent, did you have something else to say?
No, I think that's fine. I think it's fine. And don't forget, no matter what, all these bills come before you on the bill list. So if there was an issue of the hours, the time, then certainly you would have a right to review them. So I think the 215 is very good.
We have to make a motion, right? Or are you just gonna change it?
You go, I think, again, if Ms. Carnival's okay, just, again, read the resolution with the amendment to $215 for any of these, we'll call them extraordinary services.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, we're taking a vote on that?
To amend.
Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry. Councilwoman Castellino on the amendment,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, and then on the resolution itself, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries. All right, now,
Wait till.
4725, resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Fox Rothschild to serve as labor counsel for the township at the rate specified in the agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled this.
No. I have,
Well, I'd like to say something. Last,
Please.
thank you, Council President. You know, Fox Rothschild has built a lot in the last couple of years. And last year, I think the majority of the council made it clear we did not want to retain them. I understand that it's pending a decision from a judge, but in the event labor is needed, we have our labor council that can jump in and fill in. So I think that we should call the vote.
Anybody else?
Can
I would agree.
Yes, please. Chief Evans.
You know, Fox Rothschild built a lot, but that was the COVID litigation. So, I mean, that's you know, they got paid for the work they did. I have no complaint with Antonelli and Cantor. We're doing the contracts. They've done the contracts for us for years. Fox Rothschild was much more expeditious at getting back. That's just a fact. I had a case here in the township where a male employee, female cohabitant, children in common, couldn't get an answer for 3 months whether they were entitled to medical coverage or not. I had a case last week where I had an immediate suspension of an employee. I needed labor advice immediately. I got a call back late this afternoon. This is Fox Rothschild. I'm getting a call back in an hour. So, I mean, this is what I'm dealing with. You know, there's not enough time in the day. It's 1:12 in the morning now, and I'm waiting 3 months for an answer. That's why I want Fox Rothschild on.
Fine. My understanding is that litigation, those fees we incurred, we should have incurred even half of it. When the civil service came back and stated that they were in the right, the officers and firefighters, we should have stopped right there instead of continuing to appeal it, continuing to bill.
But that wasn't Fox Rothschild's decision. That was Mayor Parisi's decision. I mean, they're getting, Antonelli Cantor wouldn't have done any differently. If Mayor Parisi said to Antonelli, I want to appeal this, I want to keep moving forward with this case, they would have done it and they would have billed us.
Thank you for explanation, Chief. Will you please call the vote, Council President?
Is there anybody else have any comments?
Well, I just want to clarify, last year, and again, Mr. Tatiana can check, I believe Fox Rothschild you approved a contract of $20,000. That's all Fox Rothschild got last year. They did very little services last year. It was all transitional to Antonelli Cantor. So there was that COVID is years ago.
Those old bills, and I echo the sentiment of the chief because we've had a relationship with Fox Rothschild for years. My previous career here, my current career here, they're very responsive and they assist us tremendously. So I support that this also being put up.
Can I ask a question? So I thought this didn't pass last year.
We did,
They came back.
They had a limited contract.
They
Oh,
don't look-
limited.
They were still doing work.
About $20,000, I believe, Mr. Taniak can check. That was their number.
Would the council be interested in giving them a limit?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Let's move to vote, please.
Councilwoman Castellino,
I'm gonna vote no.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
No.
Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
No.
Council President Krokoviac.
No.
Motion fails. Okay. 4925, resolution authorizing retention of King, Mensch, and Collins as Labor Council for the period of January for 2025 and at an hourly rate of $175 for partners and council, $150 for associates and $85 for paralegals, not to exceed $90,000. Is there a motion to approve?
What resolution is this?
4925.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Rudin.
No questions.
Oh, okay. Does anybody have any comments?
Let's call the vote on 16.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
No.
Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
No.
Council President Kukoviac.
No.
4-1, the motion fails. Okay, let's see. 5325, resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Belizaire Law as municipal prosecutor at a rate of, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one.
Yeah, I think, Clerk, I think we have to pass these ones first. Remember we talked about? 'cause
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
So we have to hold these two right now.
Oh, Belizaire too?
Belizaire, because Mr. Wenzel is being put up for
Municipal attorney.
municipal attorney.
No, I know
have to
he
vote on
is.
those.
And so Mr. Belizaire is after Mr. Wenzel, if he.
Okay, I didn't realize. Okay, sorry. All right. 5525, resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Florio Kenny Ravel to provide services as special counsel at an hourly rate of $175 for attorneys and a retainer
We
of,
should take this one. We should go right to the municipal attorney. Because this is the same, because
okay, I got you.
Florio is also, so we should go right to
So we're
the,
doing Ellen.
we should go right to 6325, and then we can work way backwards.
Okay.
The attorneys.
Okay. 6325. Resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Edward Florio to serve as township attorney. Is there a motion to approve?
I will move.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled this?
I pulled it because I didn't want it to be part of the consent.
Okay, so you wanted to vote on it separately?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I think before we vote, Council President.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that I have spoken to some of my colleagues, and what we would like to do is take advantage of the mayor's offer to interview the three candidates, but in this particular case, Mr. Florio, at some soonest date. Maybe we could set it up as part of executive drive and, executive session. And if, so I want to make that motion that we table it and then we seek to do the interview. And I'm going to suggest this for all three and open to discussion.
I'll second that.
Well, we've already second.
Yeah.
Want to discussion?
Yes. So I think you
Please.
meant to interview all three of them, right? Not
Yeah.
just Mr. Florio.
That's right, but we can only talk about Florio because that's the
That's-
resolution.
okay.
Yes.
So I think all three should be tabled due to, my reasoning is due to pending decision from the court. You know, both the mayor's and council's attorney filed motions, and it's imperative that we wait to hear from the judge before we vote on these resolutions. So that's where I stand with these three.
Any other comment just on 6325? That's what we have to vote on.
Yeah, no, I would like the interviews. I would like all to be interviewed.
Anything else? So,
What?
Madam President,
I don't know where you got the request to interview them. I'm not interested.
okay, that's
in-
fine.
In interviewing
That's
any
fine.
of these three candidates.
Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have any?
There's a court case
No,
in
I have not.
right now.
Okay. Madam Clerk, this is for a motion to table,
Correct.
please.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, motion to table carried. 6425, I assume the same thing. Is there a motion to table?
Correct. I make a motion to table. And again, for me, it's due to pending decision from the court and the filed motions from each of our attorneys. And it's imperative that we wait to hear from the judge before we vote on these resolutions.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Who's?
Get their names. They're my heroes.
Yeah. Wow. What a
Did you
thank-
hear my smart aleck remark?
Okay, so,
Mr. Trank, are you there?
I can call.
yeah, one of your.
So do we need?
No, I'm here now. It was,
Okay.
the audio went out. I texted Mr. Fagan.
All right.
So
So
I'm
if-
sorry, what was
if
the
the,
question?
Mr. Trank, if the resolution to approve Joseph Wenzel for municipal prosecutor is approved tonight, and then he's put up as township attorney, can he resign from the position and take that position?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Okay, good. So I
Thank you.
move that then.
okay,
second it.
okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries. 5325, resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Belizaire Law as municipal prosecutor at a rate of $500 per session. Is there a motion to approve?
So I'm gonna say, should we table that or?
Yeah, I mean,
Or do you
unless
just
the-
rebid it?
I think we should rebid it.
Hold on. Look, Mr. Trank, your thoughts, please?
no, there's no reason to act on it. You just filled the role of prosecutor. So unless there becomes a vacancy there, or unless somehow the administration has decided to have two prosecutors, I think this one's moot.
No.
Okay.
All right. Well, I have to call for a motion, and if there is none, then
So
move
moved?
on.
No, no. we're
You're
not
making
gonna
a
move.
motion?
No, we're
Oh.
not gonna move.
Oh, we don't have to vote it down?
Yeah.
No.
You don't have to
We're
vote
gonna
down?
save our time.
Right.
Okay.
So you want to rescind that, Council President?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Okay.
We're till two.
5525, resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Florio Kenny Ravel to provide services as special counsel at an hourly rate of $175 for attorneys and a retainer of $25,000. Is there a motion to approve?
Same thing.
Okay, seeing
Well,
that. Oh,
I think and again, I defer to the business administrator. I think the business administrator's idea here was to have conflicts counsel. So that I think that's what Mr. Abbott had in mind I wasn't involved in any of these interviews or discussions, but that's what I was told. So I'll yield to Chief Abbott.
So yes, I was actually gonna recommend Mr. Belizaire for the conflict counsel, but he's not on resolution. Something I kind of wanted to discuss with council to see if that's something they wanted to have that gentleman here to serve as a township, sort of like an assistant attorney, because there's been instances where, maybe Mr. Moon's had conflicts and really neither Mr. Moon or Mr. Gingaro have any need the reason to be here. They work for Mr. Trank. Mr. Trank's the township attorney. They're not the assistant township attorneys. That hasn't been replaced since Mr. Gazer left. So I was considering speaking to you to see if you would want Mr. Belizaire as conflict counsel. If you want to use Mr. Florio instead, because that's on, we can do that.
The $25,000 retainer is a no-go for me, so.
Me too.
No,
Okay.
for me.
So we would have to negotiate something with Mr. Belizaire because that's his contract is for municipal prosecutor. So we would have to come up with an hourly rate. He probably gave an hourly rate in his interview and his submission. But is that something you want? Do you want somebody
No.
like that here in the interim, or?
We
you want-
definitely need a conflicts counsel. I personally would like to interview the person that
I think
you,
we all should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'd all like to interview.
but
the
we
person.
definitely need a conflicts counsel for the reason that you just cited.
I can have Mr. Belizaire come in and speak to you.
About Ramon.
Well,
Is that okay?
you probably,
Wait, hold on. Mr. Trank, please go ahead.
again, since I do not believe, and again, I'll yield to Chief Abbott if he has different recollection. I don't believe that was in the list of RFP services that were put out. So my feeling would be the better way to do it is put it out again, collect the resumes. Again, the mayor nominates and you have advice and consent. So again, when the mayor does that process and nominates, Again, unless Chief Abbott, you have a different recollection that we put that out and that was one of the posts. I don't believe it was.
I'm not, I mean, I see that Mr. Florio,
No, I don't.
applied for conflict counsel, so perhaps we did ask, and I don't know if Mr. Belzer put in for that or not. I'd have to probably go back and look, but maybe you can clarify. Do we really need to do an RFP on a professional service if it's, an attorney, an engineer, so on?
Again, our administration, every administration has always put an RFP out in order to call it fair and open under the local public contracts law. That is the process that the last three mayors have always followed, and we followed it in November. So
Yeah, no, I understand. I just didn't know if it was
again,
technically legally required.
well, it's not required, especially if you're under the bid threshold, but you never know that going in. So again, why don't we look at the RPs tomorrow and talk to Ms. Reynolds? I think for tonight, especially since it's clear the council will want to talk to whoever the mayor puts up, that we should defer it for tonight. But that's just what I would say right now.
And let you say it if you want. I'm going to recognize. Thank you, Mr. Trank. Councilwoman Gabor Michael, please.
Thank you.
Who do we pick for special counsel?
Just to, yeah.
Antonelli and Cantor, what was in the consent agenda. It is resolution number 56. So we already have special counsel at 165 an hour.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Which is where I got the 165 an hour earlier when Mr. Trank mentioned special counsel, the rate, I thought he was referencing the 165. That's where the confusion was earlier. So we are.
See, the only thing I'm worried about, if Ms. Carnival can look at the actual resolution, because as we know, Antonelli Cantor has dealt with ABC matters and they've dealt with labor. So just check it to make sure that.
There was one generic RFP, Mr. Trank, for special counsel, period, and that is one of the firms that put in for it. So
Okay, so then Antonelli Cantor that was adopted on the consent agenda is it. They got approved already.
What you're saying is that I think it would probably work for you.
Zoom fell asleep.
Yeah, thanks for that.
But it is fading.
Okay.
Ask Mr. Trank if he could hear us.
Mr. Trank.
Yeah, I can hear. Now I can. It's going, the audio has gotten worse as the night's going on, but I can hear you now.
Okay. Mr. Drake, I don't know whether you heard this or not, but just to paraphrase the chief, he was suggesting that we have both a conflicts counsel and someone to serve at the council meetings.
Well,
I don't
that
know.
person-
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Again, that person has always been the assistant town attorney, was for 20+ years. That role was not filled when Mr. Kaiser left. So to me, those decisions should abide your new township attorney. So as soon as you choose a new township attorney, hopefully that person will then, confer with the mayor and then present, and you'll have advice and consent with regard to that role. But until you have a new town attorney, you're where you are.
Yes, so in the interim, as the chief was suggesting, could we have a special counsel that serves both to help with advice related to conflict of interest, and then also the same person would be serving as the replacement or in the town attorney role for council meetings?
It doesn't make any sense. That's not done according to ordinance. We cannot hire the assistant attorney.
Right, no.
It's advice,
it would
it's
not be
advice
a-
and consent. So
Excuse me for interrupting, but I just try to clarify. We're talking about not an assistant town attorney. We're talking about a special counsel who is hired to help with issues of conflict of interest, and as someone who can attend and advise at council meetings.
I certainly have no opposition to that. It's up to the mayor and the administration, but I certainly have no difficulty with that process. So that,
I feel crazy asking him for that advice.
yeah,
No, I'm
but
not meaning to be funny, but
And to his credit, he's very professional giving it. Thank you, Mr. Travis.
no, I have no problem with that at all. And now it's just a question of picking the person. So again, that is for the mayor to submit, and if for the time being that is a role that Antonelli Cantor can play, that's certainly something. I didn't want to interrupt the council.
Thank you, Council President. And, Chief, I'm honestly confused by what you're saying, and Mr. Trank, because, when we wanted to hire an attorney, we were told we did it the right way, then all of a sudden the mayor filed a motion. So I think that none of this makes sense. I think we should wait to see what happens. And if so, are you going to let us pick who we want from the RFQ list?
No,
Okay.
that's not the way it works. It's
That's my
advice and
point.
consent.
That is my point. So
You
we
have
can get to
three-
interview anybody. It doesn't make sense. We shouldn't pick an assistant attorney without having a municipal attorney. I think things are being rushed
That's
right
not-
now.
Yeah, that's not.
And I don't think it's appropriate to do this right
It
now.
couldn't be done tonight anyway. It was only to discuss to see if you want. My takeaway from this is you want Mr. Trank to stay as the township attorney.
That is not the.
No,
at all.
that is not.
You just said, wait.
You did not say that
Let's,
specifically.
wait.
for litigation.
We need to step aside from the litigation and just talk about what's going on now. I appreciate,
We put up 3 candidates.
yes.
You tabled them.
Yeah.
That means Mr.
And
Trank
we're going
stays.
to-
I mean, as long as
We
everybody
tabled them for
understands. that.
Yes.
specific reasons.
Yes.
I didn't say you
Yeah,
didn't. I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
saying that means you understand Mr. Trank is your town attorney. I was trying to get you somebody else in here to help everybody out, but
Yes.
we're not gonna do that. That's fine. I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
All right, can we move on? Because I'm leaving soon.
Okay. So we're on 55.5. So I don't know how you want to handle that. Do you want to not make a motion at all?
No
You
motion.
should fail.
Well, no, you don't have to make a motion if you don't want to
Okay.
fix it.
That's fine. Does anybody want to make the motion?
525.
Nope. We have Special counsel.
Okay.
5825, resolution authorizing the execution of a professional agreement with Willens, Goldman and Spitzer to serve as redevelopment counsel for the township for 2025.
Make a motion.
Okay, is there a
Which,
second?
which number? I'm sorry.
58.
Redevelopment attorney.
Is there a second?
Really? We're not gonna,
The rate's too high.
they're in the middle of a film studio.
Yeah,
This is your
that's awesome.
attorney that is working on the film studio. So now you're gonna start all over again.
Councilman, you don't have to tell us.
Wait,
We understand.
please let her
Okay.
finish, please.
So you're gonna start all over again and you're gonna pay for what you think you're saving to get somebody up to speed. So it doesn't make sense to me, but I guess we're not serious about a film studio.
So before we try to move forward, we need to see if we have a motion to approve and a second.
We had a
I had a motion.
So we have, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, yeah. I made the motion. I'll
May
be
I just say
seconding.
something?
You really
No.
are not supposed
I
to be
need a second
speaking. Yeah.
before we can
Yes.
debate it.
Yeah, if you don't have a second.
If
you
you'd
don't
like
have a
to,
second.
if you'd like to speak, motion to, we can still vote. You can still vote the way you want. So just second it.
Okay, Semiraro.
No, you have to
Semiraro?
make a second if you want to have a
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, nothing. No. Don't want to speak.
Okay. So obviously there's no second. It
Okay.
fails.
Could be real helpful for the film studio.
Yeah.
That's great.
5925, resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Blau and Blau as the special tax counsel for commercial properties for the township for 2025. Is there a motion to approve?
I'm gonna make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Okay, guess he's out too.
Yeah. Okay. That's it for the resolutions. Ordinances on second and final reading. An ordinance amending certain terms in Chapter 5, Section 35 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on second and
So
final
moved.
reading?
Second.
Council President, now's the time for public hearing. There's nobody in the council chambers.
Oh, do we have to vote first?
We already did that. Yes.
We have to vote. Then we have to.
Oh,
vote
yeah, I'm
that.
so sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
I'm sorry, I don't know what we're voting
The
on.
ordinance.
2888 to
Yeah,
introduce on
to
second and
introduce,
final.
yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, now is the time for public comment. There is nobody in the council chambers to comment. So,
We open and close public
Thank you.
comment,
right, and then any
the public
comment?
hearing, actually.
Yeah. I have no comment.
Nothing from anyone?
I just wanted to describe it just in case anybody is uncertain. It's the Township of West Orange has proposed to amend certain outdated terms such as sexual preference and has replaced the same with sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression.
Right. Is there a
there-
motion to approve on second and
Motion
final?
to approve on second and final reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
No, we already had vote. That was before that or whatever. So confused. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries. 28, ordinances on first reading, 2890-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 25 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange banning pop-up parties.
I make a motion to introduce.
On first reading, okay. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
And I just want to thank my colleagues for supporting this. This is something that has been an issue throughout many neighborhoods in the township regarding parties, events, and other gatherings wherein attendees of the events have purchased tickets or wristbands for entry into residential homes within the township. The purpose of this section is to provide recourse for township if such pop-up parties occur in the future and to put public on notice that the same are prohibited as a health and safety concern for the general welfare of the public. So I know there was a lot of residents, who I've been in touch with that wanted to, they weren't going to come tonight because it's on first reading and our meetings are very late, but they're very grateful for us putting this on
One of the 13.
on here. Yeah, Yeah, they could be. They could be.
I have some questions about this. I submitted these questions as part of the email I sent to the administration, but I didn't get any feedback now yet. So I wanted to just throw these out because if we can amend this now, then we can still pass it as amended. I just wanted to raise some issues that I thought I saw in the wording. I saw a typo, but that's not a big deal. The ordinances reference person in its prohibitions. And would it be a loophole if the ordinance doesn't include the potential for a corporate entity that
Mhm.
might own the residence and or advertise or
Good
put
catch.
on a,
Yeah.
okay,
Because it could be an
Absolutely.
LLC that owns the
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Good,
Absolutely.
great catch.
okay. Fixed. The power to authorize or is authorized to shut down the actual party. You get to the police get to the party. I just, and try to shut it down. This could be overturned in court. I think we just need
Nice hefty.
a line that says, there's a section of the ordinance that says who can enforce this ordinance. And I think we just need to add a line that just says that part of their enforcement is that they are authorized to shut down the party, or maybe we just give it to the police and the zoning official. I don't know, but
I thought there was 4 of them that were able to do it. The police, the health director, the zoning director, the code enforcement. Where is it? I can't find it.
Enforcement right here, Township Police Department, the Health Department, the zoning official, the Township Fire Department, their agents, employees, officers, or assigned shall have the power to enforce the provisions of this ordinance.
but we don't say shutting down the pop-up party is part of the enforcement.
Hmm.
I don't know. I'm asking you, Chief Abbott, because
I mean, I guess Mr. Trank would have to opine on the legality if it's a substantive change, but I would think if you want to add, to immediately shut down any such party, something to that effect. I
Can they
don't
issue
think
a
it's
hefty
substantive.
fine there? Can they issue a hefty fine right there?
or take the proceeds that have been collected so far, including the alcoholic beverages.
You should have the fines on,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Detiniak, on a resolution. Would the fine be in resolution form or an ordinance?
Resolution, probably.
Haven't we
Yeah,
do all
we
the
did.
fines in resolution?
all
If
the
we ever
fees.
wanted to update them, it was easier.
But I think, I don't know that, certainly the police department always has the obligation and the right to act in the public safety. So I don't have any problem, and I agree with the chief that it's not a major change if council president, you want to add, to take all steps necessary and appropriate to ensure the public safety, including but not limited to, immediate cessation of the event.
That works for me.
Yeah.
Good.
Definitely.
I just had one more issue too. In the ordinance, you can see the prohibitions against advertising, against renting/loaning a residence. But do we also need to specifically prohibit a person/entity from operating a pop-up party? Should that be one of the things you can enforce? The ordinance doesn't say that specifically. It talks about advertising like 3 different places.
I think There's no downside to adding that, Council President, so I would suggest that it's a worthwhile amendment.
Okay, is that something we can amend right now so we can?
Yes.
Approve the amendment? Okay.
Yes,
Let's see.
because it's consistent, yes.
Madam Clerk,
Yeah.
do you want me to read back these?
Could you send it to me tomorrow in an email?
Oh, I would be happy to.
That
That
would
would
be
be much
lovely.
easier. Yes.
But you might as well read it into the record too.
Okay.
Oh, I have one.
Mhm.
Under prohibitions.
Okay, the first one is, the ordinance references person in its prohibitions. And we believe that it should also include language for the potential that a corporate entity might own the residence and or advertise and or put up a pop-up party.
Well, it says any person, owner.
It's actually, the issue is corporate entity. There's person
Yeah.
out there. There's
The
person.
problem. Yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Mr.
mean, I
Chen.
think it should be both, but keep in mind, Council President, we don't want we'll call it the operator to use the term used, or the principal to use a corporate shell to get around their liability. So it should be both.
Okay.
Okay. Next point, just clarify where we can find the minimum and maximum fines. FINES.
Well, that's why what I would recommend is we say here the maximum fines available. Because this is an important issue that's currently before the appellate division, and we recently won. I sent all of you a copy of a 115-page opinion from the Superior Court in Essex County that upheld our position. But this is an important issue, so.
Thank you. I think we also need to add specific language that as part of the enforcement, the personnel authorized to enforce it also have the power to shut down the pop-up party.
Yep.
And then the last one is to specifically prohibit a person or a corporate entity from operating a pop-up party. So I think we need a vote. and then
I
a
have
mo-
two,
I'm sorry.
two more. Oh, for those, and then I have another amendment.
Oh, I'm finished with my proposed amendments.
All right. So can we do all the amendments and then vote?
I think you could do all the amendments in one vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So Mr. Trank, on two places, one under prohibitions, D, exemptions, activities, gathering and or events that may constitute a pop-up party under this ordinance shall be exempted, where the proceeds for the same shall be used for any bona fide charitable organizations licensed. So I guess what I'm worried about is if you're doing a charity event at your house, which is fine, but I don't want it just to be an scapegoat to get around the ordinance, like.
What if somebody
what-
makes a 501c?
Yeah, because anybody could say their license, their LLC in state of New Jersey. Would they have to be permitted? Can we have them get a permit, or if they're?
No,
doing-
but if you're a 501c3, as you know, that's an Internal Revenue Code section, you are an approved nonprofit. So, so I don't know how you can draw that line. If you're going to start to make people, I'll
Well-
defer to the chief, but if you're going to start to make people get a permit in order to have an event,
How could we
I'll do it.
differentiate somebody that is getting that
loophole.
status? Yeah,
That's
that's a
right.
loop.
Put and that.
No way.
That's a good point.
I don't think to go to the chief's analysis, and the chief has spent as much time on this as anyone. This has all been for profit. I'm not saying that it is impossible somebody could contort a nonprofit for and we've obviously all read things in the paper, but I think for now, and I'll defer to the chief, the issues we've been having around town have been people trying to make money doing this, not trying to have a GoFundMe because someone, there's some calamity they're
No, but
trying to
when we
address.
put this into play here, they're gonna turn to any loophole they could get their hands on.
Take the
So,
loopholes out.
so if you could, again, it's
But-
late at night, if you could get us a recommendation to,
Well, yeah, I guess the problem we're gonna get into is, as we know, religious organizations also. So are we going to start to say that a religious organization could not do an event? I kind of think we should, I'm not saying that, I kind of think we should address the problem that West Orange is currently having. And if we find there is a difficulty with people trying to, find a loophole, then let's address that. Then after the chief could come in now and bring in reams of paper and testimony to show this issue has existed with regard to for-profit. I don't think we've had, that I'm aware of, I'll yield to the chief again, instances where people have been having, a church or synagogue event that has created this type of,
no, I'm not worried about the.
well, but that's what you can't, once you start going down the road of nonprofits.
Yeah.
So Chief, I don't know if you're still there, but you have to.
Yeah.
Nobody
I wish
can
I
go
weren't, but
bust
I
the
am.
churches or synagogues.
So I see you, so I assumed your eyes were open.
All right, I'll have to do some.
Do you agree, Chief? We should address
Yeah,
what we.
yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. Once you start allowing for certain exceptions, then it becomes a runaway
That's
train.
a loophole.
And I'm trying
But
to,
Mr. Trank, are you finished?
yes, I am. Thank you,
Okay.
Council President.
I think we do, thank you,
I mean,
Council
if
President.
it's legitimate, like a 501c3, it's fine.
You know how easy it is to make a
Wait.
501c3?
Hold on, again. Councilwoman has the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I hear where you're coming from, Chief. I also agree that we have to be careful of loopholes. The issue is, hold on, let me just wait for that to pass, the motorcycle. I have witnessed one of these pop-up parties and I've had trouble navigating through neighborhoods. There was garbage and filth everywhere.
Mhm.
And my issue is, if we have these loopholes and make exceptions, what happens if these very same homeowners or whoever's throwing these pop-up parties at these homes now says, oh, this is a fundraiser for
Exactly.
this a nonprofit or this charity.
Mhm.
And then if we exclude them, then we might open ourselves up for litigation. So I think we have to be very, very careful. People will find loopholes if we have loopholes in there.
Yeah, we gotta tighten it up.
Take it out.
And the other, yeah, so can we just get that out of there or?
Yeah, just take it out.
Can we do that on second reading?
It's not a substantive change.
Okay.
So you're deleting the words, any place where it talks about for profit?
I can't hear. Can you repeat that?
Please repeat that, Mr.
Any
Trank.
bona fide
So
charitable.
you want to delete the words anywhere where it talks about for profit and it's anywhere, anybody charges money for anything, right? Whether it's for profit or for nonprofit, is what you're saying. That's the
Yes.
change. Okay, I hear you.
Correct.
Okay,
And then, an event hall. And the definition of pop-up parties, excluding commercial establishments such as licensed restaurants, bars, or other event halls. Like I know the
The VFW.
the
post? Yeah.
FW, but they have a liquor license there, do they not, Madam Clerk?
VFW?
I know that the Elks
The
Club
Elks
does.
does.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can't, you can't use this ordinance to try to regulate. the
No,
VFW.
all right, we'll go from there. I'm just thinking about some,
Yeah.
well,
She's thinking about.
we've been having spaces pop up
Yeah.
that are not official event halls and chartered event halls that are Actually, we had to shut the one down that just popped up on Washington Street. So, so what would you call that? Unsanctioned?
I think you could. I think you could use this ordinance in one of those locations. It's not a permitted use, you know, these event spaces, I know what you're talking about.
But they're serving and selling alcohol without an ABC license.
Well, that's a whole another issue, but, just the pop-up ordinance, I don't think you could use, I don't think it has to be a residence, doesn't say that, does it?
I think we have to be careful with event spaces
Yeah.
because that's their bread and butter. They make money off of events. I don't think that they should be included in this. I think this main thing
yeah.
is for residences.
I don't think we have any legitimate event spaces in town, right?
No, we don't. We don't have an ordinance for them. So we don't have events.
Oh, I thought there were several in town that opened.
There's been a couple, but we've been.
But
cutting them
they're not,
down.
yeah.
What about the cat center? I'm thinking about shut down.
Well, that's,
No, it's down
okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll go from here. We'll see what happens.
You can always amend it.
Yes, we could always amend it.
Problem.
Right.
Yes.
So I need a motion on the amendment.
I make a motion on the amendments.
Second,
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Next is an ordinance amending chapter 2, sections 57.1, 2, and 6, Open Space and Recreation Committee and Trust Fund. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So move.
Second,
This is ordinance 2892-25.
Correct. Councilwoman, or is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I think we need to make an amendment that that we have to make these appointments starting this year in 2025. I think that's very important.
Where did you want to put that?
Wherever, I'm not an attorney, so wherever it's appropriate in the ordinance. But as it's the new year and we're still making appointments to boards, this should take effect for this year and we should appoint folks to the commission for this year.
Are these already filled? I'm just curious,
What positions?
like these, like this is what
Yeah,
the,
there's
Open
people
Space
on
and
there.
Recreation Committee.
Yeah, there's people on it.
There should be no appointments now because.
There or would be for myself and Council.
Yeah. Right.
I plan to reappoint my appointee. I think he's doing a great job on there. I think it should start for this year and we should set a precedence. We shouldn't. allow-
Right, but I mean, this ordinance is removing 2 of the mayor's appointments. Has she filled them, do you know?
I don't know.
I can look. in
There's
the
no
office.
schedule for 2025 meetings and the last posted minutes were from August 2023.
So there should be,
So-
yeah, but she may have appointments.
She can always reappoint them.
We could,
Yeah, but you're removing.
you're removing 2 of
Two.
her appointments.
So what I'm saying, when I'm asking, the question I'm asking, I'm not dogging this fight. I just want to know does anybody know if the mayor has appointed people?
I don't know.
It doesn't really matter. Because these appointments are for a year.
Yeah.
So whoever she appointed prior is no longer.
They're in.
Everybody has
Did she
to.
appoint anybody this month? Right, I'm saying, did she appoint anybody
Let me
this
go
month?
look.
for
I
the
don't
year?
know.
I don't know.
Would that have to go through the clerk?
Yes.
Yeah, and I just, I mean. forget
These
about the
appointments are yearly?
differences With
Mhm.
the council and the mayor, but I mean,
We're
the
trying to
residents
change all of them,
volunteer
so
to serve. I don't-
they're yearly, but we can reappoint
You're
for
out,
4
yeah.
years,
No, I
just so that we have the opportunity to have the flexibility. A lot of people that don't work out.
Well, then if she
I-
made the appointments already, then she made them. She's in compliance, but. Or would be if it's amended and voted on.
Yeah.
so how many people will be on this committee now?
They're 7. 5, each one by the council, each member of the council, and they are all appointed in consensus opinion.
So how many were there?
I think there were 9.
I think the mayor had 3 appointments.
And again, these committees serve at the pleasure of the mayor. So they can advise and consent and bring items to the administration, and it's going to be up to the mayor to implement them. I mean, I don't know. I just think taking, restacking the deck from the mayor, I think isn't cool, but you guys.
I don't remember seeing an email on it. I haven't seen anything on the Open Space Commission other than this year, other than this ordinance, to be honest. I don't think. So, because normally when the mayor makes an appointment, the clerk will email it to the council when any of us make an appointment, which serves purpose.
We could always just deal with this at a later time and move ahead through the
Let's just
agenda.
get through with it and we can deal with it at a later time if it's a problem. Yeah.
I think before the appointments are made, I think we should vote on this.
Yeah.
And then when it comes for second reading, then.
It
we
is
can
2
decide.
o'clock.
I think, thank you for your times.
I'm watching the clock.
I think that we should vote on it. That's my advice. And then when it comes second reading, we should get an answer by tomorrow anyway.
Make a motion?
Yeah.
We already have a
Or
motion.
Mary
and
made, so we
second.
can call the vote.
Call the vote.
Call the vote.
Councilwoman Castellino,
I'm gonna,
Wait, that's for
what is the motion? What is?
amendment?
to
Amendment?
approve on first reading.
Oh, I thought it was the amendment that the new.
Yeah,
it would
that it
start
take
this
effect
year.
this year.
This is on the
Oh.
first reading?
Yes,
Yeah.
beginning 2025.
That's I made an amendment that it would take effect this year. The council president, I think you always want to make an amendment about the minutes being. No? Okay.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're
We'll-
right.
We'll do one amendment.
I don't want to make an amendment on this year if she already appointed people.
Yeah, I don't have the roster, so.
I know what I'm saying is let's just do it and then we can deal with it on second reading. I'm sure
Yeah, we got the votes to do. the
we can even
amendment.
have a special
Right.
meeting. If she didn't appoint anyone, we can have a special meeting.
Let's stop having special meetings.
I'm just saying it could be a lunchtime
Especially-
meeting, just. to
But for
approve it.
this, I'm not getting
We
on
can
the call.
get membership in for the February meeting, whenever that, whenever
Yeah,
that
I
is.
just want to call for the vote and do the amendment. I think there's 4
We
votes.
don't get it February meetings. This is the first reading, right? You have to go to second reading.
No,
in 20
you missed
days.
what I said. It has to be 20 days. It can't be, okay.
Second. It's ordinance.
Okay.
10 days.
And then-
So this is first reading.
It'll be on, it's advertised for second reading on the 11th.
Which is the first meeting.
It's just silly. Okay.
So I just found some typos, so I'll send you the email.
And they at minimum in between first and
You
second.
want to make the amendment? about the-
I just want to make sure I've got the clerk's attention.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. My battery is dying, but the last sentence, excuse me, the last sentence of the body of the ordinance, we need to delete the last sentence that starts the municipal clerk and add the municipal clerk shall keep and maintain such minutes in the clerk's office available for review by the public. The municipal clerk will also cause such minutes to be promptly and regularly posted to the township website on the website page reserved for information on the Open Space and Recreation Committee.
Oh, there it is.
The minutes are now posted online, at least the ones that are visible there. But I just want to make sure that it's clear that we need to make this available for the public through the website.
And you're not changing any of the wording?
Yes, I'm actually adding a sentence.
Oh, okay. Can you send that to me tomorrow?
Yes, I can
Thank
do
you.
that. And then also in the legislative history, just add a sentence at the end that says this ordinance also requires that the minutes be posted on the Township Open Space and Recreation Committee website page. And I also, just as an aside, ask that we get the name on the website page and the link, the URL link to the page to actually say committee instead of commission. Because the ordinance says committee and we probably shouldn't be calling it commission.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, Council President.
And I will email to you that, but I'm gonna see if I can plug in first because I'm about to.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
We should all take a guess at,
What's going on up there?
what's going on with Mr. Train. I think he's a secret woodsmith.
You
I
sure?
think that's what it is.
One of those wood chips.
It's definitely not me. I can promise you that.
Hmm.
I'm just like you guys trying to stay awake.
So do we have a motion to amend the language?
Motion.
To amend the language?
I make a motion to amend the language with my amendment and council president's
I'll
amendment.
second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
can I please call your
Sure.
names? Because we have to have some water. I know we want to get out, but, all right, Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now, 289325, an ordinance repealing Chapter 2, Section 5.3 of the General Ordinances of the Township of West Orange, Director of Staff Operations.
I make a motion to introduce on first reading.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Yes, so I would like to first off thank Council President, or was it Councilwoman Rudin, who took this on. I had to leave the last meeting. It was my Orthodox Christmas, so I was unable to bring this up, and they did so on my behalf. I realized that the Director of Staff Operations role was a duplicate of the, of the BA responsibilities, and my understanding was that this was specific, and you're already the assistant of BA, so it's similar responsibilities. My understanding was this was enacted due to personnel issues, right? There was someone who, I guess I can't bring up what it was, whatever it was with DPW, and that's why this ordinance was voted on for Director of Staff Operations. My understanding is there was a personnel issue with the DPW and that employee reporting to the director then, so they had Director of Staff Operations created, so that person could specifically report to Director of Staff Operations, but I just now that's a moot point because the director is gone. So
Got it.
I think it makes sense to eliminate the position, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for supporting this and getting this on the agenda. And with that, if we can call the vote, 211, 209.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael? Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Okay, 289425, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Section 9.4, the special counsel. Is there a motion
I make
to
the motion to
introduce
introduce.
first
First
reading?
reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I think second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion?
Yes, I'm just trying to find my paper.
Meanwhile, I'll just describe it. It's a ordinance amendment that now requires an appointment of special counsel by advice and consent of the Township Council. It just clarifies some of the language in the original ordinance. And it also requires that the bills for the special counsel shall be subject to approval from the Township Council.
So, again, with this one, I would like to thank you, Council President, Councilman Rudin, for bringing this up in the last meeting, because again, I had to leave to celebrate a religious holiday. I think we have to be clear in the language. I'd like to make an amendment, as Council President stated, something I worked on, subject to advice and consent of the Township Council, just so it is similar to the other ordinances that say that it's advice and consent of the Township Council versus the governing body, which is very broad. I also would like to make another amendment on the bottom of that paragraph where the bills of all special counsels shall be subject to approval of the governing body. I'd like to switch governing body with Township Council. Again, just to be consistent with our ordinance, because all bills are approved by the Township Council. Just to, be very clear and transparent.
But
Thank you.
here, that was the legislative history. But in the thing, it's,
Just to be consistent with the ordinances.
yeah.
I mean, it says it in the legislative history, so I just want to be clear in the actual.
Okay.
ordinance.
Okay, so we can vote on it as amended. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
And I make a motion to introduce on first reading.
Oh, no, we already did that. That was,
I
That
thought
was
this was for
just
the
the
amendment.
amendments.
This is for the amendments I made.
approve. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's already, she included everything in.
Right, as amended, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally.
Thank you.
two wor-
What? Yeah, exactly. All right, pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
Are we gonna do?
And we
all
also have
this out?
ABC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I got it. Let's do it quickly. Quickly. They're all quick.
Okay, first item, rent leveling board appointments and council liaison. Did someone put this on here and sneak it by me?
This,
I don't have
Council
a-
President, this is what I put on, last meeting I mentioned to you, because when you were doing the appointments to a liaison to all the committees and boards, the rent leveling board has not had anybody appointed to it, for the last 2 years. As I explained last time, we have 2 applications that are pending. You just approved, the Souter firm to be the rent leveling board attorney. So we need to appoint a board, because if we don't have a board, it comes to you. So we need to get, and I believe every position is, there's 1 appointee per council and 2 consent from the council. The mayor does not appoint anybody to this board, and one of the appointees is also one of the council members is the liaison appointed to the board. So this is something that needs to get addressed. We now have an attorney in place, so I'm going to contact Mr. Souter, start discussing the board. And so this is something that needs to move forward.
Okay, thank you. I have not been able to find anyone yet, but I will keep looking.
Yeah,
Does
I don't
anybody
have
want to serve as the liaison?
How often does this meet?
It meets on a need basis, but the one application we had met for, I won't do it,
Very
8
often,
months.
because I was on it in 2022. Yeah, it was very busy,
It's a very busy.
but it's needed.
If we have an application, it's very busy. But in the last 20 years, we've only had 2 applications. One was in 2022, one was in 2004, and now we have 2 this year.
Wow.
And I think with the way things are going, you may see some more.
Yeah, so I have a question. Why is it that we didn't do these the last 2 years? Do we not have any, just out of curiosity, we didn't appoint anyone?
That was a council decision.
Okay.
I can't answer that. I can only speak, and then you guys have to enact on it. And I'm appointed
never
as the
came
board
up in the last 2
administrator,
years.
just because I was doing the section 8.
Yeah.
It was traditionally the section 8 officer was the rent leveling board. And when I was hired, I asked my predecessor, "What do you do?" He goes, "Don't worry about it. Nobody ever comes here." That was-
But if I remember correctly, someone in the administration said there was an inactive board then. Is it because we didn't have cases? We were told we didn't need to appoint anyone. There were no
You still have to
cases.
appoint in case there is you need to have one in the event like now.
That's not the advice we got 2 years ago, but that's okay. All right, that's irrelevant now.
So we'll look.
All right, I think that you guys, we have to think about this and be able
Can we,
to discuss. I mean, is there going to be a hearing scheduled between now and the next council meeting?
Well, we have 2 applications that we have to address. I'm gonna talk to Mr. Souter to see how
Okay.
far. So now that we have an attorney, because the last attorney we had, as soon as we were done with that case, he quit. He was done. He was absolutely done. So I'm gonna reach out to him to discuss what we need to do our next steps, because we have, and one is a repeat and one is gonna be a large application, a very large application.
Who wants to be liaison?
I'm busy.
Rock, scissors, paper.
You're a veteran. You don't want to do it again?
I
can't
can, I have
reschedule.
my time commitment.
I'll do it.
Schedule.
Or I'll offer to. Does everybody agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
thank
Okay.
Make-
Thank you.
Thank
Joe.
you.
Thank you. We don't have to make a motion or anything, right? Joe's it, that's it.
I would make a
Okay, make
motion.
a motion to
I'll second
appoint
it.
Joe as liaison for the rent leveling
I'll
board.
second it.
All in
Thank you,
favor?
Council President, I'm sorry,
Aye.
Council President as the liaison.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay. And then as you figure out who your appointments, just send them to me and I'll get the letters ready. The Older Adult Advisory, I gave you Miss Hersey's resume. You don't really have to act on it at this point because
Yeah, we want to. And I have Elmira Pecora I sent around as well, and I spoke with everybody and gave her contact.
oh, I didn't put her.
We
name.
want to get both of them on right away.
Right, So
So we want to vote on them. I make a motion to, could I do them both in the same motion?
Sure.
Hold on a sec, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to,
As long as everybody's good.
Yeah.
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I make a motion to nominate Dr. Rachel Hersey and Elmira Pecora as our two
I
consensus.
second that motion.
Okay. And what is how do you spell the?
ELMIRE
And then the last name?
PECORA.
Pecora. Okay,
And-
thank you.
And you have Hersey. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let me just do a roll call vote. For these two consensus appointments, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. All right, next is zoning board. Mayor has two consensus appointments with advice and consent of the township council.
Okay. I make a motion to approve
Okay,
both consensus appointments to advice and consent.
all right. Is there a second?
Second.
And who were they?
Carl Bensby and Todd DeBovi.
Oh, ours.
No,
No,
that,
that's not ours. It's the
No.
mayor's.
The mayor.
this is,
Oh, the two. the
this
two
is zoning
mayors.
board.
Oh,
We did that.
oh, we
already
did
last
that.
time.
Yeah.
Did ours.
So we don't know who they are.
I mean.
No,
she's the
you
vice
do
president.
know.
One more.
Who sent it?
Mike,
Mike.
Miller? Yep. They told.
I didn't.
And who was the other?
Mark
one?
Sussman?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries. All right, next is the Citizen Budget Advisory Committee appointments for 2025.
Okay.
So right now,
I'll keep Todd DeBovi. He was mine from last time. He was my appointment from last year.
so right now, we have Councilwoman Castellino, you need to make your appointment.
Oh, Ken Alpert.
Oh, you're
Oh, I
gonna,
didn't
you're
send
gonna-
you him?
no.
Okay.
you're gonna go with him, okay. Councilwoman Scarpa, you want Todd DeBoe?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Rudin made her appointment, as did Councilwoman Geber Michael and Council President Kukoviac, you need to make an appointment.
I want Todd DeBoe.
I already took.
Yeah. Isn't it
And I,
there?
and I
Then you can't have. him.
I bet 100 and raise you 50.
Isn't he there?
Yeah, but,
They're there.
Scarpa.
Yeah.
Yeah. No time for jokes.
This is what happens at 2 o'clock. I turn into a pumpkin.
So just let me
Oh,
know.
Mark Rosenberg,
and
would
then
do
I'll get
great.
the-
Oh, do I have to ask him or?
I already did.
Oh, okay.
good. Yeah,
Did
yeah,
he,
he was
did he
good.
tell you how
Yes.
much he liked me?
He loves you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes,
Mark.
I do have.
He's great.
Who is it?
Mark, M-A-R-C Rosenberg.
Just have Mark send you an email with.
Yeah.
Mark already, I already submitted his, do you remember? I submitted his resume to you.
Okay.
It's quite impressive.
Okay, so I'll have
He's
all his
perfect.
contact information. All right, I'll get
Yeah.
the letters ready
Yeah.
for that. All right, perfect.
Thank
He's
you.
always good.
Uh,
So much feedback.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
you got the best one.
and then,
Uh-oh.
He's so much great feedback when
Yeah,
I
but
was
Todd has
working with.
better hair.
Stay focused.
Okay.
2:30 almost.
That's exactly what time I said,
Okay.
2:30.
You might be the 23 record of.
Ordinance for phase transition to electric only leaf blowers. I guess we need a motion and a second to get it on the agenda.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to get this on for the next for the next council meeting.
I second.
Okay, no. I heard Councilwoman Geber Michael, but I put the wrong initial. Okay. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
You know, I'm gonna be a no, but I'm too tired to talk about.
All right, Councilwoman, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay. And is legal preparing it, or are you giving them information?
I will send it in again.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So now,
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure,
I
no.
don't know if you were moving on, but we have two floor nominations. Oh, you don't want to do it tonight? Okay, okay, so we'll do it next time. Okay.
okay, so I just need a motion to enter into the ABC and adjourn the public meeting.
No, can I do have a few other very quick issues that I would like to bring up.
Okay.
Okay.
It is 2:30.
I know.
Okay.
Okay. So, I would like to address, the issue of email concerns. When a resident writes to the entire council, it gets automatically CC'd to, the business administrator, to the chief of staff, to the mayor, to our township attorney. And I spoke with Chief Abbott about it. He said that this is the way it's always been done. And I would like to change this procedure. I also noticed that when you email the Downtown Alliance, if you email directly to Downtown Alliance, the same roster is
Oh, really? I didn't know
CC'd
that.
on everything. So I think it's, for transparency, I think that residents don't realize this is happening. And I'd like to request that this be changed.
Can I say something?
You have to ask me, not her.
President?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you may.
Thank you. I hear where you're coming from, but I actually like that our interim BA is on there. He is and who are like, I don't know about who else on there, but I like that our interim BA is on there because he responds so quickly to emails. There's times where we can't get to emails picked. I mean, we work full-time jobs, like, can't
And they
sit there
need-
and check
they need
emails all
immediate
day.
attention.
Some of us check emails every few days, maybe once a week, whatever it is. I appreciate that the interim BA is on there. Whenever I email him or even our assistant BA, we get a response right away. And most of the time, when residents email us, these concerns have to deal with the executive branch and the administration.
Yeah.
So instead of them getting a response days later, they respond like that. So I don't mind it. I appreciate it. And plus everything's an open record. I hear where you're coming from. I understand what you're saying, but it's great to have people like that on there because again, they respond to the residents right away. And most it's a very high percentage. Most of the emails that we get, we're the legislative branch, they really have to do with the administration and the executive branch.
I hear what you're saying. Then I would like it to be transparent to the public. Because if a resident is writing just to the council and they have concerns about the executive branch, I don't think that the executive branch should automatically be copied on that and vice versa. We don't get your emails. So
He'd love to give them to you right.
I think
You can have all of them.
for transparency for when residents write to us, they are unaware that this is happening. I recently sent an email to Meg and I spoke with Susan the next day and she said, oh yeah, I saw what you wrote. And I go, oh really? How did you see what I wrote? I have no idea that.
Just so you know,
Please, let her finish. Go ahead.
So I just think that if you want to, if Councilwoman Geber Michael feels that it's an asset to have you on there, that's fine, but the residents should know that that is what is happening.
Couple things, just so you know, one is that we did this for many years. People have known it. There's no secret about this. If residents want to talk to you directly, they have your council email.
And your
Person
phone.
can do it, and your phone, whatever the case is. We want this so we can have this dialogue. And the other thing you got to remember too, since you're new to this process, there is no secrets in government. So people find out anyway.
Yeah.
So,
It's all open.
and for us to have a responsiveness the way we do to our township,
Mhm.
this is a program that we've been using for years, and it's.
That's fine, but it is not obvious to residents, and residents have been upset about it. So I'm just saying, if you're going to use this process, then let's be really transparent and say that everything that goes to the full council automatically goes to the following people.
And just remember, everything's operable too.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Except,
So-
can I make a recommendation? I hear where she's coming from. I hear where the residents are coming from who are unaware. I personally, like I said, makes our lives
I'm fine.
easier and the residents' lives easier because you guys respond so quickly in the system. Maybe on the website, we put in parentheses under council email, just be aware, whatever the lingo is, again, I don't know what the proper terminology would be, is that when you email the council email, it is going
To the
the
administration.
following, not just the administration, I think you should lay out exactly who it's going to. If you prefer to email the council members directly, please hear their email addresses or whatever,
Yeah.
in order to appease her.
Okay.
But I don't
It's
want
not just to appease me.
I'm sorry, you and the residents.
She's sucking up to you. That's not a piece. She's sucking
Yeah,
up
we
to
said
you.
PM.
I
but-
said 2:30.
Why after midnight, everybody gets wacky.
Okay, order.
That's a great way, because I personally would like you guys to stay on there.
I'm fine with that. If you want to put that on the website, then that means nothing to me. I just don't want to give anybody where you said email Councilwoman Rudin direct, because anybody can see that. I don't want to give anybody in the public the idea that that's not operable.
And maybe mention
Oh,
that all emails to government officials are operable, no
Yeah.
matter who you
That's
are.
true. Whether
All
on,
emails at the county are operable.
If I wanted to, I could see all your emails.
Exactly.
yeah,
that goes- that
goes for,
I
I hope you enjoy all of them.
We have the legal fees for the Oprahs.
And that goes
We
for
get a lot
your-
of them.
Okay, we gotta get
Personal-
back to one person speaking at a time.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk has the floor.
That goes also for your personal cell phones, laptops, all of that. It's all operable if it has anything to do with government business. Doesn't matter that you use your personal stuff.
Can I just continue, can we go on to some other things for new business?
Sure.
Okay, so I have just a few more things. I'm sorry that it's this hour. I would like to introduce an ordinance for first reading next time, which I will get to the legal department, that puts a moratorium on new artificial turf fields in West Orange.
Absolutely not.
Not existing, on new. So I think that that's something to discuss, and I would like to see if there's any support for that.
Talking about parks, not school board, right? Because the schools, we can't regulate that.
Okay.
Um,
Parks and,
I think, Councilwoman Castellino, did you want the floor?
No, I'm just, I could talk to you offline and, I understand because I've had those emails from a few residents. And there's a whole long list of reasons why we do this for the use and the wear and tear and the safety. My kids were sports kids and it cuts down on the injuries and the fields that people are afraid of. We don't use, so those materials. So I'll talk to you offline about this.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to echo Councilwoman Castellino's, concerns as well. I am a travel soccer mom. I have an 11-year-old who's played soccer since he was like 3 or 2, since he could kick the ball around. And I have advocated with parents on the West Orange travel soccer team to see if we can get turf fields. I am very disappointed that a township of our size only has one soccer turf field when Verona, a small tiny town, has 3 or 4, whatever the number is. And my son, when he was in 5th grade, and all of his 5th grade, all the kids in 5th grade had to play from 7:45 p.m. to 9 p.m. That was their practice time twice a week. That's way too late for 5th graders, for 10-year-olds, who then have to come home, who are hungry, have to shower, don't go to bed till 10, and then have to wake up early. So, You know, I support a lot of the environmental concerns, you know, I believe in a lot of what our Green West Orange is doing. But where I draw the line, and you know, I've been very transparent, I just want to let everyone else know where I draw the line is a turf field for sports. Because kids need somewhere to play. And I wish that we had a soccer turf field at Stag Field or O'Connor. Because then
anyone.
my son wouldn't have to practice now from 7:45 to 9 PM, even in sixth grade, which is still way too late. Because children at their age should not be going to bed that late.
Anybody else? Shall we move to a vote?
Do we have support for it before you?
Oh, I'm sorry, did we?
No, I don't know enough about
We
it
need a, well,
to vote for it. I'd have.
no,
to-
no. This is a motion to put it on the agenda.
Right, but if there's no support
Right,
for it, then we.
right. So we need a motion to. move
I make
this
a
to-
motion
and I
to put
second
it on.
And I second it.
Okay, hold on a minute. First. Okay, second. I'm sorry, I'm like losing it right now. Okay. All right, so this is to add an ordinance.
But not to next meeting. We got to get the capital budget done. I mean, you're trying to get it done next meeting. Can it be the meeting after?
Are we going to be packed next meeting? I think you
Yes.
pulled it off.
The budget alone.
fine.
will take
Wait, we
us
cannot
hours.
be packed.
You have
The
a-
next meeting.
You have professional services contract. You have to get it done.
Planning board, zoning board.
Yeah.
And we have to
why-
let this
Then we need to schedule a special meeting, but let's just get back to this vote here, please.
Okay, so
taking
wait,
things off.
why were the zoning board and
There's
planning
More
board
than
attorneys
that.
not on
There
here?
is like there's a lot. Basically, we did all the professional services for legal tonight. But then there's all the other that has to be.
Okay,
Okay,
we will deal with
I-
that.
I can
We will
hold that
deal with that
off.
later.
Kendra,
not-
thank
not
can
this
do
morning.
it.
Thank you.
Okay,
We have more
so this is to
conversation.
add to a
Public comment was
future
not tonight.
agenda,
Please, everybody, please.
to add to a future agenda. You just have to let me know if it should pass. All right, so let's take a vote if you want it added. Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilwoman Rudin,
yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 3 no's, so the motion fails. 2 yes. Okay. Is there anything else?
Got it.
No, please, Clint. I'm gonna make a motion to.
We know we have
No,
to
we have to do
ABC.
ABC, real quick. Really quick.
We do ABC with the general public though, I thought.
No.
Yeah.
To,
Oh, so we can make a motion to enter into
I make a
ABC
motion
and
to
adjourn
enter
the meeting.
into
public meeting.
ABC hearing
second.
and adjourn the public meeting. Good
Okay,
night, West Orange. Good night, administration.
Council President, I just want to point out before we adjourn the public meeting that this video from tonight's meeting will not be posted on the website till at least Thursday.
oh, no, I can't believe you're not going to stay up all night.
So I just wanted to point that out. Okay, well, it's my job.
Friday, we still love you.
okay, so ABC,
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
adjourned.
person-to-person transfer of distribution license